You can never take away the power of my soul. It's It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. It's Fortnite action you know and love. We have 16 very talented teams consisting of not only maybe ex-previous professional Fortnite players, but also some current, I guess, content creators who think they can go pro. We're going to find out today. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. Brother, it's been a little bit. It's great to be with you. How you feeling? We're on Dr. Disrespect's channel. That's pretty awesome.
And super excited to be here, man. This zero build Fortnite has been so much fun to watch. There's been plenty of events, and a lot of these players have competed in those events, and so they're ready, they're acclimated, they're ready to rock and roll. And I think we will see some surprises today. But in terms of my excitement level, I mean, we're through the roof right now. It is going to be a blast of a long tournament. We'll be here for a while, by the way, Taylor, and that's what's exciting about today, is we get to cast a ton of Fortnite.
Yeah, 100%, man. Fortnite, coming back to it. It's been a little bit since I've been on a Fortnite broadcast, but I gotta say, I love the fact that I'm here, Goj, because it's bringing it back to what I really do love. I used to play a ton of Fortnite. I still do, but now I get to watch some of the best play. And also, if you are watching, obviously, here on Dr. Disrespect, there's two channels. You can watch his perspective, and you can also watch the official broadcast, which is clearly right here. You're gonna get just a different perspective other than the doctor himself. But let's talk about what today is all about. Obviously, it's a Fortnite tournament, but it's zero build, which I personally love. Elimination races are not new in the Fortnite scene, but no build elimination races are relatively new. So we're going to see a lot of fresh strats. The way that it works is, like I said, we have 16 very talented teams. They're all going to compete against each other as duos, of course, loading into the same lobby. So it's one duo, another duo, loading into the same squad, and they're going to have to compete against each other to try and rack up as many eliminations as they possibly can. There are no placements for victory royales or placements in general. Don't get any points for that. It's all about slaying your opponents, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of that today. It is going to be a best of 3 throughout all of the winner side of the bracket, but don't worry if your favorite team is eliminated. They'll drop down to the losers bracket, but they're going to have to play in best of 1s, which isn't going to be easy. You better put it all on the line. If you don't, you could very well be eliminated, and your day is going to be a bit shorter than you were expecting it to be. It's going to be best of 3, like I said. If we do end up in a tiebreaker, it will be after game 3. And then you will have to be, the first team to reach either 10 eliminations or at least have the most eliminations if the other duo has been eliminated before they hit the number 10. But Goj, that's pretty much it for today. The format's looking great. What stands out to you, man? The double elimination for me, I love that because you get a second chance.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I think you'll see some more high risk, high reward play style in the winner's bracket because it's a best of 3.
That's
and
right.
then the loser's bracket with a best of 1. There's a lot of RNG in Fortnite, and some of it can be mitigated when you're playing a best of 3 series. But in loser's bracket, when it's best of 1, I mean, you cannot make a mistake. So excited to watch both sides of the bracket today. Let's go ahead and talk about the pricing. Reflections. Yeah. There is a lot of money on the line, a total of $100,000 today, and 40,000 of that will go to first place. Again, this is duos, right? Reflections, and so that's $20,000 a piece if you win this tournament. Now, you got a lot of teams to get through, a lot of talented individuals to play against, but it's certainly excited to see where everybody will line up. $25,000 to second place, by the way, and then it'll tear down from there. So you will receive money even if you do achieve 8th place. You would like to be within that top 3, top 4 to achieve the lion's share of that 100K. Excited to see which teams can obviously get there, but they got a lot of Fortnite to play, and they've got to take down some talented teams. And the question becomes, Reflections, as we're getting kind of prepared for this event, what type of play styles they're going to be playing, what hot drops they'll be taking. Are they going to split drop? I mean, there's a lot of conversational points back and forth about the different strategies you could take in zero build.
Without question, zero build is unique in its own way, and I think Fortnite players are still getting accustomed to the map in general without building. But I gotta say, Epic has done a wonderful job at adding in slides, adding in mantling. These things have definitely helped the no build scene, especially when you think about the map, which wasn't necessarily intended for no building. A lot of open spaces, and that's kind of been, boiled down, especially with the POIs, and also the amount of mobility that's on the map. So there's a lot of different ways to disengage from a fight if you're not necessarily happy with it. And I love that Epic definitely took that into account and gave us as players, but also viewers, a different way not only to spectate the game, but also to play the game, which was all about building in the beginning. But it shows that you can do a little bit of both and have best of both worlds. Go into rank, you can play with builds. If you don't want to play with that, that's fine. Go into your public playlist and just have fun in the chaos, which is no build. But you keep mentioning we have all these incredible teams. I keep saying the same thing. Let's finally put at least a picture in the minds of the viewers at home who we really have. And Goj, I'm gonna let you start. Who stands out to you?
I mean, I gotta tell you who stands out to me. The two-time back-to-back 1993-1994 Blockbuster video game champion and true international video gaming superstar. That's who stands out to me. Dr. Disrespect at the top of the bracket. He will be playing with D-Wolf. If you don't know D-Wolf, the man is a demon, and he's Z-Later's old duo in the Fortnite scene. So excited to see Doc play with maybe a new teammate. I know they've been warming up a little bit. That's the top of the bracket. That's the top of my list, Reflections.
Oh, 100%. Dr. Disrespect, you gotta give respect where respect is due. Team Electra, I've watched her play throughout a plethora of elimination tournaments. She's incredibly talented, a great human being, one of my favorite human beings in general. I can't wait to see her finally compete once again on the big screen. And then Typical Gamer, also coming back into the mix. Typical Gamer is an OG when it comes to Fortnite competitions, whether it be actual competitive, right, the ranked or FNCS, but also in elimination race tournaments. Goes. And also, I want to point out, by the way, he does have some championships under his belt in terms of some very notable elimination race tournaments that I used to cast back in the day, where we really had the best of the best celebrities, professionals, and just content creators playing out. So Typical Gamer, he's going to be a heavy hitter today. You better believe it.
Look, there are plenty of teams to highlight. Our games are underway, Reflections. We're going to hop right into the action and see exactly how everybody stacks up in the first lobby. There's a couple other names that we, just haven't casually mentioned yet, like Ninja playing with Tim the Tapman, and then you've got Courage JD playing with Dr. Lupo, and then we would be totally remiss to not mention the player on your screen right now, Tfue playing with Zimmy. I was talking to a few people before the broadcast, Reflections. A lot are saying this is the favorite to win the entire event.
Without question. Look, Tfue has a long history in competitive Fortnite. He recently transitioned, obviously, to different games, but his heart has to be in Fortnite itself, even having a keyboard made after himself included. That's pretty incredible, and Tfue obviously has to be taken very seriously. And I kind of feel bad for Doug Israel and Co. and Joe, who obviously playing against Tfue round one alongside that of Zimmy, and it looks like Joe and Doug Israel not having a good start. They've already been eliminated. I see 15 total eliminations in total for this squad, but I see 7 in total for Tfue, and Zimmy most likely has a couple himself, so you have to assume, at least for game number 1, Tfue and Co. are leading the charge.
That's a great point, and it's something to continue to have conversations around in these 2v2s, is that each map is separate. So theoretically, with Joe down and Doug down, if the Tfue and Zimmy are on top right now in total points, they could leave the lobby. They're done. They've won map number 1. However, oftentimes these players will stay around and wipe the rest of this lobby the best they can, because if they go to a map 3, the host will be the team that has the most kills combined, or eliminations combined, in the first 2 lobbies. So it's something to just take a look at and remember as we go forward. And as we got a brief glance at that scoreboard, it does look like our suspicions are correct. With Tfue currently sitting on 7 eliminations, you can only imagine they're already up a map. And well, look, Joe, Doug Israel, they're going against some of the toughest competition Fortnite has to offer. here. And as they find another elimination, that'll continue to be showcased on your screen. But I will give them credit. Joe, a very talented gamer in the overall general battle royale category. Of course, he has played and won thousands of dollars in other titles, namely one. But here in Fortnite, he's got his work cut out for him in round 1.
Yeah, and Doug is raw as well. He's incredibly talented. I remember casting over him in the infancy of Fortnite elimination race tournaments. So Doug is raw with Joe Woe. It's a talented group, but again, going against what could be the favorites to win this entire thing of Tfue and Zimmy. It's a tough pill to swallow. Now, let's talk about a couple of things. Tfue rocking the recon scanner. Love that first and foremost. That's going to be important, at least in my opinion, when it comes to elimination races, specifically for no build. You got a lot of sneaky players that love to be bush Wookiees. They're going to be hiding in your bushes, but also buildings as well. You want that natural coverage. The recon scanner is going to be important for weeding them out. I love the confidence from Tfue. Immediately pressuring up onto his opponent, who taken the only bit of coverage he can. Unfortunately, there's a lot of windows to shoot through, and Tfue's going to make quick work of him. This is what I'm going to be expecting from Tfue, Zimmy, and a lot of our competitors today. They're laser beams, and we're seeing that exemplified right before us as a squad gets eliminated.
Especially when they're playing together, right? The 1v multiple situations are very difficult to win in Fortnite when you can play with your duo, play trades, and when you have the resources like you're seeing on your screen right now, it's not as difficult. And I'm sure we were talking about before the broadcast reflections that there will be some split drops occasionally. There will be times where the players, completely separate across this map in order to find as many eliminations as possible. Now is not one of those times. You want to make sure you stay alive and just continually rack up these eliminations to make sure you have that host advantage in map number 3. But one of the other things that, of course, is going to be a main talking point today are the jetpacks, right? I mean, he's currently using it on your screen right now, and they make for a massive competitive advantage when it comes to winning your gunfights. Not only at range, of course, getting peeks and being able to peek over those headies that people can hold on cover, but also in the close range encounters, it becomes very difficult to track you when you start going well over top of your opponent.
And you know what? On the flip end of that, because it can be a double-edged sword, jetpacks are great for engaging, but they're also great for sometimes putting you in a tough position. Maybe you're out in the open, you choose the jetpack, you're still going to get lasered, you're out in the open, there's no coverage. So it can be great if you use it correctly. But I assume our players today, whether they be pros or content creators, they know exactly what they're doing. And a spiderweb isn't good coverage. At least I don't think. And Tfue's playing with this food. And I can't blame him for doing so. He'll take the engagement up ahead. And this guy's not having a good day for sure. A couple of shield tags is going to be it. I just want to actually clarify a little bit of something, by the way. Zimmy in some trouble. I'm going to keep my eye out for him to see if he does drop. But maybe those at home who aren't familiar with elimination races, I talked about the format a little bit earlier. And maybe you're a bit confused. Doug is raw, not Joe Woe. Why isn't Tfue or Zimmy? Why didn't they go for the reboot cards and try to get them back in the fight? Well, it's because it is a 2v2. Tfue and Zimmy are on their own separate team. So they're not going to try and revive not Joe is Woe as well as Doug is raw. Nice engagement from Tfue. We're seeing that jetpack, like you just mentioned, be used masterfully, and I believe I saw him at 17 eliminations if I'm not mistaken. So heck of a job from his perspective. But let's watch some heavy hitters as well. We've got Legion, we've got Reversed on one roster, Tim the Tatman Ninja on the other. This is going to be a fun one.
Oh, certainly will be a fun game to watch. I will say, right, like most people are going to have Ninja and Tim winning this. As much as Legion is a comedic presence in the overall scene, right? He is hilarious to watch, a fantastic streamer in his own right. He is very talented at no build Fortnite. I've got to give him credit where credit is due. And then he's playing with Reverse 2K. If you don't know Reverse 2K, it's funny. I cast Legion in a lot of other titles, and he's got a duo in another title named DJ Moz, and DJ was like, look, this guy Reverse, if you don't know him, you should. He's from my hometown. You have to pick him up. And Legion was like, all right, I trust you. And well, of course, Reverse is a 2-time FNCS champion. So very talented, and I'm excited to see what he can do in no build.
I'm pretty sure that guy materialized out of there.
Without question. Legion, Laquan, whichever way you want to say it. Sometimes he even says Laquan is multi-talented, and he said it best. He is a comedian, but he's got the biggest heart. Ninja, there's no question, though. He changed the landscape of what Fortnite is and really helped popularize this game, and no one can dispute that. And alongside that, Tim the Tatman, an incredible human being who I've known for quite some time. This man is awesome in his own way, and I want to point something out. Just to bring back the jetpacks. Jetpacks are cool, but I don't know if they're cool for Tim the Tatman because fall damage is going to be a very real thing, all right? And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Yes, Tim the Tatman can slay out without question, but will he avoid fall damage? That's the bigger question.
I'm telling you this, Reflections, 30, 50, 100 years from now, the Tim the Tatman fall damage meme will always be...
It's going to be written on caves.
He will never outlive that legacy that he has created. So we'll see if he maybe outlives his partner maybe today from not dying from fall damage. But no, you're right. And you know, one of the other things, we were kind of listening into some of the player comms, and I was asking some of the players where they were going to try to succeed today, what strategies would work well for them. And one of the things Ninja was saying to Tim during their games today was that you want to thirst every single time if it's open. Like if you get a knock, if you get that down, you want to thirst for that elimination, because a lot of these matchups will come down to 1 to 2 elimination differences, and you getting a thirst or not getting a thirst, even if you lose your life in the process, if you're on a 1v4, could be the difference between winning and losing and moving forward, and maybe the difference between winning, well, $20,000 or nothing.
Sure. Collider on your screen. We just saw a cannon being used. Love those cannons, by the way, for mobility. With it being no build, Epic definitely took into account the fact that you need to have ways to quickly traverse the map, or else it's just going to be a marathon kind of simulator. And we definitely don't have that. You don't want to challenge Reverse like this. Come on. But this guy's he's going to be bold. He's going to take it. Now, to his credit, Reverse takes quite a bit of damage. Shield gone. Luckily, he's got some shield splashes that he can use for himself. And, well, on the other side, we got Legion, who's going to be right next to him. So, great teamwork, it seems, sticking shoulder to shoulder. Another talking point. I'm sure we're going to have it multiple points throughout this entire broadcast. Is it worth it to break away from your teammate, go for that split up, and maybe pick up more eliminations, or is it worth it to stay together? Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, because we do see 4 players on the same team, but they're playing against each other, which means, like, for example, Legion Reverse, they're going to be in consistent 2v4s. That's never an easy thing to deal with.
Doesn't matter how talented you are at this game. It is a difficult fight to win when you're at a player disadvantage. You have to take any other advantage you can. It will Reverse, although he was tracking well, couldn't quite grab the elim, and is going to fall, so it's all up to Legion. And there are a couple different tacticals that you could see some of these players using, right? You see not only the chug splash, that is going to be a crucial key to their success today, because it is an instant heal and an instant shield regain, right? Those are crucial things to use in fights in order to stay alive. The other thing, though, are those shockwave grenades. Mobility is everything in no build. So different ways that you can increase your mobility, use it to get out of dodge, use it to interfight, use it to, you know, move your enemies out of good positions. I mean, all types of uses for the shockwaves. So watch out for shockwaves. Watch out for those chug splashes. You can see both Reverse and Tim the Tatman down. And now Ninja is in a bit of trouble. Ninja's gonna go down, and that might be all she wrote. If Legion can get out of dodge and just completely regain, it's Legion's lobby to deal with.
I'm shocked Legion is the last one. The caliber of players that we have, all 4 of them, and Legion's the last one standing? Are you kidding me? And mind you, Ninja had to go for the revive on Tim the Tatman, and you could see a slight smirk on his face, like, this is really happening, Tim. You're down. A couple replays though, Ninja did have some pop-off moments, at least from game number 1. So did Legion. I'm seeing 10 eliminations. This was definitely an incredible game number 1 between the two, and even Tfue himself masterfully using the jetpack, fearlessly taking fights in the middle of the open. This is going to be a play style I think Tfue's going to exemplify. He's not going to be scared to stay out in the open, Goj, and take engagements. He's confident in his ability to be able to laser his opponents. And honestly, it would be an encouragement for him if he does get shot at, because, well, hey, you're letting me know you're there, and I get to now take that fight. And that's one of the things back in the old elimination days, in elimination tournaments in general, sometimes, you know, you would purposely try to goat out goat out shots, and by doing so, ultimately finding where your opponents are. So I think Tfue's going to be trying to do that by staying in the open a little bit more than normal.
This is going to be a fun point to talk about today. Reflections are these moments where no longer is it a race against your opponents, right? It's a race against the clock, and it's how well can you survive, because Legion is going to be in 1v multiple situations in every single fight. And so if he goes back and potentially tries to go for the revive on reverse, he's got to be careful. If he goes down here, I believe they might be down in eliminations by 1 or 2. It looks like it's showing a total of 3 elims for the entirety of the team. We'll get an idea of where exactly those elims are spread apart, but it looks like Legion has currently 0. So as long as reverse has 1 or 2, easily still a winnable map for them, because again, every map stands alone. So let's say, for instance, we've got Ninja on 2 elims and reverse on 1. They're down by 1 elim. They need 1 to tie 2 to win. And so continue to watch out for that as we go through this lobby. And it does look like he's going to be able to get back, grab that card, and should be able to go to the reboot fairly quickly. As long as he doesn't lose his life in the process, I believe this is a very winnable map here for Legion of Reverse.
Oh, without question. Definitely a winnable map, as long as Legion can calm down his comedic efforts and comedic side and actually play seriously here. I'm sure he's going to be able to do so. And by the way, love the little stat on the left, right? Reverse 2K and Ninja were former duo mates during Fortnite World Cup qualifiers. That's absolutely true. And Reverse ended up making it all the way, I believe, into FNCS finals. And nice scoreline, 4-0. And obviously, this is in fact the first round. So losing could in fact, or at least losing in round 1 would be tough. You drop down to the loser bracket early on. You still have a chance to make it to grand finals, but best of one's not going to be easy to deal with. And Legion is playing very cautiously. And one thing, by the way, I don't know if you caught that just a second ago, he did pick up Reverse 2K's reboot card. So his main objective now is to get to a reboot van, but it's in Tilted Towers, and Tilted Towers is never easy to get to. You know there's going to be people around, and, well, again, if Legion can calm down that comedic side of him, maybe, just maybe, he can win this round 1.
Oh, that's a great point. I mean, you've got to be careful. Patience is certainly going to be a massive key to success today, especially when your opponents are down and dusted, right? And I think they're turning on some...
Oh, no!
Some voice
You're taking damage! Play! Come on, my guy! He's busy riding a 4-wheeler when he should be running away! Legion, now he's got to go into Tilted, and they know where he's at, and the enemies are on the hunt!
Oh, no,
Shockwave! No! What? And he gets run over, Legion.
Taylor, I think Legion was turning on party chat to talk smack, and he died because of it. That was a free lobby to win, and they couldn't secure it because he wanted to talk smack. I mean, do you expect anything less, though, from Legion at this point? Let's see.
Nothing less.
Maybe they come back and win map 2, but if that is a dark cloud over Legion in Reverse. Holy cow.
Oh my lord. Well, now he gets a chance to turn on the voice chat, so if he does want to talk smack, he can absolutely do that. But here we go, on to some serious gamers, right? Aiden on your screen, and Aiden, obviously he's not playing, he has been eliminated, unfortunately. Ranger is who we're going to be watching from Aiden's perspective, who's hot on an engagement. Player just up ahead. Shield will be broke. There it is. And this is going to be a victory royale, the first one we're going to see today, which shows to me, and I already knew this, but just to kind of tell chat and hype it up, right? We're going to get a lot of victory royales tonight. But again, you don't gain any points for those placements. You only gain points for eliminations. But some of these guys, these games can sometimes take 20 minutes. But I'm telling you, it feels like it's done in a blink of an eye.
Right, no, exactly. And I see a lot of people in chat talking and chattering back and forth. And just as a reminder, no, Doc did not sell his channel to 2 people with loud voices. This is the main broadcast for the Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite event. Doc is streaming his own perspective as well, so if you'd like to pop back and forth, feel free to do so. Doc has been so welcoming to us into the arena as a part of the Champions Club, so we're excited to be here. And a lot of talented players, a lot of notable names, and there aren't too many names more notable than Summit 1G Reflections. I'm excited to watch Summit compete today, multi FPS and honestly just multi gamer in general. So it'll be fun. But we're gonna hop back in with Tifu. This time we're gonna see if maybe Jowo and Doug is Raw can have a bit more success. And you know, this goes back to a conversation, Reflections, that we had right before the broadcast of this kind of high risk, high reward play style versus like, hey, the lower risk, let's make sure we're surviving along the way. Because it did look like Joe and Doug maybe went down early in that last map.
They did. They went down incredibly early, and Tfue and Zimmy didn't. So clearly there was going to be a big point disparity between the two. With this being round one, we already knew Jowo Doug is Raw was going to have a difficult time, but I'm sure game number 2 can be a little bit more fruitful than before. And looking at the map, they're all 4 together, which in a way doesn't help Doug is Raw and not Jowo. You do get added firepower, but you also give the chance for Tfue and Zimmy to take your eliminations.
Right, exactly. Like, there's a few different strategies here as we go along. We'll continue to talk about them, and one of those is that you can stay near your opponent to try to steal away eliminations, right? And that can be a good strategy, depending. The problem is, when you're trying to steal eliminations away from Tfue, you're going to have a hard time. He's got one of the best gunnies in the game. He's taken home many a no-build and a build title, of course, has $600,000 plus earned in Fortnite. I mean, the man is not going to be messing around, and even in the most recent no-build events, he's been at the very top of the leaderboard every single time, and there have been many other events too, Reflections, that Zimmy has won. So these two combined certainly are going to be a force to be reckoned with, like we've mentioned. Looks like it's 2-2, finding at least their second elimination, if not their third. Tfue finds one as they were trying to deal with some IO guards. Yeah, they're not going to come out of that one alive. Especially when you don't know it's Tfue. You're like, oh, it's just a 1v1, right? Like, I think I can win it. And then all of a sudden, you just get horked on. I mean, it's just over.
But make no mistake about it, with this being public lobbies, you don't know the caliber of players you're going to be going up against. You know, you could be going up against a Tfue, but you could also be going up against maybe a casual player who is just absolutely incredible. In this case, putting up a wonderful fight against Doug is Raw. It takes some damage, but nice, cool, calm, and collective. And I did notice a rift to go just off to his right. I don't think he's going to pick that up. I would definitely want that. And I think rift to goes are fantastic for disengaging from your enemies if you so need to. You mentioned, obviously, the shockwave just a little bit earlier. Those are going to be fantastic, but for the most part, it seems as if players are comfortable playing in shambles, or at least what I like to call shambles. What do I mean by that? No SMG, no fanciness. In this case, obviously we have the striker burst rifle, and then we also have just, of course, your regular drum shotgun, and that's going to be what Tfue's most likely going to be rocking this entire event, along with the recon scanner, hills, whether that be shields or hills, depending on where he wants to be on the stat line, and then also his jetpack. It's just pure aggression. He wants to get in your face, and he wants to make sure he has the tools necessary in order to engage on these squads who he's going to consistently be competing against. And for the first time, we get to see a heli in use.
I'm getting out.
No, it's a great point, Reflection. I was going to mention the exact same thing. Mobility is going to be everything. One of the different ways to gain a lot of mobility are with these helicopters and other vehicles. You've got to be careful, of course. You don't get run over and then blown to pieces. But if you can't hop into the enemy helicopter and take care of business, especially when you have that jetpack to get back to safety, it's a great way to do it. Zimmy with another eliminations. Well done. He and Tfue will take this heli into another area of the map because, again, right, this isn't just, hey, we want to get that victory royale. This isn't just, hey, we want to survive until the end. Like, you are hunting down eliminations the entirety of each of these maps. And so that middle game that is traditionally a bit slower and used for rotations, you've got to find elims. And the best way to do that is get to these high ground positions, use those mobility advantages you can find with vehicles. Helicopters are a great way to do it.
All right, it's a hot drop for Zimmy and Tfue, immediately taking the high ground so they can laser on the opponents down below. Zimmy hit a couple of great shots on one enemy, definitely broke the shields, but could not get the full elimination. So I think it's time to mount back up into the heli and see if they can traverse and maybe finish off that squad that was listed just down below. Not Jowo on your screen for the first time playing with Doug is Raw. We saw his perspective a little earlier, Goj, and now we get to see not Jowo and what he's up to. A little bit separated from his partner. You can see Doug is Raw just up ahead, so I think we're going to hop into Cruiser and we're going to take a drive.
This is what we're talking about. Doesn't matter what type of vehicle it is. If you have a vehicle at hand, it is going to, well, as long as you know, stay away from the trees, it'll help you rotate around the map. They oftentimes call Jowo the movement king, and well, maybe he's got to get used to the vehicles first, and then he can showcase his movement skills. Mechanically, a very gifted player, though, across the board, no matter what battle royale he's playing. And we look at our score totals right now on the left side. A total of 8 elims for Tfue and Zimmy versus Joe and Doug's 5. So a slight deficit to overcome if you're Joe and Doug, but the problem is, right, this is a best of 3, and we saw that Tfue and Zimmy won map 1, so if they were to take home this map, that's all she wrote, and they'll be moving forward into the bracket. You're going to have to see Joe and Doug make some reps in the losers bracket.
That's exactly the case, and just to speculate, if Tfue and Co. do move forward, Legion and Reverse, I believe, are going to be their next opponents. So something they've got to think about. Not going to be easy per se, but Tfue still just trying to get kitted up a little bit. We're at the Collider, and I think this is going to be a point of the map we consistently find ourselves at, because it's a free way to gain mobility, whether you just want to float up, and obviously, as we're seeing Tfue represent, or if you want to shoot yourself from a cannon into the Collider, you can also yeet yourself halfway across the map. And in this case, it looks as if we're going to tilt to Tfue. He wants to mess with Doug is Wrong, not Joe Woe, not in the sense of sabotaging per se, but just to steal any elimination that they think they're going to get.
Right, that deficit has been closed already. Now it's 8-7 in total elimination counts, and so if Tfue can come over here and start stealing away a few of these elims, you can almost count those for double, right? Your competition is trying to grab an elim. If you steal it away, it's one for you and one less for them that they would seemingly achieve if you weren't there. So something to keep an eye out for are these different ways to not necessarily sabotage, but steal away elims along the way. And look, something you said, Reflections, about the bracket is a little bit understated, as he takes quite a bit of fire, is that Legion and Reverse have moved on. 2-1.
Wait, yeah, they did. I said that.
Yeah,
what?
2-1 in the overall series. They took down Ninja and the Tim the Tapman. And then at the bottom of the bracket, Maddie and Upshaw took down Courage and Dr. Lupo. So 4 of our stalwarts as, wow. Tim the Tapman on the screen right now. What's going on? People are dying to fall damage. People are getting ripped out of the air. This is pure chaos.
And the car's on the loose. What is going on? It's chaos.
This is
Ghost, hey, I love No Bill, because chaos is the name of the game, and we're seeing exactly that. Well, that wasn't really chaotic. I mean, but granted, okay, excuse me, NPC, so go ahead and take down the Sentry. Fair enough. But hey, Tfue taking some unorthodox fall damage. Like you said, is it Tfue? Is it Tim? I guess we'll find out. It must be Tfue, because he's still in the winner's bracket. Tim, unfortunately, is not. I can say that because I love the guy and he loves me. But Tfue, Zimmy, they're up 10-7. Joe Woe, Doug is Raw. They've fallen behind a little bit more, and maybe even a little bit more still now that it's 12-7. And Zimmy, he's on the hunt. He's on the attack. He's full sending it.
I really like the way Zimmy and Tfue have closed the gap on their opponents, played in the same area, and then stolen away most of those elims, right? Like, it's 12-13 now to 8 if our math proves correct. And so with that in mind, right, if you didn't come to Tilted, if you rotated to another side of the map to maybe steal away some elims on the edge of the circle, maybe the short edge of the circle, or some of these teams that are holding in inside, you're going to be... It'd be difficult, I would say, for this not to be an even ball game, right? And instead, they've gone over here and not only kind of taken that risk of potentially losing out on elims, but then stolen away a majority of the elims in Tilted. Now 16-9, they are starting to gap their opponents.
There's another guy over here.
Like you said, Gapple, never a good feeling, especially when you're already down one round. This is that jetpack that I said, might be a hindrance, but it could also be great. Some shots are flying by. Luckily, Tfue's not getting shot. I don't know if that's a testament to how good he is, even when he's not trying. But look at the beams, my lord. Every single bullet connecting. And we'll see you later, player 376. You put up a great fight, but just not good enough. And we're not going to have any heals. Did you notice that, by the way? We have a jetpack, and he opts for the shockwave nades. He's going for the mobility and the quick engagements as opposed to, which is interesting because he's getting more aggressive as the players are dwindling down, as opposed to how he started off, being still aggressive, but not as aggressive as he currently is.
Right. No, I couldn't agree more. And something that you'll notice in these close range encounters is that the jetpack also provides that kind of stability in the air that allows you to still beam as you're moving, which is a huge boon to winning those encounters, especially if your opponents are caught off guard. And that's exactly what Tfue's been able to do. I believe he has, 13 eliminations by himself. And this new Collider POI provides so many uses for mobility. You can land on structures that are close, and you can travel about all the way across the map if done correctly with the cannon. So keep an eye out for that all day today. The Collider POI will be a big point of contention, not only for hot drops, but also for mobility into the middle and late game scenarios if it's still within inside the zone.
It's pretty and Zimmy not doing too bad himself. He may not have Tfue numbers, but he has 7 eliminations, and Just to kind of put in perspective how impressive this game has been collectively for all four, we're sitting at 31 elims. I'm curious what the highest number is going to be today. I've seen some truly remarkable scores in elimination race tournaments, just because obviously all four players usually, especially at a certain point in the bracket, tend to be absolutely incredible, and they just mow through the lobbies. And with how quick you can traverse the map, getting into engagements a lot quicker than it used to be back in the old elimination race days. And speaking of old elimination race days, Tfue was one of the most accomplished players, not only in FNCS and competitive Fortnite in general. We all know that history, but you may not know, even going all the way back to before FNCS was really even a thing, Tfue was already winning elimination race tournaments alongside his duo of Cloaksy back when he was on FaZe. So that is a big thing to take into account. Tfue must be feeling incredibly comfortable back to where he started, elimination races, and it clearly shows with the amount of elims he's getting alongside his partner of Zimmy.
Right, and it's not only elimination races, but it's now zero build elimination races, which in all reality, the speed at which these players are moving across the map is what's impressive, right? You have to go from encounter to encounter as fast as humanly possible, right? Because if you sit and take one fight for, let's say, 3 minutes or so, and you do find that full team wipe, that's 4 elims, in that same 3 to 4 minutes, you could have traversed across the map and encountered 2 to 3 different full squads and eliminated those quicker, right? So you have to take fights that you know you can win, but you have to take fights you know you can win quickly in order to stay ahead of your opponents.
I might be dead.
Zimmy up close and personal, taking a lot of damage. Remember, it's squads, and even though he takes down one, he's got more that he has to finish up. 44 health, that's all he's going to be able to rock with. Nice patience, player full sends it through the doorway. We'll see you later. Nice composure from Zimmy in that moment. It would have been easy to just continue to fire away and in a way kind of mentally freak out, but Zimmy stayed cool, calm, and collected. He disengages from the fight with 4 health. He gets up to 44. That was enough to win the second engagement and finish off the squad he was going against.
Well, look, Zimmy has been in this position for a long time, many a time. I believe he has 4 to 5 full tournament wins in no build events, so certainly is excited to be back here again and have a potential to win, this time with Tfue as opposed to trying to beat him out, because this duo has gone back and forth in a number of these past events over the past, well, I guess it's been, what, 2-3 months now that Zero Build has been out at the very least as this kind of mode. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk about for a moment, Reflections, is just how exciting it's been to have Zero Build back into the equation, right? I mean, I think when it first dropped and all building was taken away, a lot of people were excited about that, but a bit worried. And now that it is a staple mode inside of the game, it doesn't look like it'll be going anywhere, at least not anytime soon. It's been fun to see some of our OG players come back into the mix and kind of feel that fresh, new, bright Fortnite that they remember from 3-4 years ago, right? Even though it's a different style of game and there's new strategies, it does still have the Fortnite feel, which is so crucial.
Exactly. Yeah, and I love that. I do. Epic has always done a wonderful job at reinventing Fortnite, but still keeping it as the familiar Fortnite that you're used to playing. And I love the snow build. I do. And this was something that I think the community was calling for a little bit, and especially the content creators. And it was nice to see Epic listen to that feedback and then introduce it. And, you know, they brought it in as a test just to see how it would work. And the popularity was astounding for no build. It, like you said, it brought everybody back, even the OGs who we used to watch compete way back into the day, coming back into the fold, and that's a great thing. And Epic, again, finds a way to reinvent themselves, but also keep everything familiar. And I love the fact that they also implemented so many changes, like, you know, the mantling and as well as the sliding, just bringing in new ways to traverse the map. Doing that was absolutely critical. So we're not seeing a running simulator. We're seeing high intensity and fast-paced action. And even you as a player, you're consistently going to be able to get into engagements. So it remains fresh and it never gets stale. We're down to the final 4 players. Make that actually, I believe, only 1 player left, and we're on the hunt. And this is what I like to call the hide and seek part of elimination races, where there's one guy who's trying desperately to get the victory royale, where you got Tfue, Zimmy, and not Joe Woe, who are like, let's just get it over with.
Right, exactly. These are the moments where these would be high-paced, fast-paced, critical moments of running around the map if this was a close, elimination race. Exactly. Like this really is what's going on right now. Tfue and Zimmy are kind of just on their victory lap at this point. A total of 27 elims for the duo, 11 for their counterparts. A massive 38 elim. We'll assume it's going to be a 39 elim match overall. And there's really no rush to find this final player. And I'm sure they'll maybe play with their food a little bit before they end it off. And as a quick reminder, if you just tuned in, right, Tfue and Zimmy did win map number 1, and since this is a best of 3 series, they will be moving forward. And like Reflections mentioned, they will be moving forward against Legion and Reverse 2K, who took down Ninja and Tim the Tatman. So it'll be a fun matchup to watch.
Definitely so. And Chandler Costin, we appreciate you being out there in the chat. I just want to go ahead and inform you. You asked, do eliminations carry over from game to game? Thank you first and foremost for viewing. And obviously, you missed the format, but that's okay. The eliminations do not carry over. It is each game is independent of each other. So you best of 3. First game, let's say it ends 10-5. Tfue wins it. Next game, it's a fresh start, a fresh slate, so you have a chance to recover, which honestly, Ghost, I'm a big fan of. The reason why is because fresh starts sometimes are great. It can get quite stale if you do carry over eliminations, and, game number 1, it's 27-9, and, go into game 2, and it's like, wow, the other team who's at 9 has an impossible kind of situation ahead of them, but because you reset it, makes it a little bit more bearable and easy to come back.
Right. No, there's a ton of different strategies we'll see, and it also depends on the map count to influence your strategy, right? Like if you are up 1-0 in a series, you can afford to try to put away your opponents by playing that high risk, high reward type play style. And if you do fall to the maybe high risk side of that, right, you drop on a hot drop of Collider or something like that, and you die off the rip. Well, at the very least, hey, you still have another map to redeem yourself where you can play maybe a bit slower in that map 3. What I would love to see, though, Reflections, is a few of those all too fun tiebreakers, where if you do tie in eliminations at the end of a map, you'll replay the map, but this time it'll be a race to 10 elims. The first duo to 10 will take home that tiebreaker victory. That should be a lot of fun to watch, because not only a race against your opponents, but a race to see who gets to a certain score total first. But I believe, Taylor, we have a game ready to rock and roll with. Let's go ahead and jump right back into the map. You can bring us in. You bring us in.
Is it the Doc? Is it the Doc? It's the Doc, baby. The 2-time champion playing with his partner of D-Wolf. Game 1, Doc won. So he's leading 1-0 in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, Doc has a real chance to move forward, and Tricky 1G, who's playing with Horsey, has already at least been down and out. Doesn't mean that he won't get revived, but this could be good news for the 2-time.
I'm excited to watch this duo. We gave them a bit of an intro beforehand. Of course, here's the reason we're here, right? This is Doc's event, and he has been so gracious to put this entire event on featuring Fortnite. But I'm excited to see what D-Wolf can do, right? Like maybe a bit of more of an unknown player in the overall seed. He used to duo with Z-Laner back in the day. I mean, Z-Laner got his start in Fortnite with D-Wolf, and I believe it was kind of Z-Laner's kind of prompt of saying, hey, check this guy D-Wolf out and let me know what you think. I think he could be a great duo for you, because again, one half of Dripping and Heat is playing on a different team, and Stone Mountain and Z-Laner will be formidable foes, but D-Wolf himself, very talented. I was looking up some of his stats before the broadcast. He's playing at about a 9 KD this season on no
kidding,
build.
that's incredible.
And had a 13 win streak the other day in solos on no build. Now, this is going to be 1v multiple situations, so we'll see how he's able to do, but as he finds a few elims from distance and knocks down some IO cards, I mean, the man's got the gunny, there's no question about it.
Love the mouse pad, by the way. Flowers all around. Makes me happy. Makes me feel... I think I see a couple of skulls, too, so I'm getting conflicting feelings about if it's really sunflowers or skulls. I think it's mixing the best of both worlds. He could be sweet. Obviously, talking about D-Wolf. He could be sweet, but he can also be a savage, and you have to be a savage when you're playing with the 2-times. Note, Tricky 1G did get back into the fight, so it's now, once again, a 2v2 fight, and the Collider once again on your screen. It seems to be incredibly popular, as we've been seeing the new POI on the map, and definitely playing into the story of what's about to take place in just a couple of days when we have our major events. And seems like D-Wolf is going for a bit of a disengagement, taking a bit of damage, but I'm sure he'll be just fine.
I am getting word from production that the Doc himself is up in this overall series 1-0, so they're up in map count. This is a kind of match point play here for Doc and D-Wolf. They are able to take home another map victory. That will be all she wrote for their opponents, and they'll move forward in the brackets. Keep an eye out for that. This is a must win for Tricky and Horsey. And Tricky and Horsey, I know they've played a decent bit of Fortnite. They're not necessarily Fortnite Prime players. They're not. This isn't their main title. You know, we've seen plenty of these competitors just be generalized content creators. D-Wolf in a bit of trouble out of nowhere, trying to rock with some close range encounter, some close range elims.
Nice.
Well, that's the way you do it. If you can find your way into some cover, make sure you're isolating your 1v1s, pull out the shotgun. That striker pump will do quite a bit of damage, especially if you grab that headshot.
Yeah, Striker Pump is incredibly versatile. Ranger is also wonderful to have. I think the Drum Shotgun definitely superior, at least in our building counterparts. But no build, I think you take what you can get, and it really kind of evens out all of the weapons that you can use, which I personally like. It allows for more versatility as a whole, which is absolutely incredible. By the way, chatters, we love seeing you out there, and for Dr. Ravioli Western, hey, love seeing you out there too, brother. Appreciate the feedback. And we're fishing. Tricky 1G, Horsey. It's looking a bit different over here as opposed to what we just witnessed on the Collider.
Well, when you're down on resources, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Resource management is going to be a major piece of the conversation today as well, making sure you have plenty of heals. You have those all too important shockwaves. You've got your jetpack. You've got all the different things you would need. And then, of course, you know, you don't have mats in no build, but ammo is going to be a massive resource you have to manage, especially as you get later into the map. And you can see, even on your screen right now with Horsey and Tricky, they are very low in the resource category. You do have that overshield that is that 50 shields, but once that goes down, only sitting on 50 HP, no extra shields to write home about, and no shields to throw into your pocket. So they're in a little bit of a tough situation. Probably the reason why they were trying to fish.
Yeah, but you're not going to beat violence, speed, and momentum by fishing.
Right.
You're just simply not. And you did notice they let a team pass right in front of them. So no bullets, little bullets. You still got to try here, and you just can't stand behind a rock and wait for the fight to come to you. You got to go to the fight.
Yeah, look at the difference. Violent speed and momentum is right. Got the skids all kitted out, ready to rock and roll. 2 elims to his name. I believe they are up in total elim counts. We'll get a read from that as soon as we can from production. But again, they are up in map count, so this is a must-win for their opponents. And when your opponents are sitting there fishing and trying to have some trigger discipline, not shooting on some players up the hill, that's got to feel good if you're Doc. I'm sure he doesn't necessarily know that. But now you can also look at the top left-hand corner of your screen and see their health bars dwindle and then go down. And now that Horsey is knocked, yeah, they're feeling great.
They are feeling fantastic. I don't know about Horsey or Tricky, but at this point, 2-time. He's on the hunt. And by the way, you notice his own skin in game, unofficially, I believe. But either way, though, Ninja's got his own. Dr. D, he's got his own skin as well. Beautiful one to have. I don't know if you can get it anymore, but I definitely had to cop it when it entered, or when I had the chance to do so originally, and 2 times. Hey, he's being a bit cautious. He's on the hunt.
Nice.
You see the footsteps just up above. He's got somebody off in a distance, and he's going to make quick work of whoever that was just up ahead. D-Wolf will help him out, but regardless, though, it's a team effort, and that's going to be one more elimination. They're going to stack up. And also take note, Gosh, Horsey, even though he was, in fact, eliminated, his reboot card is still up for grabs. I'm curious if Tricky is going to try and go for it.
If I'm Tricky, I certainly would like to have my teammate back, right? 1v multiple situations are so difficult by yourself. If you can play with your teammate like D-Wolf and Doc are doing right now, it helps in those circumstances. Still down in overall player advantages, of course, but if you have the right resources, you'll be just fine playing as a duo and playing those trades. And you know, I'll be curious to see maybe what Tricky and Horsey can do, because ultimately, like I was mentioning before, they're not Fortnite pros. They're not necessarily people that are saying, hey, we can absolutely dominate the field. They're talented gamers, though, in their own right. Horsey, a League of Legends partner and a very talented player in that category.
Sure.
Is going to have to make, well, Tricky's going to have to make some big plays here in order to get his teammate back.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're having fun. $100,000 is on the line, but let's face it, right, for a lot of these competitors, they're used to playing for that type of money, and they're just ecstatic to be here. I am sure of it. And Horsey's back in the fight. D-Wolf did, or should be Tricky, did get Horsey's card and got him back up. But now it's time to get to work. The good thing is, though, even though they may have had a bit of a slow start in Game 2, they obviously need to catch up. They don't have that far to catch up because it's been a relatively low-scoring game for the Doc and D-Wolf, and that might be by design. They know they're already up 1-0, so they can afford to take their time. Love the combination, though, of the tank being used on top of just the jetpack in general, and that was, I believe, Dr. Disrespect, who was in the tank just a little bit earlier, that allowed D-Wolf to then get the retreating potential victims and overall eliminate them. Back into Greasy Grove, an OG location back on the map.
I will say, Reflections, it is a fairly low elimination count, but by the looks of it, as we were rotating around, I want to say it might be 10 elims to 0. I'm not sure if Horsey and Tricky have found a single elim along the way, so violent speed and momentum is not just a motto, it's certainly what they're putting into practice over there with D and Doc, and I don't know if this is... I think 10 elims is going to be difficult to come back from. Possible, but we got to stop breaking down buildings. We got to stop fishing. We got to get in on the action. We got to play a little risky, right? This is an elimination match.
That's right.
Doc and D are up in the overall map count. Like, they've got to start moving. D has 8 eliminations in his own right. He and Doc have been playing together, playing trades, trading damage back and forth, taking team fights correctly. I mean, they are clicking on all 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, 12 cylinders even, depending on which vehicles you're driving. Hey, Lambos, some of those V12s, they move pretty fast.
They definitely do. I've never personally been in one. The two-time lives in one. We have a tank literally coming towards D-Wolf, and the man is not backing down. Call it Save It Private Ryan. Love what I'm seeing, but 40 health now. He's got to be really careful. Still outputting damage. He might drop relatively soon. Doc, you got to get there to help him.
He's doing the best he can. He's moving with speed, sliding down the hill and around the corner. Looks like D is going to go down, and I think the call here was D was saying, Doc, just get out of dodge. Don't go down by this tank. Completely disengage. You can always come back for me. We have the elimination lead by a sizable margin. Let's take our time here and make sure we secure this win. Because again, right, at these moments, when you're up by double digits on your opponents, the worst thing for you to do is go down in the blaze of glory and have a full team wipe, because then your opponents have an entire lobby to work with, and they're just racing against the clock. And well, I say that maybe a bit too soon. Tricky is going to get fully downed. Horsey also goes down, so that I believe that might be all she wrote. Reflections, the two-time back-to-back 1993, 1994 blockbuster video game champion, is going to be moving forward into round number 2, and look at who they're going to be facing.
I know.
2-0 from the Bonsai Bros. Sean and Travis, I'm sure they're excited about this next one.
Woo, that's Bonsai Bros have their moment to shine. And what a moment would be if they're able to beat Dr. Disrespect and Co. And not going to be easy to do by any means, but we're familiar with Bonsai. We know how talented they are when it comes to Fortnite. It's actually incredible to see them competing in this tournament in general. A big moment for them, I am sure, and they're not going to let it go to waste. But I gotta say, I'm a bit sad to see Electra and Vanessa be eliminated. Bonsai Bros, why'd you have to do it to my favorite human beings? But someone's got to lose, someone's got to win. And for Bonsai Bros, they just chose to win.
Look, I talked to the Bonsai Bros before the broadcast. They say we are coming in with every ounce of violent speed and momentum that we can. We are looking to win this tournament. I asked who their top competition was, and they said the Doc himself, and they said Tfue. So we're going to be watching out for those matchups along the way. We get to see one here in the second round. But Reflections, I believe we're going to head to a very short break. We're going to grab some water, get refreshed back up, and everybody in the Champions Club can do the same. When we come back, we'll bring you all the action in the Hot Shot Duo Drops.
see that crackdown. It's 26 flash, not.
I might be dead.
Nope, we're good. Now, once fuck.
And welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hot Shot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. An incredible round one, some funny moments, some intense moments. I think we got a little bit of everything, Goj.
We certainly did, and we also got a few surprises throughout the bracket. Again, as you take a look at the bracket, of course, the Toon Time has moved forward. There's no surprise there, but there were a few massive names that have dropped down into the losers bracket, right? Courage and Dr. Lupo lost their first round matchup. Ninja and Tim the Tatman dropped and lost their first round bracket. And so you can see where we're currently at here in the winners bracket. Team Tfue has moved on against Jowo. Team Legion, like we were mentioning, just moved on against Ninja. And then Team Summit 1G moved on against Z-Lantern himself. Half of Drippin' and Heat's going to be down in the losers bracket.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. And, you know, honestly, I'm happy with this. I am Typical Gamer, again, as an OG who's been competing for quite some time. So that's nice to see him moving forward, and a couple of others. But some big surprises on the losers. Obviously, you mentioned a couple of them. Stony Mountain 64, a guy that I've known for quite some time, unfortunately, down in the losers bracket. I would love to see him move a little bit more, but best of one. It's not going to be easy. And also Team Aiden, who is usually a very heavy hitter in elimination race tournaments across multiple BRs, this time taking an early loss. But one thing that I know about Aiden and the other competitors who are in the losers bracket goes, their composure's real. And best of ones, you better believe they're going to be bringing the heat each and every time they compete.
There's no room for error in a best of one. It's one map, one down and up. You can't mess around. You can't make mistakes. So stay tuned for some of those losers bracket matchups. We're going to hop straight into game, though, and see exactly where everybody's hanging out in the winner's side, because we're already in the second round for just about every single matchup. And you see Ranger on your screen in the top left-hand corner. There's another one of those players we got to keep an eye on, because Ranger has done some incredible things in some of these no-build events, and I'm sure he's going to try to repeat that success, if not improve upon it in this event.
Absolutely. Ranger, an incredible player in his own right, playing with Typical Gamer, someone that I am very familiar with and excited to see compete in the elimination race format, more specifically here, no build, which is very new, at least I believe, when it comes to him. This is a matchup, if I'm not mistaken, to move forward. So, well, no, excuse me, obviously to move forward if it's the winner's bracket, but Headshot Chick as well as Thieves, another OG. Thieves on the other side used to actually compete with Typical Gamer. So it's a little, you know, teammate x teammate playing against each other, which in my eyes makes it interesting given their lineage.
No, it'll be a lot of fun to watch out for that matchup. Of course, Headshot Chick is very talented at this game and excited to see what she can do in no build. And then again, we have Summit 1G on your screen right now. Taking a bit of fire and is going to try to push the equation. He's got his teammate coming in from behind. That's Hutch right behind. They're going to pinch their opponents. It's a great way to take these encounter. One draws the fire, the other comes in from behind and cleans up shop. Well done for this duo. Looks like Summit currently sitting on 4 elims himself.
Oh, wait, what kind of gun do you have right now?
Summit, a talented player in his own right, done so many different games. Nice to see him back on Fortnite. Maddie, representing Complexity today, playing with Upshaw Games. Maddie has definitely had her run of success when it comes to Fortnite competitive. Not as much as, like, let's say Tfue and some of the heavy hitters, but make no mistake about it, Maddie, she knows her Fortnite, and she knows elimination race tournaments. And I love the fact that we're tied up 8-8 here. It is an intense and close battle between these two great rosters, and we're down to just 22 players left that they have to choose from and potentially eliminate. Obviously not accounting for any revives that might come into play, but a 19 elimination game between these two. Honestly, not a bad stat line.
Not a bad stat line at all, but the fun part about it is, right, that they're neck and neck. This is a very close matchup across the board, and as they creep up into 20 total elims, you can only imagine it's still a 1 to 2 point deficit. As we update that score tracker, we'll keep you updated how close it will actually be, because what will be fun to watch out for, again, Reflections, is that kind of hide and seek at the very end. Once middle game is done, you're into end game. We're down to the final 5, 6, 7 players left in total. People like the Bushwookies, people like the Rooftop Randys, they like to hide out and wait, and you've got to hunt them down before your opponents can. But this time around, we're going to grab the truck, and we're going to try to get away as fast as possible, taking some damage from that brand new railgun that does not mess around as well. Whew. Looking a little bit scary now.
Keep trucking, running.
Yeah, railgun coming back into the fold. Love that, especially with as many vehicles as there are. Railguns are tremendous in mowing them down and just overall keeping you competitive when a tank is coming your way, which is never an easy thing to deal with. It is amazing that Summit did not take really any damage at all. Obviously, that shield, you know, soaking up a bit of it. But, I mean, the fact that he was able to navigate through the bridge and through the woods, I mean, truly spectacular. Only what I could expect from a player of the caliber of Summit. But still, though, his opponents are starting to get away. And, again, a railgun would be beautiful to deal with this tank that's just up ahead.
Right, exactly. Railgun is a lot of fun to use. It's got that small charge-up time, and then it's nearly an instant kind of shot across. It's kind of that hit scan type question mark that you have. You just have to charge up and time it right. So if you put in a little bit of time since it dropped with the new update, you probably could do quite a sizable amount of damage. But this Striker Burst Rifle is going to be the primary of choice for just about every single player. A very, very quality option in terms of those long-range encounters. And as well, it looks like someone's been spotted by the recon scanner, is going to have to deal with multiple opponents, and doing great work with the Striker Burst. Going to maybe push the equation and close the gap. Going to use maybe that SMG or otherwise, but unfortunately gets knocked, and well, his teammate is not nearly close enough to make any sort of a difference. And so the question is, what do you do if you're Hutch here? Do you kind of swing around, let the enemies kind of get satiated by the loot, etc., and then go back for the card later, or do you go ahead and swing that directions and try to take some of those elims?
Hutch from Kentucky, love it. I'm from Kentucky myself, so he's representing for sure. And he is a very well-known, at least, player when it comes to the Fortnite scene. He's definitely had some success in elimination race tournaments, even in some of the smaller ones too, making it very far. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the tournaments that I casted, didn't get that many viewers, but he still won it. And he was going against some quality competitors such as Aiden and Co. So love the fact that Hutch is competing with a guy such as Summit. And you made a great point. Does he want to go for the reboot card, or does he want to just disengage? And this is also going to be a big talking point we're going to discuss multiple times throughout our games. And you gotta kind of wait. Is it worth it to get your teammate back into the fight when there's only like eight players to pick and choose from? I honestly think it's best just to go forward and pick up any elims that you can, instead of wasting time trying to get your teammate back into the fight that obviously could be putting your opponents in a position to pick up more elims on the opposite side.
Right. No, it's a great point. It's going to be a lot of kind of internal calculations. That internal math is going to go far today. So as you take your calculations, you only want to take those sort of, 60, 70, 80% winnable fights in your head. And of course, a lot of those calculations are subconscious. But excited to see what they're able to do. And you can see, well, the Bonsai Bros, Sean and Travis, on your screen right now, facing off against the two-time himself, Dr. Disrespect. I gotta say, we're on Dr. Disrespect's channel, so we gotta root for the doc, but it also just feels good just to say his name loud and proud. It's great to be over here on YouTube.
Oh, incredible. Coming full circle. I've been casting over Doc for a long time across multiple esports, multiple BRs, and multiple games in general, and I'm very familiar with the intensity that he brings to each and every tournament that I have personally been a part of. And he's bringing the intensity against the Bonsai Bros, two players that we are incredibly familiar with, and at certain points have even worked with as co-casters.
Right.
It's 10-7. Bonsai Bros are definitely putting up a wonderful fight against the two-time.
They certainly are, but D-Wolf has been putting up fantastic numbers all day today. Already up to a total of 9 eliminations by himself. He and Doc been playing kind of hand in hand this whole time, but it looks like they're split at least for but a moment. You can see that one of the Bonsai Bros has gone down. They have that unique setup where they kind of stream at the same time. They are twins. If you looked at it, you say, why is this person just replicated twice? No. They're Bonsai Bros for a reason. They are twins. And yes, like Reflection said, we have had a chance to work with both of them. They're great people and very solid at Fortnite. So we'll see if they can maybe try to at least contest with Violet speed and momentum. That is Doc and D-Wolf. Right now, they're doing a pretty decent job. But as I was about to say, if you're taking this much fire, you've got to get out of Dodge as fast as possible. Use every resource to your advantage, vehicle or otherwise, to get out, reassess, get your shields back in, and then maybe get back into the fight.
H1Z1 Fetty saying, are these twins? Yes, they are. They absolutely are. So just like Ghost was saying, don't be confused. We're not just replicating the same screens. But losing the other half has to hurt. So the other half has to go big. And the Shields and Hills not looking too good. I believe at least sitting over 100 in total, but you definitely want to be a bit healthier. Now the Doc on your screen, and through the mist, through the smoke, no confusion at all. He's got a game plan. He knows what he's up to and what he's about. He wants to enter into the zone alongside that of D-Wolf. And now the other half of the Bonsai Bros most likely going to try and get the reboot card by doing so. Obviously, and chance opens up for Doc and D-Wolf to pick up more elims. We're back at the Collider, and I'm sure there's going to be some opponents around. I think I just saw one to the left.
Right. No, the Collider is a great spot not only to find eliminations, but also, like we mentioned before, rotate around the map. You can see kind of those air boosts around it will force you up in the air. You can also take the cannon, shoot it back at the Collider, and it'll shoot you across the map in a dramatic manner. So use that to your advantage in these elimination races. You know, something worth mentioning, Reflections, I always bring this up in these elimination races, is the idea of this maybe like hockey analogy, like the power play potential that you have when your opponents are down in player advantages, right? So one of the Bonsai Bros is down and out, trying to get rebooted. Not only do you have that, hey, it's 2 versus 1, we have more people on the map, we can spread out, we're in a huge power play to start gapping our opponents, but also our opponent can't really play that slay out role that they're trying to play, right? They're trying to get back their teammate, and they're having to slow their pace down. So it's a massive opportunity for that power play for you to put up a ton of eliminations and start making that gap maybe even more difficult to overcome.
Doc fearlessly in the open, connecting on shots on the players up ahead, shooting out the recon scanner to get information to him, but also to his partner of D-Wolf, who is in a tree. Right? We talk about bush Wookiees, but this guy's in a tree and he is lasering. And what a wise decision to shoot out the tires, but it doesn't stop the damage going on to Dr. Disrespect. And this man is taking on an entire bus by himself. Would you expect anything less, Ghost?
No, exactly. And they're playing so well as a team, right? Doc is out there grabbing the aggression of the opponents. D's up in the tree, making sure to raid Hellfire down so that they can take out the tires and slow the battle bus down. And it's a great opportunity to kind of grab each other by the hand and work together on a lot of these encounters. Something we'll continue to mention is, when do we split, when do we play together, and having the ability to split up and then close that difference. I call it like casting and reeling a fishing rod, right? You cast your teammate away, you guys separate, find elims. When one gets in trouble, you can reel back in quickly, get right back into the mix to play together. And that's exactly what Doc and D-Wolf are doing.
You're talking about hockey. You're talking about fishing. Goes, you might be too athletic for me. All right? Too outdoorsy for me. All right? I haven't touched grass in like 15 years, brother. I've been staying inside playing video games this whole time. Meanwhile, you're talking about fly fishing. I got to respect it, Goj. Good-looking guy. Plus, you like sports. You play sports. and you also get outdoors. Come on, you're the total package.
I appreciate that. Well, but Doc is full violent speed and momentum, 6'8", 37-inch vertical leap, basketball superstar. You got to start having some of these sports analogies along the way. And it does look like, by the way, Bonsai Bros were finally able to grab that reboot, albeit inside the storm. So they're going to try to rotate back in and get right back into the mix. But in the meantime, look at the gap now, a 6-point deficit to overcome for the Bonsai Bros. And well, we are dwindling down quickly on the total of players that are left in the lobby.
Bonsai Bros taking that risk, storm damage, but seems to be a calculated risk just so they can get back into the fight, obviously as a duo, which feels natural with them being twins, of course. D-Wolf in an engagement with the Cuddle Baron. That's going to be an easy elim. That's going to put him at 17 total. My lord, 17 total elims for D-Wolf. I must say, typically we see Z-Laner competing with Dr. Disrespect. We kind of question how would D-Wolf compete with, Dr. D, and would he be able to obviously carry his weight with such a momentum champion of Dr. Disrespect himself? And D-Wolf is definitely doing his best. In fact, Dr. Disrespect only has 1 elim.
Right, and I think that's the kind of the nature of playing together, right? You're trying to help each other, and we all know, Doc even said it on the broadcast. Their strategy today was let D-Wolf do his thing. There was a kind of viral clip that D-Wolf posted about his Fortnite skills and when he was warming up for the event with Doc, and it was, Doc said, "You're kind of a show-off, aren't you?" Because D just throws crazy clips up and sometimes does it with a little bit of flair, and you love to see him carrying the weight right now, but it wouldn't be possible without the Doc's kind of support in these moments, right? They were talking about their strategy going into it as D-Wolf just cavalierly finds 1, 2, maybe make it 3 elims. Looks like Doc maybe stole that one away, but it's a good thing too. They're up to a total of at least 20 elims, if not more. Their strategy going into this was, hey, Doc, we need you at least to have a recon scanner in your pocket at all times to utilize, so we have all the information at our disposal to win these gunfights. And then D-Wolf wants that combat SMG and that strike pump for those close range encounters, and he's been doing well, of course, with the striker burst from distance, but when he does get up to close range, he's coming on top every single time.
I got one of our chatters in chat, Bing, and he has the most beautiful quote about Dr. Disrespect, and it was something along the lines of, even if it's out of his hands, he's still in control. I mean, that is the definition of what Dr. Disrespect really, even when he has a battle bus fully kitted out, ready to gun him down, or a tank pursuing him, he's still in control some way. And look at the scoreline, 21-12. Dr. Disrespect, D-Wolf in game 1 against the Bonsai Bros have truly put it, Bonsai Bros, I think, in a position where it's almost mathematically impossible. And look at his face. But even he was like, whoa, I didn't know I could fly that high. 19 health. Storm encroaching, and he's still going for the attack. You have to do it. But you were at 19 health. Why are you so surprised?
Well, that's the Bonsai Bros for you. They've got the best reactions in the game. But it is D-Wolf. The story of D-Wolf and Doc will continue. I believe they've taken, at the very least, map 1 in that best of 3 series. Bonsai Bros are going to try to answer back in the next map, and who knows, maybe they're going to be able to do so. Certainly talented, just couldn't quite get things going. They were in that kind of revive simulator, if you will, throughout the entirety of that map. And we're going to swap back over to Ranger on your screen currently. Well, this time Ranger's the one driving the battle bus, and this thing just rolls through any cover, and it is a huge threat and difficult to deal with. Very intimidating, and a great way to rotate around the map as well.
Sure, absolutely. Rotate relatively safely. Typical gamer, though, at times could be a sitting duck, but he can also be a menace to society sitting on that gunner up top. And even now, it seems like the striker is still the best option, regardless of a big battle bus that you have in your arsenal, in your inventory. Mind you, that is a common striker, and that's really surprising that it hasn't been upgraded yet. We're relatively deep into this game, but he seems as if like, hey, I've got what I want. I'm happy with what I have, and I don't need anything better. If it comes my way, I'll take it. And also take a little bit of fall damage, but not too much to, unhinge him. Thieves is down, Headshot Chick is down, so at this point, this could be a wild run for Typical Gamer and Ranger to win game number 2.
Right, exactly. That's what I was going to mention, right? They're racing against the clock. If they are down, I'm not sure that they are. They've been doing well thus far to find plenty of elims. It's just a question of how many. Oh, there it is. It's on your screen right now. Yeah, I love production. You guys are amazing. Down by 3 elims. So you've got the race against the clock going. There's still plenty of players in the lobby. And these are the moments where instead of just taking the fastest encounter you can run into, it's about taking the smart encounter, right? You don't want to engage in these fights unless you know you can win them and do exactly what typical gamer was able to do right there. It's going to close the deficit. They might have just at least tied it up or been close with that full team wipe. We'll see as those scores come through and get updated. We'll see exactly where they're at, but that was very well done by that duo.
Someone in chat asking, battle buses, aren't they banned? They are not, but I believe the only banned item is tent loot. Am I correct, Goj?
I believe so, yes. Tent loot was the one thing that they wanted to change before the event got started to try to keep it as fair as possible. So you're not just grabbing mythics every single time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's absolutely fair. Back on your screen is Zimmy. Obviously, we saw Tifu's perspective just a little bit earlier. This time against Legion and Reverse, who eliminated, or not eliminated, but at least knocked Ninja and Tim the Tatman down to the loser bracket a little bit earlier in what seemed to be a very intense series between both of the rosters and an intense fight over at the Crossroads. And Zimmy has a plethora of loot alongside that of Tifu as they eliminate a couple of different squads. We're at 30 eliminations, and we still have 13 players up for grabs to be eliminated for each and all of 4 of the members playing in this lobby for, obviously, on the squad.
It looks like Reverse was trying to play a bit of spoiler and get involved in that encounter. I'm not sure if he was able to steal away one of those elims, but as our score gets updated, it does not look like it. Oh my goodness, Reflections. We knew Zimmy and Tifu were going to be a force to be reckoned with, but 24 elims to 8 is our current count, and mathematically, this is near impossible, if not impossible at this point. Only 18 players left. What a performance thus far by this duo. I mean, we knew they'd be a front runner. They're certainly showcasing their skill thus far.
Yeah, we knew they were going to be a front runner, and they're going to be a tough task to take down without question. Legion and Reverse have definitely put up a wonderful fight, but at this point, it might be close to mathematically impossible for them to come back in game number 2, which obviously Tifu and his teammate already leading the charge. We'll hop on board with Summit, who is on a battle bus. It's kind of where we left off a couple of games ago from a different perspective. This time around, it's 7-5, and Maddie and Upshaw are leading not only in the series of a best of 3, but also in game 2 as they lead 7-5.
This is a must-win moment here for Summit and Hutch. You would love to see them move forward, of course, and with Maddie down currently, there's a huge opportunity here for Summit to be able to do just that. They're going to kind of rotate around the other side of this river, just around the river bend, like Pocahontas is going to be able to get some more loot and find his way into some structures, make sure he has all the resources he needs. Something worth noting too, again, you were mentioning it before, Reflections, is kind of like notice their loot in the bottom right-hand corner. Looks like Hutch is also down, not running any heals or shields currently, so electing to run more of the weapons and then the recon scanner for information. Does have the balloon for being able to rotate a bit differently and up in the air. I was playing around with those yesterday. It's not cool. It's not bad. They're certainly cool, but you also become kind of a sitting duck if there's a lot of enemies nearby.
Yeah, so the balloons were added very early on in Chapter 1, Season 1 through 10, and I gotta say, it was definitely one of those things where you're like, okay, I could see Epic adding in a balloon, because, you know, it's used for rotating. You know, obviously you can traverse the map a little bit quicker, but you can also make some highlight plays depending on how many balloons you want to use. You are a sitting duck, yes, but it can allow for some very magical moments. And another thing they bring back, another OG item from Chapter 1, Season 1 through 10, is the light machine gun, which we are seeing utilized by Summit himself. Maddie, forced to disengage. Can't blame her. She's down to 32 health now. All she has to do is dodge those stray bullets that might send her flying down to reality.
Ooh, she's getting shot out of the air as well. In a difficult situation, Summit as well will go down.
That's
and I think that is all 4 players. Some of these players will be running, by the way, just for everybody at home, a slight stream delay in order to try to avoid stream snipers and otherwise. That's right. So just keep an eye out for that. It does look like we go back in time occasionally on some of these matches. We'll try to keep you updated on that as well. But it does look like Maddie will be moving forward in the bracket. That's 2 up, 2 down on Summit. I'll be curious to see what Summit can do in the losers bracket. Again, best of
That's right.
3 here in the winners bracket reflections, but a best of 1 series in the losers bracket until the losers finals. And we talked about it before the broadcast. We talked about it all in the broadcast. Best of 1 series, a lot of RNG, and it's just about who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Beautiful.
That's it. Least amount of mistakes. And that's hard to mitigate. We talk about RNG in Fortnite, and that is a real thing, I think, not even just unique to Fortnite itself, but all BRs. There's going to be some level of RNG that you have to battle against, but make no mistake about it, Goj, at this point, everybody should be used to that RNG, and they know how to mitigate it or at least lessen it to the fullest extent. On board with Game 2, Dr. Disrespect, D-Wolf, Bonsai Bros playing against them. And the first game was a huge success, especially from D-Wolf's perspective. He had 20-plus eliminations. Dr. Disrespect was absolutely right there alongside with him, shoulder to shoulder. Even though he only picks up, I think, 2 or 3 elims, if I'm not mistaken, the impressive thing was Dr. Disrespect was consistently outputting damage to assist D-Wolf in picking up the actual elims themselves. So they make a great partnership, a great duo, and it's been a pleasure watching them compete.
Right, exactly, and that's a huge piece to the equation, and you can see Bonsai Bros doing a lot of trades back and forth in their own right. Like, when you can play with your duo and afford to not have to split, you know, say you're down by 7, 8, 9, 10 limbs into the mid to mid-late game, you will need to start splitting and playing the solo fights, but when you can play trades just like that, it is a great way to win all of those encounters and make sure you stay alive, and that's exactly what Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf were doing before. Somebody's got to play a slight support role, kind of play the Overwatch position, and play the trades.
No.
And, well, Doc was doing a great job last time. This time, he might be down at least for a moment. And the question is, where is D-Wolf? He could have told D-Wolf to get out of Dodge, but if D's down as well, yeah, you're right. You're right, Reflections. This is looking very rough here for map 2, and they might just have to reset and get into round 3 as soon as possible.
Look top left. You see that slight smile come out? You know Bonsai Bros. They know they know the opportunities here, and they're gonna sink their teeth into it, and they get the scream. And I think that should be at least game number 2, which ties up Bonsai Bros and D-Wolf and Dr. Disrespect at 1-1 apiece, meaning a game 3 is going to be in the works, right? And that is going to be a lot of fun to see, because now we get to see that composure from Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf, and I'm sure they're going to be just fine heading into it, and this is where you're going to see peak, and I mean peak athleticism come out from that duo.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and it's something we mentioned beforehand too in terms of high risk, high reward playstyle. D-Wolf and Doc went up in a massive way in map number 1, so they could afford to play a bit more risky in map 2 and try to put their opponents away. They know they can outslay their opponents. They've done it once already. The question is, can you do it back to back? And if they play the high risk position but go down early, it's like, okay, it's 1-1 in map count. We're going into map number 3. We might need to drop maybe a bit safer this time around. So whether they land at Collider or not, they're just not necessarily going to land directly on another team. Make sure they find their loot, then enter into the encounter.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. What is the typical landing spots we will see? Or more importantly, what is the smartest landing spots to go about if you're a duo playing in this event? It's definitely more useful to land on the outskirts of a popular POI and then work your way in, as opposed to just hot dropping. If the score was cumulative, so game 1 you get 20 eliminations and that carries over to game 2 and you start with 20 elims as opposed to whatever your opponent has, then it would make sense to split drop. It would make sense to hot drop, to close that gap quickly so you can make it a bit more competitive, obviously, as you head into the 3rd and final game. But in this case, because you start off at 0-0 and you reset and the points aren't cumulative from round to round to round, you're going into game 3, it's a fresh start. I think you still land on the outskirts of a popular POI. That lessens your RNG of floor loot as well as chest. You get kitted up, and then you can work your way in to engage onto the squads. I think that's the best play to make, Goj.
No, it's a great point, and I think it doesn't have to be Collider. It can be a Tilted Towers or otherwise, right? But Collider has to be within your overall rotation at some point, because it's going to help you get around the map quicker. It is a must-have in terms of finding enemies quickly, unless your opponents are also having troubles at the beginning, and it is a bit of a slower map. Because something we'll continue to talk about as well is just strength of lobby, right? Some of these lobbies, when you go in, you drop 40 total eliminations between all 4 players, or maybe even more than that, you know it's a lower skilled lobby. And most of these players that have been playing quite a bit of Fortnite can start recognizing that strength of lobby quickly and then decide, hey, this is when we'll split. This is when we'll head to the hot drop locations and play a highly aggressive. But when it's more of a high skilled lobby, you have to play with your duo. You have to slow down, and surviving is going to be the key to the game.
And there's several points on the map that have rifts built into them. And those rifts are wonderful for getting a free rotate or maybe even a free drop on an unsuspecting team. And I do think there's value in dropping, even if you don't want to drop, like, let's say, drop it shifty and then work your way into Tilted Towers, which is an OG location that used to be an OG rotation, especially when it came to elimination races early on in Fortnite's career. But when it comes down to it, if you are to land, let's say, off into the boonies where no one's going to be, maybe you have to eliminate one squad. It should be easy for the caliber of players that we have here, Goj. You get kitted up once again, and then you take the rip to go, and you have a good oversight of the entire map. And then again, you can land on whoever you want to land on. You want to take high ground, you can take high ground. Flip in too, if you don't want to land on rifts, you can also land where you know for sure a tank is going to be, or a battle bus is going to be, or a heli is going to be, and therefore guarantee an opportunity to kind of upgrade what you have. And I think that's going to be a big talking point. But the Collider seems to be where Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf want to go. They're comfortable with this location, but it's going to be a hot drop and they need to be ready.
I don't mind it. There's 17 some odd supply chests around. You've got coolers everywhere you can look. You'll find those chug splashes and otherwise. So it's a great start in order to get all of your resources up and get your shields up. The question becomes, right, are they going to be able to play together when it comes down to the wire? Are they going to be able to stay alive this time around? Of course, we all in the Champions Club, in the arena, certainly believe they can. Bonsai Bros, they're certainly trying to cheer up their communities and say, we've got this. We took map 2. We're going to try to regain. You can only imagine, you and I in particular can imagine the hype speeches they just gave to each other going into this map. You know they're excited.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Man, there is nothing like a motivational speech from the doc himself. It can get anybody pumped up. I don't care who you are. But hey, pumped up or not, it's a 1-0 lead. Bonsai Bros barely just skating by. And Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf haven't ran into anybody at the present moment, but I am seeing some footsteps on the dock screen, and I do believe an engagement is right around the corner.
Looks like a quick IO guard elimination. Won't necessarily count to their score totals, but will increase their resources and make sure they're safe. And I will say the visual audio, I believe is what they call it, is so useful. I mean, it's nearly crucial in order for your success in these events these days. And I like it because not only does it help kind of mitigate some of that RNG of maybe you didn't hear the footsteps, you didn't have your audio loud enough, just showcases exactly what's going on around you. And I'm not sure you could really do too well in this event without utilizing it, unless you're just not used to it, maybe.
Yeah, it was a new thing that was added, obviously, to help those who maybe can't hear the best per se. So those visual audio cues are very much so needed, but they also are found useful for everybody because clearly it gives you more information, and more information is incredibly great to have. And I like where we're at for Bonsai Bros. Again, at another OG POI that was there at the very beginning on the OG map, Greasy Grove, and seeing some nice fights. In fact, they've netted 3 eliminations, and I love the high ground that we see on the bottom left of your screen, outputting a ton of damage, but now he's on the ground, and he's got to worry, because now he's in a 1v2, going to be a tough situation to be in, but luckily, he's got his twin next to him, he's got his brother by his side, and they'll make quick work. But watch out. They already lost one player. They need to get back. They need to catch up. They need to get back into fight. If they don't, they could have a 4-kill, lead, but that could go to the wayside, and it might happen.
Oh my goodness, folks. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Hot Shot Duo Drop tournament featuring Fortnite, and Dr. Disrespect on your screen is tied in a best of 3 series. We're on map number 3 in a best of 3, tied 1-1, down by 4 elims, but their opponents have been full wiped early, and we thought that Doc and D-Wolf were taking the hot drop, but instead it was Bonsai Bros finding a full team of 4, and they just couldn't quite piece it all together. It could have been 2 teams of 4 actually, looking at the score total. So gotta find 4 elims, and they're able to do just that with 1, down by 3. This is going to be a race against the clock, and well, the clock, that sands of time, that big hourglass is very large. They got a lot of time to work with to only find 3 more elims to tie it up.
Yeah, to be honest with you, unless something monumental happens, I don't see Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf losing this. And I hope Caster Curse doesn't bite me in the butt after saying that, but I'm pretty confident in that sentiment. Shockwave's being used for this guy. He wants to get out as quickly as possible, but he ran out of options. And when you run out of options against D-Wolf, we have seen how punishing he could be. 2 elims, so that brings it 2-4. 2 more to tie, 3 to ultimately win and move forward.
This is a massive moment for Doc in D-Wolf, and D-Wolf showcasing, as always, his ability to take some great shots from distance when need be. He's going to hit back up into the air, continue to rotate around the map, utilize every piece of mobility that you can in order to do so. And something you'll be watching out for, Reflections, with this duo in this map, only down by 2, 3 eliminations to win, is taking the right fights. We were talking about this earlier, but those high percentage fights that you know you can win, and even a bit of poke damage from distance isn't a bad idea if you can secure the knock in Elim. You want to thirst that Elim and then maybe back out of that fight. You don't have to take a full team of 4 on, right? If team shot somebody from distance, like this player on your screen right now, if you can grab that Elim, you're then only down by 1 and you need 2, right? Like, you can really take your time on some of these fights, and as long as they hold hands, they should be totally fine.
Yeah, Fabian in chat makes a great point. You know, Doc, they're both down. Just lay low, play it slow, and play it in control. That's 100% exactly what you were talking about, Goes. You don't have to be aggressive. You know your opponents are gone. Now is your time to shine and take fights as you want to. There's no reason to get overzealous. Although, let's be real, it's hard for Dr. Disrespect to tone down that aggression. We know how he can be, but you got to. It's almost a necessary evil. That should be another Elim. That's 3. 1 more to tie, 2 more to win.
The Bonsai Bros are singing their proverbial rain dance, wishing ill omen upon their opponents at this point. I mean, they really want something crazy to happen. The sweats have got to come out in order for the Bonsai Bros to win this, because when they only need 1 elimination to tie. Now, let's talk about that tiebreaker. Should something crazy and chaotic happen where they only find 1 more Elim, it's 4-4, and then, of course, we don't wish this to happen, but they both go down. We then have to replay the map, right? But something we mentioned earlier is not just replay, it's then a first to 10 Elim race. Now, if both teams fall and nobody gets to 10, it's just whoever has the most, but it's a little bit different because it requires maybe a bit more urgency to find those early Elims.
That's right. And the way that it's written, by the way, is just awesome. It's in the typical voice, obviously, of Dr. Disrespect himself. And the way that he says it for overtime is, just to find it here, basically is, if a tiebreaker match, a duel that gets 10 eliminations first or has more kill or more eliminations than the opposing team, they'll win the game. But a tip from Dr. Disrespect is listed just below that: violence, speed, and momentum. And that is definitely something that comes into play. And speaking of violence, speed, and momentum, D-Wolf is on the hunt. He's on the attack. He's got 1 player in front. He's got 1 player in back. Which one is he going to choose to take? He's going to take the one who was pursuing him. You don't pursue D-Wolf and Dr. Disrespect and assume... You're getting out alive. Caster Curse in full effect? I hope not. Please forgive me, chat.
Well, this is going to be a perfect trade from the Doc. I can feel it. He already got his opponent weak. Should be a free and clear elimination, but there's one behind. This is a precarious moment for everyone. Everyone, hold your breath in the Champions Club. The arena is tense. Doc goes down. We want to get a final elimination tally to make sure what our totals were at. We saw D-Wolf find a knock before. I'm not sure if he could secure the elimination. This is either a 3-4 in that final map. Could have been 4-4. Only time will tell. We'll get that word from production and then bring you the updated info. It looks like that rain dance paid off. I don't know who the Bonsai Bros were praying to, but it worked out. The Fortnite gods were on their side, and we'll see if it's a replay or if Bonsai Bros will be moving forward in the winners bracket.
I mean, that could go either which way. When you have to then bank on the hope and the prayers of your of obviously that downed player, just hoping somebody sent the stray sniper out just to thirst them, eliminate them. You know it's looking a bit rough, and I think honestly after that my heart's pounding, and I'm really curious who's gonna move forward, who's not. Bonsai Bros, Dr. Disrespect, D-Wolf, Goj. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have some answers and also be moving into the next round. And welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. An exciting and exhilarating ending between Dr. Disrespect D-Wolf and the Bonsai Bros. But Goj, we've got some news to break.
Some terrible, terrible news. It's not all she wrote, but the doc himself, Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf, will be moving down to the losers bracket. And as we take a look at our winners bracket, the Bonsai Bros have moved forward. Just an unfortunate circumstance for Doc. It came into an encounter they thought they could win, and just one series of unfortunate events led to the next, and they do end up falling just one elimination shy. So we'll see Bonsai versus Typical Gamer on the left side, Tfue versus Maddie on the right. Reflections, what do you think?
I'm thinking it's heating up, and to be expected. Not only in the winners is it heating up, but also the losers, where now best of one, and I'm sure we've already had some teams eliminated. Speaking of which, I'll take a look. Stone Mountain does move forward with Z Laner. That's good to know, but sad to know for Courage and Dr. Lupo. They do, in fact, lose, unfortunately. Ninja Tim the Tapman also eliminated. Joe Woe, Doug is Raw, move forward. Aiden and Prospering, they do eliminate Puns and Foolish Gamers, and Trix Horsey do lose to Electra Vanessa, who move forward. So losers is starting to heat up quite well, and in fact, I think we're hopping into one of those losers matches, and maybe watch the Doc himself try and survive going against Z Laner and D-Wolf. This is, or excuse me, going against Z Laner and Stone Mountain. First time on screen.
I was actually about to say the exact same thing. This is going to be such a fun matchup to watch because, let's set the scene, right? We got Drippin' in Heat, we've got Z and D, we've got Z Laner and Dr. Disrespect. They've been playing together forever, but this time they're separated against each other. Z Laner's partner, Stone Mountain 64, has a bit of some issues with fall damage in his own right, might I add. And then on the other side, we've got D-Wolf, who used to play with Z as well. They were a duo before Z kind of got his start, and I think it was Z Laner's kind of suggestion to Doc to take a look at D-Wolf, and then D-Wolf, of course, proved himself. So this is such a fun storyline matchup, but the crazy part about it is it's a one and done. It's a best of one series, so you only get one map. You cannot have a mistake.
No shaky hand syndrome here, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to be clear and ready to go because best of one, you already know. You could lose and be done. I mean, that's definitely what the Doc doesn't want. And I actually had a chance to, peek over at his stream. And by the way, chat, if you don't know, the Doc is streaming on his YouTube channel alongside us as well. So if you want to have both streams open, you are more than, welcome to do so. Of course, you want to see how the Doc is going to be performing, but you got him here at least at the moment. The Doc said, I'm muting all the tabs. I'm muting all the streams. No more distractions. It's pure business from here.
Right, and look, sometimes it's just difficult to turn off that violent speed and momentum. In the last map, they really needed to back out of it. They tried to play the aggressor role. Usually it works out for them. They just couldn't quite piece it together, but they're going to try to repeat their map one success from the last series here in this best of one series. And we talked about it beforehand. You got to play a little bit safer in a best of one. You can't really risk as much necessarily, but as some of these teams start laying down some elims, it's going to be 3 up here for Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf. Total of 3 eliminations for them and 1 on the opposing side. Both teams elected to go to the Collider, and then they're going to use it to rotate out and try to find some more enemy teams.
So Collider, why is it awesome? Well, first and foremost, it's a new POI. It allows you to be able to rotate relatively quick, especially with that centralized location. You've got cannons that you can use, and in this case, we actually might see a bit of a tether from the cannon to the Collider. Don't get that, but that's okay. The Doc can still disengage as he wants to. You got a helicopter, which is over. That could be chaotic in just a second. But you also have the most powerful weapon in the game, as far as I'm concerned, and that's Sloan Striker Burst Rifle, the mythic Striker Burst Rifle, which was picked up just a little bit earlier from D-Wolf by taking down Sloan as well. So, hey, we'll see if that's going to come into play. Nice shots, but also onto Doc. He's got composure, though, and he's not going to go down without a fight.
He's able to take down one, find a knock. Now has a 1v2 situation at the very least, but D-Wolf's here to play the trades. I love this from D-Wolf. They'll separate, they'll do that casting, and then they'll reel each other back in and play together, and it looks like they were able to find at least one, if not potential 2 of these elims, as D-Wolf does clean one up that Doc knocked beforehand. That'll be Doc's first, attributed to him. Total of, I believe, 4 for this duo, and their competition is starting to rack up a few eliminations in their own right as well. Looks like Stone Mountain and Z are also up to 4.
That's right, up to 4. 5 now for Dr. Disrespect D-Wolf. And we're going to see this, I think, be neck and neck throughout the entirety of this best of 1. Both rosters understanding and knowing the gravity of the situation. That helicopter has been quite tricky to maneuver inside the building. You don't typically see a heli in a building, but in this case, in Fortnite, I guess we do. You also typically don't see a human being versus a banana, but also in Fortnite you do, and I love that about Fortnite and how unique it really is. It seems like the collider action is going to slow down a bit. Surely we start rotating out in just a second.
Right, and one of the things you notice in those fights as well is that D-Wolf is using those chug splashes constantly, right? It's one of the only instant heals that you can utilize. You chuck them at the ground, it'll heal not only your health, but then carry over to your shields as well. So keep an eye out for that. Resource management today is going to be everything when it comes down to the 1v multiple encounters, and D-Wolf did a fantastic job staying alive, and it looks like he has found 5 eliminations to his name, and it looks like Doc might have 2, and might be in a bit of trouble as well on the other side. The 2-time is down and out currently, and we'll see. Whoa, D-Wolf's got to be careful. The railgun from distance hits like a truck.
Yeah, it's definitely something that hurts, man. And also, I believe an instant headshot, too, depending if you do get connected on. So you got to be careful for that. D-Wolf has a lot to work with, but losing his partner, it absolutely has to hurt. Up close and personal for Stone, though. He should have this, and no, he doesn't. He drops, and now Z-Laner has to go big, which, to his credit, he will, and going for the full finish. You definitely want to do that. Secure the elimination so you at least have that point in case things start to go sour. Z-Laner will go ahead and disengage. He can't get up his partner just yet.
Not yet, but he will be able to take this kind of airlift up, get a bit of information in the air, look around, scout out the area. Stone should be able to get revived here without having to get fully rebooted. And on the other side, looks like D is going to make sure that he can get to the 2-time and grab that card so he can go for the reboot. He would love to have Doc back in to play the support role. And again, this is a best of 1. So if D were to fall here, that's it. That's all she wrote. Whatever their elimination total is, that is all you can get. There's no more maps to be had, and your opponents are going to have the rest of the lobby to deal with. It looks like he's in an encounter. Shotgun into the SMG. Swings around quite a bit of damage. Hasn't quite found the full elim. Is going to try to take on the helicopter. It's going every single which way. D in a bit of trouble, and it looks like his opponent hit the rift to go, and not a bad idea. D has hit some crazy shots out of the air, though. Could potentially clean this up from distance, but it's a good way to evade. Use that rift to get out of dodge, and I'll be curious to see what D does next.
Storm is only taking 4, I believe 1 at the moment. Yep, so he's going to be okay, and I think the big thing is getting his partner's card back, and he does exactly that. Now he can go ahead and dip and, you know, maybe work his way towards a reboot van, but he's got some unfinished business, some loose ends he has to tie up. There's more opponents just in front of him. I believe his opponents who disengage. Luckily, he's got a couple of slurp trucks that he can break, get his health back up to 100, which is great. Now he can fully engage, and he does have his opponents off to his left, which could, in a way, help him, depending if his opponents want to try and steal these eliminations.
Right, and he's got that all too valuable Sloan Striker burst rifle that hits like a truck from distance and is insanely accurate. So as long as he can play these tree angles correctly, maybe catch one of these opponents unaware, should be able to find an elim to add to his current total of 5. It's currently tied ball game, getting shot from multiple angles, though. He's going to have to be careful. Lost all of his shields at this point. He's going to have to take that pot, throw it down, and then maybe get back into the action. If I'm D, though, right, like they're guarding the reboot van, so you might try to rotate out here as long as you don't lose your life in the process, but it might just be throwing bullets down range and finding a knock that will allow you to do that, right? It's not just going to be mobility, but the car, this is the best option to get out. He found an enemy close by and uses the vehicle to get around the corner, but now the question is, where do we go from here? A very precarious situation. D is doing everything in his power. The
this might not be it.
The Wolfpack is cheering him on, saying, "Stay alive, Reflections."
Oh my lord, I'm so nervous for him. Floating in the air, you're kind of a sitting duck, but he manages to get away and disengage. What a play that was for D-Wolf, and the smartest play to make. He knew staying in that area, it just wasn't going to work out. He was taking way too much damage. Unfortunately, that means Stone Mountain as well as Z-Laner have free reign to get the cleanups on whoever it was in the area that obviously we just witnessed D-Wolf in, but you got to preserve your life sometimes and just live to play another day. This is a best of one, ladies and gentlemen. Losers bracket. The Duck, D-Wolf, Z-Laner, Stone Mountain fighting for their tournament lives. And right now, it's Stone Mountain and Z-Laner with the 2 elimination lead.
They're also still on that power play. They're going to hit the Rift to go to rotate around the map quicker and make sure they evade any sort of bad situations. You don't like playing fights inside the storm. Again, it's not chunking away too much damage right now, but it will continue to uptick. D is going to be able to get that reboot. Whew, that was a stressful situation. I gotta say, D-Wolf's ice in his veins in those moments when not only are you the last alive of your team, not only are you down to a quarter of your health, but it's also a $100,000 tournament and you're in a best of one in the losers bracket. It doesn't get any more kids than that, and he is just staying calm, cool, and collected and keeping their dreams alive.
Well, now they have to break from the storm. It'll finish collapsing in about 38 seconds. Then it starts ticking for 2. So they definitely need to get out of the storm as quickly as possible. Plus, they might not run into many opponents, obviously, because not many opponents are going to be in the storm. They've already they've already worked their way towards the current safe zone. In the case, though, for Z-Laner, same situation, still inside the storm. We do notice up ahead, Stone Mountain is way up there, which means he's most likely going to be the guy getting into engagements early on, but his health isn't looking too healthy, and he has no hills in his inventory.
Right, and that's something else we mentioned, right? Resource management, having your heals, having your different abilities to move about the map quickly. Certainly the shockwave grenade, one of the major ways to do that. You wouldn't like to use your last one just to get inside the zone, and I'm not sure that's exactly what you want to do, is just use that last one, then you're down and out. And he does find a med kit along the way. A few apples certainly will help out and be able to heal back up so you can continue traversing this zone. Everyone fighting their way back into the map. And Z-Laner's now gone down at this point, so it could be a power play the other direction. And the question, though, for you, Reflections, is the 2-time even going to make it to the next zone? And I think he could be carried or thrown that direction and make it for the revive, but you know, again, resources are low on every side of the equation here.
Yeah, he'll get carried, but, I mean, will he break free? That's going to be the question. And it looks as if he will be just fine. What a play from D-Wolf to not only maintain his life when he had to disengage, but also get Dr. Disrespect rebooted and then carry him out of the storm. Z-Laner being down, Stone Mountain at just a sliver of health. I got to be honest with you, Goja, in chat. There is a chance Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf can clear 3 eliminations or even make it 4 and come out of losers bracket, or at least, move forward in losers bracket and stay alive, most importantly.
Right. It is a tight moment, a clincher, as they say sometimes, and 3 elimination deficit is not insurmountable by any means, but they're going to have to find some resources to make some of these encounters a bit easier. You're going to rotate a little bit slower, loot up first and foremost, and then once you're looted, now we can get back into the equation. And it doesn't look like, right? Like, their opponents aren't necessarily chugging away at some massive pace either. And these are the types of lobbies we were mentioning beforehand that are maybe a bit more high-skilled, a bit of a blender, as they say, for both of these teams. Just really the question becomes who can get right back into the encounter and start racking up those team fights and those wins in order to secure the victory overall.
All right, and Stone Mountain's actually going to hop onto the boat with D-Wolf, and you can clearly tell what his game plan is. There's powers in numbers, but there's also the chance that Stone Mountain can implement that fact that, okay, you want to, output the damage. That's fine. I'm going to get that final shot, and therefore tally up another elimination, but taking some damage in a boat, they've got to dip. They've got to get out of dodge, and they're going to do exactly that, but hopefully there's no stragglers up ahead. This could be an ambush.
Exactly, and it looks like they've dropped Doc off on the island and sent Stone Mountain into the water and said, yeah, good luck. You can draw all the fire because if you go down, we have the rest of the lobby to work with. Everyone's a bit weak. Everyone low on resources. Z's card nearly inattainable at this point, if not impossible to grab. So it's going to be a 2v1 in the favor of Doc and D-Wolf, but they are down by 3 elims. A huge moment right here to find these elims. You have to make sure Stone Mountain does not steal any of these away. And at the same time, Stone has gone down. Stone has gone down, Reflections. This is a crucial moment for the duo as we get into the latter portions of this map. They need 3 to tie, 4 to win.
Well, that should be at least 1 down, maybe a second off in the bush up ahead. I think that's 2 that he's able to pick up, at least from what I can tell. That puts him at 10 and 9. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled and glued to the bottom left just to see that elimination feed. So at this point, it's still very doable, but I really hope those demons, or at least those ghosts of the last series, don't start to haunt them, where Dr. Disrespect, D-Wolf, they were just 1 elimination away from tying it up and 2 from winning, only to find themselves in loser's bracket because they ran into just a goated squad that ended up taking them down.
Exactly, right?
Oh, 11 to 10. They did it.
Oh, did they do it?
Nice.
They
I don't know where I miscounted, but I'm glad I did.
Hey, I'm here for
I'll take
it.
that.
Sniper in the hand of Dr. Disrespect. You can't lose. And I believe the doctor himself, the 2-time back-to-back champion, has won their matchup in the losers bracket. Half of Dripping in Heat will be headed out of this tournament, and that half will be Z-Laner. So good luck, Z, with all of your endeavors the rest of the day. No more fights here in the event. Dr. D and D-Wolf will be moving on to face off against Joe and Doug is Raw, which will be another fun best of 1 to watch.
Love to see it, Dr. Disrespect, D-Wolf. Congratulations, and for Z-Laner and Stone Mountain, heck of an effort. But you were going against a 2-time. What result did you expect would happen? 13 to 10, Tfue, Zimmy, Maddie, Upshaw. I am very proud to see Maddie and Upshaw this neck and neck with Tfue and co. I know Maddie is an incredible player representing complexity today, but Tfue is heating up and starting to laser some players up ahead who just continue to bot walk straight into him. You can't do that to Tfue and expect not to be punished.
He's got the gunny, especially when your opponents are walking in a straight line. 1, 2, 3, make it the easiest series of elims you could find. Tfue up to a total of 14 by himself. A massive effort from Tfue every single map. And as a reminder, folks, this is the best of 3 side of the bracket. The winner's bracket is still best of 3. And I believe, Reflections, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're in the semifinals currently, right? In our winner's bracket?
Getting pretty deep. Getting pretty deep. Round 3 for sure. And I believe it is, in fact, semis, and then loser, or should be winners finals should be coming up relatively soon. We're getting deep into the tournament. That's the reality of it. And, well, for Maddie, hopefully Upshaw games can obviously get that reboot to make it a bit more competitive, because I do not see Tfue or Zimmy dropping anytime soon. It's just kind of not their style. I think Tfue's only dropped once in this tournament, and that was because of his own fall damage.
Right, exactly. And I think there's a huge opportunity for Tfue and company to make it all the way to not only the winners finals, but also the grand finale. Again, they were kind of the favorite on paper going into this, but it's Fortnite, anything could happen. Curious to see if maybe Upshaw or Maddie can pull it out in the next map if that wasn't map 3. And we're going to swing back over to Zimmy's perspective. Again, plenty of success to his name. You know, played against Tfue in a number of the no build events that have happened over the past couple months, and has found a ton of success and finds his, well, first double digits now, eliminations, 10 elims to his name. As we get into the latter halves of this map, the gap has been dramatically increased with this power play. I mean, and this is the thing to note too, right? If you give Tfue and Zimmy an inch, they're going to take it a mile every single time. When their competition is not chunking away at a ton of elims at the same rate, they're going to be able to find elimination, team wipe after team wipe, and there's now Zimmy's 11th. They're up to a total of 25, make it 26. Who knows? Could be 27, and I think stole that one away right underneath Upshaw's nose.
Yep.
Yeah, I got the
tough to see. You're right. Zimmy hit those final shots, and they were clean shots, to say the least, especially keeping it steady while jetpacking in, and that's got to be frustrating. You're already down so much, and then you have Zimmy taking your elims. He cracks a smile. Typically, we see Tfue, Zimmy, they don't really show emotion per se when they're actually competing and playing, but when they crack that smile, you know they're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, you know things are certainly going their way, and I'm curious to see if they can keep up the pace. It does look like this is match point for them. They're up 1-0 in the overall series here. It's a best of 3, so if they win this map, then they will be moving forward to the winners finals. And I want to remind everybody, right, this is a $100,000 hotshot duo drop event featuring Fortnite. First place is walking away with $40,000. Second place is still walking away with $25,000. Third at $13,000, and then it goes down from there. And you still get paid $2,000 even if you walk away in 8th place. And so the money's already on the line. Really just the question is, how much will you be making, right? Like, third place position of losing losers finals, you're still going to be walking away with $13,000. A great day in the arena, that is to be certain.
Bonsai Bros, a talented duo that we're familiar with. If you're not, they are twins, and it's awesome to watch them compete. They know Fortnite like the back of their hand. They commentate it, they play it, they stream it, they do a little bit of everything. They were also the duo that eliminated Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf down to the losers bracket just a series before, and now they're going against Typical Gamer and Ranger, a very, very notable duo that have had plenty of success in Fortnite and other titles. The Bonsai Bros, they're up 1-0 in this best of 3, and they're also up in game 2, 3-2, but this one still has a lot more to be played out. We could get a game 3, or Bonsai Bros could win it outright 2-0, depending on what Typical Gamer and Ranger are up to.
Look, I was talking to Bonsai Bros before the production got started. We were kind of in our caster call, and they were asking some questions. They were preparing for this moment. Well, I'll get back to that because Ranger's getting annihilated from distance, and this could be the power play they need. Ranger gets fully down and out, and now it's all up to Typical Gamer to keep their dreams alive, not only in this map but in the winner's bracket. But Bonsai Bros, look, they've been doing exactly what they said they would do in DMs. They said, we're winning this, coach, and there's no question about it. We've had the experience.
Wow, they said that.
They said there is no question we're getting into the grand finale, and we want to meet Tfue and Zimmy there, and there's a real chance they meet them there in the winners finals.
There is. I mean, they're incredible, and even picking up the squad that finished off Ranger and forced Typical Gamer to rotate out just a little bit ago. In fact, there is a silver lining to this potentially. Typical Gamer, we saw him disengage, but because Bonsai Bros pick up the squad and get those elims, the reboot card is within grasp, and in fact, it is going to be picked back up, so Typical Gamer can get Ranger back into the fight. But from one fight to the other, another elim being stacked up, and Bonsai Bros continue to just rack up those elims. Typical Gamer getting Ranger back into the fight. I love to see that. I would be remiss to see this game end earlier than it should. I think we still have a lot more eliminations to clean up.
And as a reminder, this is the semifinals of the winners bracket. This is the top half of the bracket. The winner of this match will go on to face the winner of Tfue and Zimmy versus Maddie and Upshaw. And in that matchup, it was Tfue and Zimmy ahead by a fairly sizable margin. So the assumption would be that you're going to go up against Tfue. But again, anything can happen. There could be some regains on the other side. So it's currently tied in this map, but not tied in the overall series. 1-0 in the favor of Bonsai Bros. And fun little piece of information on the right-hand side. Typical Gamer and Ranger first began competing together more than 3 years ago. And
yes, that's
look,
right.
I gotta say, Reflections, I mean, you were probably casting a lot of those events, right?
Yeah, I mean, Typical Gamer Ranger, they are no strangers to elimination races, and that's what I was saying about whether it be Tfue, Dr. Lupo, and Tim the Tatman just a little bit earlier. Like, those guys have been playing Fortnite for the longest time, and even back in, there was one series that I used to cast over, we did a plethora of elimination races, and we had all the celebrities, we had all the professional gamers, and, Ranger, Typical Gamer, like, they were some of them who were winning tournaments pretty consistently. They're incredible in their own way. And again, just to circle back, that's what makes it even more impressive that Bonsai Bros, who, to their credit, they know Fortnite, they weren't around back then. They weren't competing in those high-profile elimination tournaments, but they're here now, and they're making the most of it, and they're playing incredibly well with winners finals just a hair away.
Right, exactly. It's kind of these old guard and new guard players coming together, content creators and these really competitive, sweaty players all competing against each other in the same event, which is what we love about the way Dr. Disrespect has organized this event. And shout out to, of course, everybody behind the scenes with Boom as well. And Bonsai Bros are going to take a bit of fire from distance. They're going to use that helicopter in order to rotate around the map and find these encounters. This is exactly what they wanted, right? They want to go up in the air. They want to take a few different bullets of damage and find their opponents and then engage in order to start increasing this deficit that they currently have on their opponents. It was 5-5 a moment ago, but because Typical Gamer had to go revive and reboot Ranger, they've increased that deficit to now 7-12 to 5 currently, but they're both in a bit of trouble as they're both in these close range encounters. One's going to shockwave out and get out of dodge. The other is going to clean up and find at least one elim.
Hey, good on them, though, for staying alive. That could have been a tense moment, and it incredibly was, but only a rock to hide behind. And Aboden is full sending, and he's got a shotty in hand, and he's going to get mowed down by the Stinger. One half of the twin is over with. The other one now has to carry the torch, and I'm sure he's going to do exactly that. From one action-packed fight to another, Typical Gamer and Ranger, and another fight themselves, and I believe an opponent just up ahead, along with some IO guards. So they've got a bit of, both worlds they have to deal with. Let's see how they do it.
This is a kind of power play position that was going one direction and now has swung the other. The recon scanner, you can see how important and useful it can be. The more information you have, the better you are for it. You have a more of a competitive advantage. Bushwookies can't hide any longer when you use the recon scanner, and see the Rift as well, used for momentum and mobility. See what they're able to do. And this is the moment that you needed, right? You needed your opponents to go down on hard times. You needed your opponents to have to slow their pace that they had before. And you have sort of stopped the bleeding, and now you need to swing it back the other direction. You can't just use this time to regain and kind of loop back up. You have to use this time where your opponents are down to one player trying to reboot to find a ton of eliminations. And it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do on the outer reaches of the zone.
6 eliminations is not that large of a gap to overcome, especially from what we've seen. Like, I mean, you know, Tfue earlier was in a game with his squad and, you know, ultimately picked up 50 plus or 30 plus. So these numbers are still relatively low. Typical Gamer Ranger can absolutely come back and even out with the score update. Now 9 to 12. Make that maybe even a couple more as they do pick up some on your screen. Now 11 and 12. Again, 6 is not a big gap. Bonsai Bros are going to have to work a bit harder, and with them already having one player down and out and the reboot card not acquired, Goja might start getting worried for them.
Talk about a swing of momentum. It was a 7-point deficit, less than 2 at the very most 2, if not swinging the other direction. You can see on your screen right now, Typical Gamer has 6 eliminations in their own name, and that was so funny. Like, as you were talking, they found 4, 5 elims in a row of all of these players, solos or otherwise, just peeking out from different angles, and no one would shoot back at them. And those are the moments you just got to capitalize on. When the bots are in your lobby, take them out. And I don't mean necessarily real bots. I just mean lower skilled players you can kind of take advantage of and win those fights, right? Like, you will take everything you can get because you know how sweaty some of these pubs players can be.
Yeah, without question. You'll take it. You'll take it if you can get it. Just like Tfue earlier, he had 3 players literally walking straight into his gunfire. But Tfue's not going to stop shooting and say, let me take it easy on you, brother. No, he's going to pick up those elims and pad the stats.
Wow.
And I do want to point out, by the way, Bonsai Bros does get at least a reboot card, but he has to find a reboot van to get his brother back into the mix. Meanwhile, business as usual. Typical Gamer Ranger, they have truly hit their stride. They took over the lead just a little bit earlier, and for sure going to have it at least as of now. One player just underneath the bridge trying to be sneaky, but you're not going to be too sneaky to the point you're going to trip up Ranger.
Wow, they have been officially on our score tallies. They have moved ahead. 15 total eliminations between the two of them. I believe that's 8 for Ranger and 7 for Typical Gamer. Exactly what they needed to happen just happened. They found a ton of eliminations. They've wiped this POI, and now they need to rotate to the next, because this is that downtime between POIs where your opponents can start racking up those elims as well and even the playing field. I think this is going to come down to a nail biter, especially if the Bonsai Bros can get each other back and both players are back into the mix here into the late game.
Without question, it could come down to the final elim, that hide and seek moment that I said a little bit earlier, trying to find that one guy who's, you know, lady, male, whatever, who's trying to, you know, just get the victory royale, and it's a mad dash. Who picks him up first? Well, we might get to that point, and the victory royale could be in the works relatively soon. Ranger desperately trying to rotate through the map. The other half of the Bonsai Bro does get back into the fight, as you said a little bit earlier, and a scan is in to just see who's going to be up ahead, and also what loot can I potentially find. And I think I saw a little bit of an exclamation point down there, so maybe an IO guard, but I'm not seeing any enemies just yet, so the search will continue.
Looks like most of the players have already rotated into the next circle potentially, so they're going to do a lot of the same, because again, it is a race for elims, not necessarily a race to win the map. The victory royale is fine and great and dandy, but it only matters if you finish the game with the most elims. Looks like the Bonsai Bros finally in another encounter. This is a must-win circumstance for them in this map. Able to knock one on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, going for the second, unable to do so. It looks like his brother is not close enough to not get thirsted, so back down to only one of the twins alive, and we'll see which one is able. I would call them by their name, Travis or Sean, but at first glance, I can't tell them apart, and that's just.
Honestly, I was leaving it to you, because I'm like, I've worked with both of them, and I still don't know which one is which. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you, so I just call them Bonsai Bro. They're both Bonsai Bros, and even their gamer tag are kind of twins. Bonsai Bros, by the way, and Bonsai Bros. So it's like, which one is which? Hey, we're just gonna rock, and they're both the same. All right, at least at this point, and one of them's got to carry the torch, just like The other one did, and I think they switched places, believe it or not.
Right.
Bonsai Bros, by the way, was down earlier, so now it's up to the other. Ranger, though, picking up elims alongside that, a typical gamer, and we're going sky high. Nice shots, TG. But there's still some unfinished business. I think another couple of players just down below. There's one of them, and the dual SMG is going to knock them both out of the way. Liking what I'm seeing. This should be a squad wipe once that one player is officially cleaned up and finished.
Wow.
And with that elim, I believe it's relatively mathematically impossible unless reboots happen. But at this point, the swing was wild, and typical gamer and Ranger truly took over the game.
Very well done to play trades, and those are the moments you look back on and you say, we're so glad we're playing all of our fights together. That one fight in a 1v4 situation was going to be difficult to win. Speaking of difficult to win, Doc trying to play an aggressive move out into the open, unfortunately doesn't have a lot of cover to work with. And again, we're back down into the losers bracket. A hard shift, right? This map is a must-win for both teams, and now that the 2-time is down, it's all up to D-Wolf again. It is a relatively tight race, 10 versus 11. D's got opponents on either direction, and he wants to get Doc back up as soon as possible, but doesn't want to risk going out into the open just yet. Great knock from distance. Could potentially find a second. Looks like Doug is Raw also trying to get involved in this encounter and steal away some of these elims, but he will fall in the process. This is a beautiful moment for D to find a few more elims and potentially grab that card and get that reboot.
Once Doug is Raw is going to be finished off, it could officially be a 1v1. And talk about ground loot. Gets the Sloan Striker Burst Rifle. Immediately gets that first shot accuracy and finishes off 1, finishes off 2 to put him at 9 total eliminations. But you got the 2-times card. You still got to pick up. You evened up the score line. You made it competitive, but let's make it a bit more competitive by getting the Dr. D back into the fight.
Look, we got to give a hand to the Wolfpack, everybody cheering on D-Wolf and his community, because this man is a monster. A total of double digits now, 10 eliminations for D-Wolf. Should be able to get back Doc quickly, and they can continue to work together in the clutchest of moments. D-Wolf has been coming out on top, and we'll see if he can continue to replicate that success. It looks like Joe is going to carry Doug as Raw to a bit of, well, I was going to say safety. Maybe I spoke too soon. Uh-oh. Now in a precarious situation on the other side. Joe in a 1v1 at distance. Doesn't have the striker burst. Is going to have to use the Ranger. Well, it looks like somebody stole it away. That could have been D that maybe stole it away from inside the zone.
It was. Wow, with the Sloan Striker Burst Rifle, I'm telling you, that is the best gun you can have in the game in terms of distance and ranged weapons go. Incredible job. D-Wolf, Dr. Disrespect are truly doing this, and it's a mad dash. Both opponents, or I should say both competitors, have their teammates' respective cards. But this late in the game, and also with the reboot van, you know, pretty much in the open, and you know everybody's going to be gunning for you. You're going against consistent squads. Is it worth risking getting him back in a fight? And for D-Wolf, he's picking up elims, so I think that's going to be his game plan, Goj. His game plan is just to see how many he can rack up, and he sends a car flying sky high to pick up yet another.
D-Wolf is not messing around. Long range, short range, doesn't matter. All the ranges in between. He is out on top, and he is moving different. And something worth noting, we're going to take a look at the right-hand corner of our screen right now. This is a very tight race. Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf up by a few elims, but there's only some odd, what, it looks like 9 other players left in the lobby now that everybody's been rebooted. So this is a mad dash to find the opponents, because it is going to come down to potentially 1 elimination. And I don't know if I'm going to read the, I don't know if I'm going to read that little extra tidbit on the left side.
Yep, not going to read that. That doesn't exist. Look, come on. Like, I know production. This is the 2-time we're talking about. He doesn't have any flaws. He doesn't have any negatives. He only has positives, and he only dominates. I'm not reading that nonsense.
Standing at 6'8" with the 37-inch vertical leap, the Champions Club is cheering on their hero. We'll see if they can come out on top. They've got a slight lead. Numbers are dwindling. Everything on the line, and a moment to move forward. A best-of-1 series means this is the only map that counts. And as we take a look at the bracket, that whoever wins this will be moving on to face off against Maddie and Upshaw Games, who did end up losing out to Tifu and Zemi earlier.
Right, Tifu Zemi obviously playing really well. That was going to be a tough game, especially with Maddie being down and Upshaw forced to solo it out. But not going to be easy either way for Dr. Disrespect if he does move forward. But nice to see all four back on the battlefield. It was almost a hit and run. He's now out of it and up close and personal. Which gun do you want to use? He finally gets it, but that got tense down to 15 health, but he's still alive.
A massive elimination, too. D's finding his own off onto the right side. Doc had to win that one, and he was able to do so. Drum shotgun and some of these other shotguns are so deadly at close range. Now D-Wolf in a bit of trouble has found a knock. There's another on top of him. He's going to go up into the air with the jetpack, exposing himself, but moving his aim around, finds the elimination, shakes off his opponent, and a scream, an exclamatory phrase. They are locked in. Reflections. I don't think there's anything.
Let's go. This is so good. This is so good. Goes. I'm loving it.
I don't think there's anything that can stop this duo at this point, especially as Douglas Rock goes down. Talk about violence, talk about speed, and talk about the momentum of this duo right now.
Oh, the momentum is real, and Douglas Raw is down, and it's up to not Joe Woe, but D-Wolf taking a ton of damage. You can see his stat line slowly dwindling away, but he'll be fine. He'll get back into it. But what will Joe Woe do? He's on your screen. He knows. This is his moment to shine. Sees an opponent just yeeting his teammate up. Brother, I got you. But the reality is you don't got him. You really don't. It was just a false promise. But he does have his teammate. He gets Douglas Raw back. Well, not officially, though. 8 seconds is a long time, and a sniper could whiz by.
It could, but I believe there's only 2 other players left in this lobby. So as you start taking a look at the math on the left-hand side, I believe the 2-time himself blockbuster champion will be moving forward in the losers bracket with D-Wolf. A very well done job for this duo. Great chemistry, great motion together, and a great job of winning their ones in order to move forward into survey. Yeah, he's celebrating, excited. He knows the job's not done yet. You know, they might be at the tippity top of the mountain, but they're only halfway
job's done,
up.
baby. Right?
Only
job has to be
up.
done with only 2. Oh, you're saying job not done in a tournament? 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Mamba mentality. Settle for nothing less than a championship. All right, the doc knows what's at risk, what's at stake. He said, "I'm muting all streams. Okay, I'm not paying attention to any of the other nonsense. The only thing that matters is right here, right now, that championship. You think you're going for a reboot? You actually might get it. Doc's not connecting onto the ankles. I can't lie. I don't know how that's happening, but D-Wolf gets it. Well done. The 2 times we'll move forward with D-Wolf.
Dance on him, Doc. Very well done by this duo. Again, moving forward to face off against Maddie and Upshaw games. And again, up in the winners bracket, we've had Tifu and Zimmy move forward into the winners finals, awaiting on their competition, which is going to be the winner of the Bonsai Bros versus Typical Gamers team. Now, Reflections, I have one more storyline I want to toss out there for you, because we got to take a breath for a second. The games are about to get started again. We're not going to any breaks or anything. We're about to jump right back into it. One of the storylines we have not yet mentioned, and down in the losers bracket, Aiden, right? Formerly Ghost Aiden. You probably have heard his name if you've heard of Fortnite, and of course,
couple times.
has a ton of success in other titles. Aiden playing with Prospering. They lost their first round matchup. They've been in the losers bracket since the very beginning, and they have won over and over and over and over again, and they find their way into the losers, I believe, quarterfinals right now, awaiting on their competition. So you could see Aiden make his way all the way into the losers finals and make his way against, I would hope, right, the 2-time versus D-Wolf in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. Aiden has great composure. He plays in tournaments all the time. So you know very well Aiden's capability to make it through losers bracket and not get too phased by a loss. You know, losses happen. It's all about learning and just moving on. And that's that winner's mentality Aiden truly has. Now, I am a bit concerned for Legion and Reverse. They've got to go against Aiden and Co. That's going to be their matchup in the losers bracket. But let's just talk about it. I mean, it's pretty miraculous that Legion has made it this far. I love Legion. Had a chance to talk to him recently. He's got a heart of gold. As long as he stays away from riding ATVs in a bush and not paying attention to the game and then getting beamed in that bush, I think he could do okay. Hopefully Reverse keeps him in check.
I think they actually got taken out. I refreshed our bracket, and Aiden has moved all the way up to past Legion in Reverse, took him out 1-0. Aiden and Prosper
I'm living in the past.
They took out Summit and Hutch as well. So Aiden and Prosper are actually waiting on to take the losers of Bonsai versus TG. So I believe we're going to hop into the game, and we'll just be keeping our eyes and ears out for Aiden. They might pop up on the screen later if they continue that success.
I'm sorry, Legion, you were already eliminated. I was trying to hype you up, but also bringing you down about the ATV play. You're right. I just got to hit that refresh button, and I cannot believe how many losers matches have already taken place. This tournament has been phenomenal, not only from the production standpoint, action standpoint, but just in general, man. It's been incredible, and I can't believe the tournament's moving as smoothly as it is. I knock on wood. I hope I didn't just jinx anything. Caster Curse affected Dr. disrespected them a little bit earlier, but let's bring it in. This is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. Winner's bracket. Winner moves forward to play against Tifu and Zimmy in winners finals for a spot in grand finals. This is a big moment. We're on game number 3. Unless this goes to a tie and we have to go to a tiebreaker, this should be the third and final game between these two great duos.
Exactly. Let's all take one big collective deep breath. It was non-stop action in the, well, okay, we're right back into the action. It looks like Rangers found one, but we can slow our pace down a little bit. All deep breath for a second at the very least, as each of these players are going to loot up, but it is still a must-win situation for both of the duos, right? Like, this is map number 3 of a best of 3, and of course, if you do lose, you will go down to face off against Aiden and Prospering in the losers bracket, but you certainly wouldn't like to go down to a best of 1 series. You want to stay in the winners bracket, have that advantage going in to the latter half of this tournament into potentially the grand finale. But at this point, I believe all of the teams left will be walking away with at least some money along the way. I believe we have about 8 teams left or close to it, and the top 8 teams will be walking home with some. 8th place will receive $2,000 split between your duo. That's a great day in the office, right? I'd walk away with 8 points and $1,000 every day of the week.
Better than we're doing. I mean, that's the fact, right? We're not playing. I wish we were some. Well, we wouldn't make it very far. I can't, again, I always speak for you, Goj, and say we wouldn't make it very far. Maybe you would make it very far. I know I for sure wouldn't. Maybe first round if I was lucky. But at the end of the day, they definitely have just an amazing opportunity to make some real money. And like you said, not a bad day in the office by any means. Greasy Grove has been profitable for Ranger and his teammate. They sit at least 3 eliminations from what I can see. From Ranger's perspective, Typical Gamer got one a little bit earlier with that trusty common pistol, which, hey, you can't discredit the uncommon, or excuse me, the common pistol. It is an absolute beast and an animal. But there's also some loose ends they got to type up top, and I think, well, that guy's really slippery for some reason. I don't know why, but he's finally down and one more in the basement.
They found plenty of eliminations in this POI. Greasy, maybe a bit more active. I mean, it's always usually fairly active, but a full 2 teams here. Again, it is quads, right? Like, you're fighting against full teams of 4, so, you know, 2 teams doesn't sound all too active, but that's 8 players you have to deal with, and they've just about done that at this point. I believe a total of 7 eliminations between the 2 of them, and they're going up on Bonsai Bros earlier and early into this lobby rather, and see if they can continue this success. Again, there was a lot of swings back and forth in the last matchup. We saw Bonsai go up, then it was TG's team that went up, and it was all about staying alive, right? When you gave your opponents that power play position, right? When you were up in the overall player count 2-1 comparatively, that's when the momentum swings went back and forth, and it was a very close race, but TG did come out on top in map 2. So here in map 3, I know Bonsai Bros are talking to each other, or maybe communicating telepathically because they're twins, right? Like, that's certainly possible.
Yeah.
And they're saying, hey, we've got to stay alive. We got to take encounters. We got to take fights that we know we can win.
We are soaring, ladies and gentlemen. We are soaring through the air, and it looks like pretty much a clear path. Nobody to be found just yet, but make no mistake about it, there's going to be an engagement very shortly. And Bonsai Bros, they are killers, you know, despite what you might think about their cute faces. And they are cute, Bonsai Bros. I'm sorry I said that. I don't know why I said that, but I'm going to stand by it. I love my Bonsai Bros. I really do, and hopefully they hear that later. But still, nobody around just yet, but coming up to Crossroads, I definitely think there's going to be some players located just up ahead. And in fact, here we are. One player shooting an IO guard. This might be his final play.
I can only imagine it will be.
There it is.
And there's a quick elimination there for the Bonsai Bros, continuing to creep up their tally, but their opponents are moving fairly quickly. A total of 10 now for TG. There's the numbers coming through here for Bonsai. They're going to try to grab this full team wipe. There's one underneath the gas station looking for a second. Shotgun in hand, able to crack away at some of their health and find, well, it looks like a pesky infant on the other side. Finds now 2 eliminations. Looking for the full team wipe, and I believe our numbers maybe crept up ahead of us, and we're getting a little bit of information from the future, which was, yes, they will find that full team wipe. 10-7 is the total elimination tally, and TG and Ranger are trying to make sure they stay within encounters constantly. And again, we'll continue to talk about this all day today. You've got to go from team fight to team fight to team fight with as little downtime as possible. Use the collider and other things to rotate quickly to make sure that happens.
The best comment I've ever seen in my life. These two look like the guys off of HGTV channel that flip houses. That is amazing, and I absolutely firmly believe in that statement. And Bonsai Bros probably wouldn't be mad at that statement, and I'm sure they've heard it before. That is great. Whoever said that, I think it was Bakwa. Appreciate you out there in chat, and I love all of you guys for joining us today, supporting Dr. Disrespect and the amazing streamers that we have playing and competing today. Only 2 eliminations separate these 2 great duos, and we're over at Sleepy Sound, and Ranger is on the hunt. But will anybody be around, anybody be found? Notice that white line. They are decently far from the zone and where it's going to be once the storm eventually collapses down. So I think at this point they're more focused on, let me get some shockwaves, some mobility items, typical. I'll come pick you up. We'll take a drive. Let's see if we can find any competition.
You know, it's so funny you said that, and I believe, I guess chat said that, is because I'm pretty sure I've tuned into the Bonsai Bros stream at some point, and their title was Discount Property Brothers from HGTV. So,
so they own it. I love that. They own it.
I don't think they're the first ones in chat to ever say that about this duo. They are certainly talented at Fortnite, great entertainers, but we'll see if they keep themselves alive in the winners bracket. So far, so good, by the way. I got to give them some credit. They've been playing fantastic all day. Unfortunately, took down Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf earlier in the matches, and it really was kind of the Fortnite RNG that took out Doc and D-Wolf, right? Like the Bonsai Bros, if you guys remember, if you're just tuning in and missed that matchup, it was a 1-1 series into game number 3, and Bonsai Bros were up slightly and then went down in a full wipe. So it opened up the rest of the lobby for D-Wolf and Doc to take care of, and they just couldn't quite stay alive. Got into an encounter that was a bit more sweaty, and Bonsai Bros moved forward, and they're going to continue to try to move forward as they find 1, make it 2 more eliminations, and should be creeping out ahead of Typical Gamer and Ranger by maybe 1, potentially 11-10.
Yeah, just 1. And that score is updating quite quickly, so I expect it to change relatively soon. Being at the Fortress, this is going to be a fun area to be at, given the fact that it's very hilly. So you got to find a way to get up. And talk about finding a way to get up. Do you see how quickly Bonsai Bros get up top using the cannon? They are not at... I mean, listen. These boys want to win. They told you in the DMs that they absolutely want to win. But how can you win against a tank? You can at least take down the gunner. And I'm liking it. Up close and personal. Tank versus Bonsai Bros. And the tank can't beat the tree. Clearly, that is an amazing elimination. They take the bull by the horn. Something Dr. Disrespect does all the time. And Bonsai Bros take an even greater lead.
Look, when you embody violent speed and momentum, if you take down the Doc himself, you better make your way to winners finals, or there'll be hell to pay. Well done by the Bonsai Bros. Stay confident in those situations. I mean, a tank is staring you down in the face and you slide towards it. That about embodies violent speed and momentum as much as possible. Very well done. Ranger has lost a tire in his vehicle, but is going to start rotating towards the Bonsai Bros. And notice is, hey, they're starting to creep away from us. They're starting to creep ahead in the elimination count. We've got to get involved. We've got to find some enemies as fast as possible. We're going to use these vehicles to do that.
They hit the zipline here.
Pod Boss saying 20 push-ups if you lose. Look, man, I don't want to take that bet. 20 push-ups, that's a lot to ask for, okay? Especially for a gamer hours. So, Pod Boss, hey, we'll take that challenge and we'll take it with a grain of salt. Put a post-it, put it on the door, on the wall, and it might just sit there. I don't think we're going to take you up on that. Being sneaky, though, is Ranger, but it's time to take the cannon once again. We're getting down to the final 14 players left on the map, and with that being said, this is the time to shine, the time to close the gap. And for Typical Gamer and Ranger, they've got a gap they most likely have to close. Bonsai Bros, however, are unrelenting as they move into Tilted. Typically, this is a hot zone, a hot area, but right now, no one is to be found.
Right, and when you start looking at the player count left in the lobby, right, you have a total of 14 other players left, a total of 18 to be had, with all 4 of our competitors still alive. And so it is going to be a bit more far and few between the fights. you've got to use the cannons. You've got to slide into the next encounter. So when you see this truck driving around, you've got to say, okay, they're around this reboot van. They're probably going to go for a res. We've got to get involved and find these eliminations because we're ahead, right? We don't want them to reboot. We don't want more players left in the lobby. The less, the better, because we've got that gap, that we have that buffer zone of, hey, if everyone goes down, we win, right? So don't let them reboot. Find the elim and push the equation. And that's exactly what one of our Bonsai Bros is doing in the top right-hand corner of your screen. I got to say, too, this overlay is fantastic for this duo.
Oh, it is. No, it's great. It really is. And maybe even confuses the viewers because, again, they're like, whoa, hold on, I'm seeing the same image, you know, but they're twins. But I do love the graphics. I think the production team has done an excellent job, and this has been a great tournament, even format-wise, because it seems as if we're consistently in action. We're consistently in game after game and watching moment after moment, and including Typical Gamer. Battle bus up ahead, but he's fearlessly gunning down the gunners. One more shot. I know you can hit it. There it is. The knockdown is in, but the finish isn't, so he still has unfinished business. He's using a shockwave. This is a risky move, but he's got to risk it for the biscuit. He knows his team is down, and there's only so many eliminations he can pick up. Wow. There's the full send, but he gets rifted out of nowhere.
The defensive rift. I love that play from the opponents. They were trying to get out of dodge. He gets involved into the rift. He gets shot up in the air. He's not going to be able to thirst those players that he got knocks on. We'll see if maybe Ranger can come in and help, but no, Ranger's going to go down and grab the paddle bus and drive away. At this point, it's got an enemy in the
run him over! Yes!
He's showing everything he can. There's a gunner from an enemy team hanging out trying to grab some elims in his own right. Typical Gamer in a frustrating...
Who's that on his bus?
It's somebody random. You gotta keep driving, TG. You got to keep driving. Oh my goodness.
No, get ran over yourself. Why is this so chaotic? Typical Gamer, bring it in, baby. I know you got it. Shockwave to disengage. Another shockwave to get away. An opponent in front. He can't catch a break, but he lasers the opponent up ahead. That's going to be one more. He goes for the finish. He'll get it, ladies and gentlemen. And now he can finally take a much-needed break, but not a long one. He still has eliminations he has to catch up. 8 eliminations separate the two. Bonsai Bros can still get the victory.
Just got scanned as well. The opponents know he's here, and he's able to crack shields on one. The question is, where are the rest? And if that doesn't show you the valuability and the necessity of having shockwave grenades, I don't know what will. I am blown away that TG is still alive. Now, staying alive doesn't necessarily mean they can win this map. Bonsai Bros are tearing it up right now, and this is what we wanted to replay, because not only was he able to shockwave out and forward, but also finds an elimination before the opponent can even shoot back. Very well done to stay alive and keep their dreams alive, but mathematically, it's starting to get very difficult, if not impossible. Down by 9, and I believe there's a total of 9 players left in the lobby.
That's right. Total of 9 players, and man, this is a tense moment for sure for Typical Gamer. He's desperately trying, and the frustration on his face shows to me, and you can see it in the elimination feed. Bonsai Bros picks up the elim despite Typical Gamer outputting so much damage. Game number 3 in this best of 3 in winner semifinals is going to be one from Bonsai Bros. They will move forward to play against Tfue and Co, Tfue and Zibby to be exact, for a spot in grand finals. But now it's time to heat it up a little bit more, Goj. Dr. Disrespect D-Wolf up by 2 over Maddie and Upshaw. Best of 1 losers bracket.
Oh man, this has been intense. I mean, it has been back and forth nonstop action, and huge congratulations, of course, to Bonsai Bros up in the winners bracket to move forward into the winners finals. Just like Reflection said, they'll be going up against Tfue and Zimmy, and that's going to be a best of 3 to determine who makes it into the grand finale. But down here, back with the 2-time himself and D-Wolf going up against Maddie and Upshaw. This is a best of 1 as a reminder. You might just be tuning in, right? You might just gotten off of school. Maybe you're doing some exams today. D-Wolf's gone down. He's not doing any school. He's getting schooled at this point because, well, it's into the evening. It's into the later afternoon, but we're into the later half of this tournament as well. And Doc is finding elimination after elimination. I believe potentially stealing a couple of those away from his opponents and grabbing the revive. Very well done by the 2-time to find 3 total eliminations to his own self and get D-Wolf back into the equation without the reboot.
True, perfect play. Like you said, without the reboot and with only, what, 12 eliminations that are up for grabs, going for a reboot now? Like, that's going to take some time away and gives time for Maddie and Upshaw to disconnect and separate themselves from this fight. And it seems as if we can never get away from the Collider. This has been the drop for Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf since the very start of this great tournament, and they continually find themselves back. But again, we've been talking about how good this location really is, and for D-Wolf, Dr. Disrespect, they're taking the bull by the horns and taking this hot drop. Up ahead is a player, make that 2, and Dr. Disrespect is going in, but he's unfortunately not going to get 1, but he can get the 2nd.
Yeah, it's actually a best case scenario. I was a bit afraid there was going to be 3-4 people up here to fight by himself, and maybe there are more. Doc holding one in the zone. He's doing a great job of throwing bullets down range. All of these players getting eliminated. It's up to D-Wolf. A take in the equation as well. You've got to be careful. The 2-time is down, and it looks like D-Wolf is actually taking shots from distance, trying to clean up these elims to make sure they don't get eliminated. And I don't mind this play. Although Maddie might be trying to steal away a few of these elims, you've got to make sure that your duo stays alive. So D-Wolf was able to play Overwatch, maybe grab a few elims. Wait a minute. Look at the top right-hand corner here, Reflections. A very close game nonetheless. D-Wolf's got 9 eliminations. There's only 3 players left, and they've got a lead of, I believe, 4. This could be all she wrote if nobody reboots.
It might be. The reboot, though, in Tilted is still there, and I believe there's going to be one more just up ahead as well. But the Storm's going to be ticking quite a bit, so going back into Tilted might not be the play to make. And, well, obviously, our competitors don't have to worry about that, but that is something that has to come to their mind when it comes down to the other players on the map who are looking to get the victory royale.
Man.
But the game's over with. Upshaw picks up 1, and Upshaw will pick up yet a 2nd. And the smile on Dr. Disrespect's face lets me know, at least I'm 99% sure they will be moving forward after beating Maddie and Upshaw. Dr. Disrespect refuses to go down. He refuses to lose, much like many of our other competitors and losers. But Goj, it's nice to see that beautiful smile on that man's face. So many times it's intensity, but a smile cracks through every once in a while, and it's a ray of sunshine.
It was a smile and then like a sigh of, oh, I didn't find that last elim, right? Like he wants to find every elimination that he can regardless. So I believe, oh, wait a minute. Reflections.
No.
I'm getting
wait, 15-13. Hold on. Who won? Who won?
I believe it's 15-13 Maddie. I want to say her stream was on a slight delay. And so as the eliminations came through, I saw a slight smile, but then the sigh of not even relief, maybe of disappointment. There's a chance the 2-time himself has actually lost in the losers, I believe, semifinals. And I am getting word from production. Unfortunate news. Bring down the music. Everybody look into the camera. And with me, unfortunately, we have to bid Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf farewell. They have lost in the losers bracket. It was a 1 map, 1 up, 1 down, and they just weren't quite able to find the last elimination to move forward. We thank Doc for putting on this event. We thank him for allowing us to all compete as well as commentate, but unfortunately their time has come to a close, and we'll keep you updated on how much money they did walk away with. I believe they'll be walking away with at least $2,000, but I'll double check that behind the scenes. We're gonna head to a very short break and a moment of silence here for Doc. When we come back, we'll bring you the rest of this event to see who walks away with the lion's share of $100,000. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. We see an unfortunate and untimely ending for the two-time champion. Still a champion in my heart, nonetheless. And I know you got some score updates for us.
Yeah, I believe they did fall actually tied 5th and 6th together. So as we take a look at that bracket, Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf will still be walking away with $5,000. So a great day in the arena nonetheless. But as we take a look at our winners bracket, somehow, Reflections, we're already here. And look who's in the winners finals. Bonsai Bro, after just barely sneaking by Doc and D-Wolf, might I add, by one singular elimination, they have made their way all the way to the winners finals, going against, on paper, some of the favorites, Tfue and Zimmy, who have been tearing it up thus far.
Tearing it up indeed, and that could be an understatement. They've been dropping nearly 30 bombs in each and every game that we've been watching them compete in. Maddie does move forward. Dr. Disrespect, unfortunately, eliminated, but typical gamer Team Aiden still yet to be played, or maybe they're well underway. Who knows how far that is going, but we talked about Team Aiden and how they've been working their way through the losers bracket, which is truly impressive to me. Aiden eliminated round 1. I was very worried when we talk about Aiden and his career in multiple BRs, but more importantly, throughout all of really Fortnite, his elimination tournament run has been impressive. He literally has won prestigious tournaments in the past that even Dr. Disrespect himself has competed in back in the day with other notable celebrities that I had a chance to cast over him. The fact that Aiden is still here is a true testament to his composure. Is there anybody other than Bonsai Bros, Tfue, in that losers bracket standing out to you personally?
No, I mean, I think the matchup Aiden and Prospering versus Typical Gamer and Ranger will be a very fun one, right? TG and Ranger have had a great series thus far. It's been very roller coastery, if I can call it that, right? It's been up and down swings of momentum. There's moments of greatness, and then there's moments of, whoa, this is a respawn and revive blender, depending on the skill of the lobby. And when it's a best of one series versus Aiden and Prospering, anybody can come out on top in that matchup because it's only one map. I think I'm erring on the side of Aiden and Prospering because they're coming off of back-to-back wins after wins after wins in the losers bracket. They know what they have to do in a best of one series, and I have a feeling they might be able to just do that in this next matchup.
Well, I want to talk about Bonsai Bros and hone in on them playing against Tfue and Zimmy. This is for a spot in Grand Finals. This is a big moment for both duos, both rosters. It is amazing that Bonsai Bros made it as far as they did. They DM'd you, said, look, we're going to win this thing, no questions asked. And I got to say, I'm starting to turn into a believer. I'm truly impressed with their ability to slay out and ultimately continue to move forward. My concern, though, is Tfue and Zimmy have put up amazing numbers consistently. It seems every time you watch them, they're always in a fight. Tfue is in the open, and he's lasering everybody before him. And like I mentioned before, high eliminations for Tfue and Zimmy are a commonality. Meanwhile, for Bonsai Bros, even though they're moving forward, they're not necessarily dropping 20-plus elimination games consistently, nor 30-plus elimination games consistently. So even though they've been amazing thus far, Goj, they're going to have to step it up 10, 20% even more to match that pacing and slaying power of Tfue and Zimmy.
Yeah, when we talk about the different strategies back and forth, the song that we've been singing all day today is who's going to play high risk, high reward, and who's going to be playing the safe game. And the Bonsai Bros, for the most part, have been playing a safer map and a safer game because they're playing together, they're playing as a unit, and they're making sure they find a number of eliminations to win the lobby, not necessarily destroy the lobby. On the other side, Tfue and Zimmy have been destroying their lobbies, right? 30-plus eliminations almost every single map. So it'll be a very fun matchup to watch in the winners bracket, and then we have a very fun matchup to watch in the losers bracket. We're coming down to the wire, but Reflections, I believe we're going to worry about some things behind the scenes. We're going to head to a very short break, but when we come back, we're going to be right back into the arena. We're going to be bringing you all the action the latter half of this event, so don't go anywhere.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
And welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. Bit of an update, and an interesting one to say the least. Typical Gamer, as well as Bonsai Bros, they're going to have to repeat their third and final match. So, at least the third and final, just singular game, which came down to the wire of it. But there was a bit of a score dispute. That's the official ruling, so we're going to get to see it played out all once again. So that whole narrative about Bonsai playing Tfue Zimmy a little bit earlier that we tried to build up might still be there. But once again, Bonsai has to win against Typical Gamer once again.
Talk about the proverbial rain dance that Doc and Duel are singing right now. The team that took them out and pushed them down to the losers bracket has to replay a match. You know they've got to be either cheering on Typical Gamer and Ranger to get some revenge for them, or they're saying, well, honestly, might as well have Bonsai Bros win the whole thing so it makes us look better. Either way, this is going to be a lot of fun to watch out for, and both teams have elected to go around this collider spot. And again, this is the spot to be at. The mobility that this POI gives you is crucial to your success, and I believe it is 1-1 in our overall series, and this is a true replay of map number 3. We'll continue to give you updates as they go forward. Both teams looking for their first few eliminations. Looks like, by the way, TG on your screen right now already has found 6 eliminations in this replay. Holy cow.
Where are they at? We just joined. I haven't seen him pick up one yet. All I've seen him do is pick up loot off the ground. But clearly he has found some success. And I mean, I'm all for that. Bonsai Bros might be starting to sweat a little bit. The Collider, which has been incredibly popular all day, seems to be where Typical Gamer and Ranger are feeling comfortable at. I think a couple of shots are ringing out on TG. He's going to have to be careful. Meanwhile, up close and personal, back at Greasy Grove, this is where we found Bonsai Bros originally, who racked up a lot of eliminations themselves. And speaking of which, it seems as if they're at 7 at the moment, while picking up yet a couple more. One player dropping, but that's all right. They're twins, they're brothers in arms, and they're going to get back into the fight together. Love it.
I'm telling you, the Bonsai Bros have an unfair advantage. They can communicate telepathically. They're in the same room. They're in the same house. They've got the advantage. They better use it. They're still up, and it looks like one of our Bonsai Bros in the top right-hand corner of your screen already has 7 eliminations as well. This could be a very tight, close race, and it looks like it is. 7-7 is our current elimination tally, and well, the Bonsai Bros are not missing right now. That's another series of knocks looking for another elimination in their own right, and their opponents TG and Ranger are probably going to start sweating as well. Both teams fighting for their life in the winners bracket. Again, the loser will go down to face Aiden and Prospering, who have made an impressive run through that losers bracket, and it does look like the onus responsibility right now is on one of our Bonsai Bro brothers. Again, I can't tell them apart. I don't know anybody that can, but
Who knows?
they have one elimination, the one that is alive.
Oh, what a vicious cleanup.
Let's make it 2, and I believe their total is going to be up to 9.
Oh, misses the railgun. Oh, watch out from the shadows. Like a flying squirrel, someone comes in and takes him down just to 90 health. He's got to be careful, especially with his brother who's already down and out. He's got to get him back onto his feet like he did just a second earlier. For Typical Gamer and Ranger, they've got some long-range fights they're about to pick up, I'm sure of it. But as far as the Collider goes, I'm pretty sure they bled this place dry. They've got all the loot that they could possibly get. Maybe upgrade the Striker. It's currently at common, but Typical Gamer will be deadly with it regardless. And here we go. We're going sky high, baby. We're going for the engagements up ahead.
I like this play. Continue to grab that verticality advantage, right? When you have this heady on top of the building, you can rip people off of with that Striker burst rifle. He's doing a great job of doing just that. The recon scanner, we've been talking about it all day today. It's going to give you that extra pieces of information that you are desperately needing in order to secure these knocks through the bush. Well done thus far to make these two players just run for their lives, screaming, and elimination after elimination, both directions. This is neck and neck. This is going to be a nail biter all the way to the finish line.
All right, well, a little bit of a cleanup behind the tree. Ranger's gonna go ahead and stroll in, see if he can pick up any of that loot. Meanwhile, transferring over to Greasy Grow, Bonsai up close and personal, no worries. He'll pick up a nice Elin, but watch out, comes out. I don't even know what that skin is, but it mows him down, and both Bonsai Bros are down and out. And unfortunately for Bonsai Bros, they did not have the point lead leading into that engagement, so Typical Gamer and Ranger will move forward. And just to reiterate, if you all are confused as to why they replayed map 3, there was a score dispute. They ended up replaying, and Typical Gamer and Ranger this time will move forward to winners finals to play against Tfue and Zimmy, who are looking for a spot in grand finals.
Unbelievable finish. I knew it was going to be a nail biter. I thought it might go the distance, and then all of a sudden, some sweaty pubs players, and that's the part of the question mark about your strategy, right? Like, you have to be prepared for all of the encounters that come your way, and all of a sudden, as a mech comes up around the corner and takes down one of your players, if your other isn't there for a trade, if you're not playing together, you don't have the same strategy, like we saw from Doc and D-Wolf or earlier with D-Wolf playing that Overwatch position to cover the advances of the opponents, you're going to come down, you're going to get eliminated, and then all of a sudden, you thought you had a chance to make it into the grand finale, and now you're going to have to make your way through the losers bracket, and we all know how difficult that could be.
Oh, incredibly difficult, and even taking out some of the best of our competitors, right? But that's just the way tournaments work. As we go deeper, the competition heats up, and unfortunately, we start to lose even some of the fan favorites. But we don't lose Typical Gamer. They move. We don't even lose the Bonsai Bros. You know, they go down to losers, but they should be just fine. And Goj, I gotta say, things are heating up quite a bit. Loving what I'm seeing so far, but looks as if it's time once again to take a bit of a break. But when we come back, we're gonna continue with winners finals, and I can't wait to see who's moving forward to grand finals.
It's out of my hand, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hot Shot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. We've got a nice matchup. Even the doc was interested in seeing this one, so I think we're going to give him what he wants. Let's watch Aiden and Prospering play against Bonsai Bro in losers bracket. Bonsai has had an incredible run, but so has Aiden and Prospering. And from what I keep hearing, Prospering is just as deadly as Aiden.
Right. No, that's the big question, Marcus. Who's going to come out with the most momentum, speed, and of course, you know, violence, right? But Aiden has a ton of momentum right now. Look at their run through losers bracket. They fell in the first round, which is not necessarily typical of that duo. Aiden is a winner on plenty of titles, including Fortnite, but then time after time after time, they take down Puns, they take down Legion, then they take down Summit. Now the question is, can they take down the Bonsai Bros? And if they can, this will be a legendary run through the losers bracket, because Reflections, we were talking about it, right? Best of 3, you can mitigate most of the best of 3. Usually it's the better team coming out on top, but in losers bracket, it's a best of 1. There's so many different variables that can happen. The consistency in a best of 1 series is beyond impressive. Yeah, the ability to do what they're doing right now is masterful, and we'll see if they can continue that up.
Yeah, there is no consistency in a best of 1. Best of 1s are just that. You know, you play it, and then if you're done, you're done. If you move on, you move on. And, you know, a rogue heavy snipe or a rogue railgun shot can absolutely derail your plans of moving forward. That's the reality of random lobbies when you're playing elimination races. It's interesting how they have to be played. You never know what you're going to get. It's like Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates. And it matters here in Fortnite elimination races because you might play against the most goated, you might play against the worst, which we kind of saw that a little bit earlier with Tfue. He got a nice 3-piece, but it was against bots literally walking towards him. So you never know what you're going to get, but best of 1's consistency, there's really none. You just got to give it your all and see if it sticks.
Right, and when we came down to talking about strategy, we've talked about high risk, high reward strategy. We've talked about more patient strategy, but I think the big piece for the best of 1 series will be how quickly do you recognize the strength of the lobby. Oftentimes, some of these lobbies are more on the bot side, and if that's the case, you can start loosening up the reins a little bit. You know, I used that analogy of casting and reeling before. You can start casting your teammate away from you, still within range where you can still reel them back so that you guys can play together, but cast out further, cast a wider net to find more eliminations, and then as you get down to the end, it starts getting some of these sweaty squads start pushing you with 4 stacks. Make sure you're still within the equation, still in range to help out your teammate. That is going to be a crucial moment.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. And speaking of which, you know, we set up that dialogue, that storyline when Bonsai Bro originally we thought we're moving forward to play against Tfue and Zimmy. And we talked about the numbers Tfue and Zimmy are putting up and how incredible they are. It's going to be the same thing for Aiden and Prospering. Like, they are so consistent. The numbers that they put up are incredible, and they always have been, especially from Aiden's perspective, anytime that he's played in previous tournaments like Friday Fortnights or whatever. So the point is, those numbers have to increase for Bonsai Bro, and I think they have to play 10-20% harder than they've been playing before. It's nice to make a deep winners bracket run. It's great, it feels good, but once you're in the losers bracket, you got to do it all again. That winners run doesn't matter anymore. Now your tournament life is on the line, and Bonsai Bros, they've got to understand that, because Aiden and Prospering, they've been there, done that. They're not going to be phased at all the fact that their tournament life is going to be on the line in this one.
Yeah, you would hate to think that the win condition for your team is your opponents to make a mistake, right? It has to be your slay out potential along the way. Now, sure, mistakes can happen, and when the power play is in your hand, when their opponents are down on their luck, they've got 1 down trying to get rebooted, that's your moment. Start pushing the equation, start pushing the aggression, and finding those elims. So it's going to be some back and forth strategy. It's going to be about reading the lobby. All of those things will come into play, and it really comes down to this too, because when we start looking at our prize pool, $100,000 from the doc himself, and 40,000 of that is for first place. But even if you just make it to the grand finale and get wiped out of oblivion and lose 3 up, 3 down, you're still walking away with $25,000 for second. So these are crucial maps to win in order to increase the amount of money that you're winning exponentially.
Without question, and from what I'm hearing, we are going to be teeing up winners finals next, so I think we might be hopping into that, but we might not. I'm getting some mixed signal. We'll get into whatever We'll get into whatever series we get into, baby. And I'm here for it because it has been a fun day. This tournament has been wonderful, Goj, and I've genuinely appreciated, you know, Dr. Disrespect the 2 times putting on this amazing tournament alongside that of Go Boom. And it really has been a wonderful, because look, we're always in action, it seems. This is the first real break we've had for this entire broadcast. And it wasn't even a real break. We're already dropping down, baby. You love to see it, and we get what we wanted. Aiding and prospering, Bonsai Bros. Let's get it going. Best of 1. Winner moves forward. Loser goes home.
Look, I gotta say it. This is the classic strategy. This is the classic words of advice from the 2-time himself. Violence, speed, and momentum. That's what it's gonna take to win this matchup. So get a move on and start slaying out. Now, one of the things we've mentioned multiple times now, right, Reflections, is this resource management question. The faster that you can loot up, the faster that you can find those valuable resources, like the shockwave grenades, like the chug splashes, those style of equipment can help you win your encounters. And so both of these duos will be looking out for some of those high value equipment. Of course, the striker burst has been the most valuable weapon today from a long range POV. Some of those shotguns or SMGs at close range, you're going to be feeling fantastic if you can find all of your favorite loot quickly. And I will say the Bonsai Bros, one of the only teams to not double check up on Collider first. Instead, they're electing to go to Greasy Grove, and it's worked out fairly well for them thus far.
Yeah, it seems like it's a decent drop. You know, you get the best of both worlds. You get a lot of loot, but you also get a couple of engagements. By the time you leave, you have a very real chance to have a point lead. Collider, though, for Aiden and Prospering, and this has been the most popular POI without question, whether it's for transferring to it to obviously get that added boost up and then transfer out to a different POI, or just off the initial rip. It seems to be the way to go, but you gotta be bold, and you have to be confident in your gameplay, because there's a lot of competitors and a lot of good ones who choose to land here. Already a solid start for Aiden and Prospering. Up close and personal, we see Aiden trying to just laser a car, but that guy's a coward. He's running away. Maybe not so much a coward. Hold up. He's out of the car. He's actually wanting to challenge. I respect it.
It might be a loot question, right? Their opponent might not have the best loot for close range encounters. They elected to take the vehicle to try to grab a different angle to take on their opponents from a longer distance, but it didn't really turn out in their favor. It was a railgun in their possession, and that's where you want to be careful. Those railguns hit like a truck from distance. A truck through a wall, might I add. They do phase through some of these structures, and so if you could pair those with the recon scanner, little wombo combo certainly could go in your favor, but this time Prospering gets the better of their opponent. A very close matchup thus far, 3-2. As you can see, Aiden on your screen electing to rotate around, grab these jump pads, and just try to gain some aerial information. And so far, so good. Collider actually a bit sleepier than usual.
Wait, Guy Med missed
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it? Trust me, it'll heat up though. But this is good news for Bonsai Bros. Greasy Grove isn't as populated as it has been in the past when we've seen them come out with, you know, 9+ eliminations. Granted, not too bad, they'll tie it up, but because, like you said, Collider was a bit sleepier, Bonsai Bros are feeling a bit more confident. Into the heli, that's another reason why they love this spot. They get that guaranteed heli so they can dip out and then peruse the land, see what's out there. And I think they've already potentially found somebody down low. They'll take the high ground immediately. This guy is lost. Easy beams, another elim, rack it up.
Yeah, and talk about a mobility play, right? We have two different pieces of conversation around mobility. One is, of course, vehicles. Two is Collider. Both of these teams electing one side of the coin of that mobility equation. You can see Aiden is just floating wherever he would like to go, utilizing the cannons, and of course the Collider's mobility that it offers. And then the Bonsai Bros have elected to use the helicopter, jump their enemies, grab back into the helicopter, and continue to rotate around. When you start thinking about Fortnite, when it's traditional custom games, right, you have this sort of sandwich or hamburger. There's plenty of different analogies for it, of the early zone of activity and the late zone of activity. Those are the zones where you're finding a ton of eliminations, and the middle zone is usually just used for rotation to set yourself up for the end game. But in 2v2s, in these elimination races, you must use the middle game to find eliminations, or you're going to go down and count in a fairly dramatic manner.
Well, first time getting to see Prospering on your screen, a serious man with some serious action. He's at 3 eliminations. He's going to rack them up, though, very quickly with the jetpack, connecting every shot. You think the man I mean, he had the source code. He figures it out quite well. Incredible performance, and Aiden and him are just going to continue to rotate out. Well done. I mean, really, well done. And Tilted Towers, a popular POI from the OG days, making it back in, this time a bit discombobulated and broken up, but it still is relatively the same. The beams up top, but only for Shield. They've got to close the gap, get up close, and finish that guy off before he gets away.
Plenty of angles they're getting shot from. They're using the verticality to their advantage, though. They can just use the vertical advantage of the hill as cover, as well as an informational sight line, right? It's a perfect spot to fight multiple enemies as long as they don't converge on you, and that's exactly what happened. They were able to just take each of these long-range gunfights however they would like to. They're in charge. They're still in control. They would not like to let go of that control at any moment, and they are keeping pace with their opponents. I'm impressed with Bonsai Bros currently, and, you know, Reflections, I mean, you called it out, right? You called out, hey, Bonsai Bros, they've been fairly strategic. They've been playing together. They've been playing maybe a bit more patient. In a map versus Aiden and Prospering in a best of one, you've got to move with some speed, and they've been able to do so fairly well thus far.
Oh, absolutely. Bonsai Bros, they understand the assignment, and they're doing the homework, they're doing the extra credit, and they're getting that work in. But even still, setting it up, or at least stepping it up 10, 15%, they're down in eliminations. They've got a little bit more. They have to push a bit harder if they want to come out on the other side victorious, because Aiden and Prospering, even though they might not have a heli, they're still rotating through the map quite quickly. And it looks like Prospering is about to mess around with the Bonsai Bros up ahead, alongside that of Aiden maybe start taking away some of their eliminations. Not a bad strat, Goj, given the fact that they do have the point lead. So that's a pros, or at least a good strategy in my opinion.
Oh, you did see that little piece of information on the right side. Prospering has a solo versus squads record, so certainly comfortable in these encounters, and we all know what Aiden can do across all titles, won hundreds of thousands of dollars in this title and others. So the man is a controller phenom, and he's certainly been showcasing that today after some untimely and unfortunate circumstances in the first round of the winners bracket. They have made a run in the losers bracket, and they are not stopping. And I really think this is a question of momentum, right? Reflections, I mean, no pun intended there. I mean, of course, that's a part of Doc's motto, but momentum is everything in these tournaments. The ability to regain if you do go down is important, but Aiden and Prospering have so much momentum behind their sails, so much win, that they're just carrying it forward into this map, and they're not stopping at all. Bonsais are keeping it close, and maybe there'll be a swing the other direction, but something bad is going to happen to Aiden and Prospering.
I love esports and competition in general, and the reason why is you brought up the word stamina. Stamina is an incredibly real thing in traditional sports and also in esports as well. Think about how many games back to back to back to back, especially if you're in losers, you have to consistently play. If you don't have stamina or the willpower to compete each and every moment, you're not going to be champion. Aiden and Prospering, they're used to playing long-form tournaments. Bonsai Bros, are they? Are they starting to slow down? I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they are. Bonsai Bros are keeping right up there with Aiden and Prospering, but Aiden and Prospering are just that little bit better, and they navigate the map way more efficiently, it seems. Nice shots, at least from the heli up top, and again, showing that accuracy, or excuse me, from a jetpack, my apologies. Prospering creating his own angles and line of attack.
This was what I was going to mention. Prospering's gunny has been on point every single time he's been on screen. He has been impressing me with his shot. There's really no reason why, besides this gunny, that he's got that solo squad's record. Of course, rotations will come into it, but when you're in a pub slaying lobby like this, when you're in an elimination race, it really becomes how fast can we enter into the gunfight and how fast can we exit the gunfight. You have to find the win. You have to find the team fight and the team elimination as fast as humanly possible. And that's what we've been talking about all day today, Reflections. Sometimes some of these teams will sit inside of a fight for 3-4 minutes against one team. And like, sure, you come out on top, you found 4 eliminations, but you've got to get that team wipe much quicker in order to rotate to the next fight and then string that together to the next fight. And both of these teams, well, I mean, honestly, both these teams are doing a pretty good job of that.
Oh, 100%, even up close and personal. We see bottom left, and things get a bit dicey up close. You never know when a shotty is going to end your run. We saw that happen to D-Wolf earlier, unfortunately, before they ended up going into losers, and that's ultimately what ended at 4-3. D-Wolf outputted so much damage, but his opponent had a shotty, and unfortunately it was a one-shot hit. And But either way, not an issue here. Bonsai Bros are catching up tremendously. They are looking much better. And to go back to your point, it's such a beautiful point. Another difference, other than stamina, what separates the best from the rest is also their ability to finish team fights quickly and get out and get into another team fight. But I must say, at this point, with as close as the scores are, I don't see a differential in that. I don't. This is going to come down to a victory route. This is going to come down to the final bits of eliminations. And I got to tell you, I don't know who's moving forward at this point.
Right. I mean, this map has moved so quickly. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a best of one series. So this is the only map that matters. This will determine who moves on to the losers finals. And it'll be an important matchup to watch because the winner of that losers finals will go on to face against our grand finals, our winners finals victors, which I believe right now in the lead is, at least for now, Tfue and Zimmy. So it'll be fun to continue to watch that winners bracket side. But right now, all eyes on both of these teams. Must win, clutch or kick. All of the onus responsibility on this duo. Aiden has gone down out of nowhere. It's all up to Prospering. Prospering in a bit of trouble, potentially. No, it was Aiden next to Bonsai Bros, I believe. We're going to go back in time a little bit. Aiden has been full thirsted, but I think Aiden was trying to steal away some... Yeah, I think Aiden was trying to steal some eliminations away from Bonsai. They both have lost a partner, both down to one player left, but Bonsai Bros have eked out ahead because Aiden went down.
Absolutely destroys a man.
Bonsai Prospering 1v1 at the moment. Aiden, Bonsai, their cards are up for grabs, but this late in the game, there's no point in grabbing them. It's going to be mono e mono, 1 versus 1. Bonsai Bro versus Prospering. And this is a tense moment. This is where you find out what the competitors are really made of. And with only one elimination separating the two, maybe even now tied, I mean, you're going to start to sweat, but you can't have shaky hands here. You got to be composed, and Prospering seems to be exactly that. Mowing opponents down. The bush, it's not enough. He's still hitting shot after shot. An entire squad in front of him, dodging a heavy snipe. He's got to be careful. Even the bull is getting in on the action, but that player, he's got to be one shot. Jetpack in the air, a down is in, another finish, and we are seeing Prospering clutch up.
My goodness, talk about an amazing 1v4 performance. He holds this high ground position. He uses the rounded top to his advantage to cover when he does need to reload, but otherwise just outgunnies his opponent. Extremely impressive from Prospering, but the job's not done yet. They've gone up in the overall elimination tally, but maybe only by 1 or 2. Both trying to get their teammates back, both going potentially for the reboot. But as I look at our screen now, it doesn't look like Bonsai Bros has actually grabbed his teammates, his brother, his twins tag. And so at the very least, it might be, if a reboot can come off here from Prospering, it might be 2v1 to finish out the lobby. But to your point, Reflections, you were talking about this earlier, it's probably not worth it because there's only, what, 2 players left, a total of 4 in the lobby?
Not worth it. Not worth it to get the revive. Worth it if your opponents get the revive, but not worth it for you to get the revive. That's just not, it's not an option. Not an option at this point. You need to go forth and pick it up yourself. And that's why I was saying, this is what we get to see what Prospering and Bonsai are made of. And Prospering is made up of clutch ability, baby, because he brought it back. So Bonsai, the reality is 2 to tie it. But unfortunately, I think that's going to be the best outcome unless some miracle revive takes place. And you can even see that yellow line up on the mini-map. That is Prospering. He's scouting out, seeing where maybe, hey, maybe there's going to be a reboot, because we talked about it earlier. The reboot doesn't help Prospering. The reboot helps Bonsai. So Prospering is trying to eliminate some options from Bonsai winning, and he's doing an excellent job doing so. But where's the next opponent where there's going to be at least a bounty out and Prospering's on the hunt?
You see the shots being fired. Prospering's found it. That could be all she wrote. Reflections. Prospering has found another elimination. Should take their total up to 25 to 22, and there's only 1 player left. If I'm Prospering, I am making sure I guard that reboot van. I don't believe it matters whether or not Bonsai grabs this final elimination, so I want to make sure that this elim actually comes through and no one gets the reboot to even have a chance for Bonsai to creep their way back into the lobby. An impressive performance by Prospering. When it came down to it, the man just had ice in his veins. Won the 1v multiple situations from distance with the striker burst. Insanely impressive shot here in Fortnite. Obviously, he's been doing it for a very long time and is continuing to showcase why he's one of the best. best, and I believe that is all she wrote. Reflections, Prospering, and Aiden will be moving forward in the losers bracket.
They've been incredible. They were in losers round 1 after losing in winners round 1, but they continue to fight tooth and nail to come back. Bonsai Bros, heck of an effort, though. You gotta give them credit where credit is due. They made a deep run. They made some money today, and you can't hate on that no matter which way you look at it. Now we're looking at Zimmy and Tifu versus Typical Gamer and Ranger. And Tifu and Zimmy, they already have the lead. Not only in the best of 3, they're up 1-0, but this is game 2. Typical Gamer, Ranger are already done. Tifu and Zimmy should be moving forward to grand finals. I'll wait for official confirmation. I have been tripped up before, so I'll make sure I'm absolutely correct on saying that. But from what I can tell, that's what I'm seeing.
Was your jetpack counter?
Right. I want to get the official word, but all signs are pointing to Tifu and Zimmy having a free and clear run at the grand finals. That means the worst they can do is $25,000 for second place. And if they do take on the winner of the losers bracket, then, well, they'll be taking home the lion's share of that $100,000, which is $40,000 to first. So confirmed as show, Aiden has officially won that losers bracket match. And as we were looking down at the losers bracket, that means they'll be going forward to face off against Maddie and Upshaw, which was the team that actually fully eliminated Dr. Disrespect himself.
Why you gotta bring it up? Why you gotta bring it up again? Why you gotta open up an old wound or a fresh wound? I gotta say, you don't have to do that, man. Hey, we know who they lost to. You don't gotta keep saying it.
All right, my bad. I'll take the L there, but there are still some fun matchups. There's still some fun matchups to be had, so we'll watch kind of Tifu take his victory lap. They have won this official matchup here in the winners bracket. They'll be moving forward to the grand finale, and they're going to take on a few fights to make sure of that, and they're just going to add a little bit of salt to the wound themselves. Tifu will eventually fall. A little giggle, a little laugh, he knows, but we're already there.
All right, nice Tifu Zimmy. Again, the numbers are incredible. We only catch game number 2. They're not even done just yet. We see 35 eliminations collectively, but I mean, Tifu Zimmy sitting at 23, but the score hasn't been updated because obviously they've already won. They even have more than that. When I say that they are dropping 30 bombs, like they are literally dropping 30 bombs. Like that's just the way it is. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them, and they're going to be a beast to overcome, brother. Like, I don't even know. I really don't know. They're in grand finals. Tifu's already won a recent no-build tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Goj?
Right. That's correct. That's correct. It was actually a 6-week series that they ended up winning. So the consistency as well that Tifu was able to perform in that series to take home a victory against some of the other players in this tournament as well, might I add. So plenty of experience in no-build, plenty of experience in build as well, and talented across the board.
He wants us to spank him.
Okay, just gonna play this out, see how it ends. Victory Royale. I mean, that's chump change. That's a children's game at this point for these guys. They know they got the victory. Even with Tifu gone, he probably walked away like he did before. He knew he got the victory. The guy goes and takes a walk, or maybe he goes and surfs. I don't know what he's up to. Tifu's athletic as can be. Not as athletic as the Doc, but he's up there at least. He could do backflips off of crazy things. So Zimmy, he's going to take on the world by himself, which he's been doing pretty consistently. Only a rock to hide behind. And these guys who's challenging, they just don't know who they're up against. You can't Strong Eagle. Strong Eagle. You're not living up to your name, brother. You can't challenge Zimmy like that. You got to come in with the game plan or you're going to get mowed down.
All right, Reflections. So guess what? We have to put our foot in our mouths again. This is why we never call it. You said we were going to call it, and then I said, nah, I think it is over. This is actually map 1. All right, so Tifu and Zimmy have moved forward and are up in the series, but they haven't moved forward in the bracket. This is still a best of 3. This is map 1, a graphical error we have officially fixed from the back end. So they're actually playing this map out for a very specific reason, and the reason for that is in a best of 3 series, if Typical Gamer and Ranger take the next map and it goes 1-1, the host of the third map will be decided by the overall kills between map 1 and map 2. So they're really racking up a ton of eliminations in this map for that very reason. They want to make sure they have every advantage, albeit small, but every advantage that they can if they have to force a map 3 where they can host.
Combined, we're almost 50, bro.
All right, that's fine. Honestly, I'm okay with seeing a little bit more. Between these two. And for Typical Gamer and Ranger, I'm sure they're very happy for that, you know? So, from what I'm hearing, fresh start then, right? Or at least
so
going into
it'll be 1-0 going into the next map. with Tfue and Simi up 25-12, obviously, in this map, and they'll have a slight advantage in overall eliminations should they need to host map 3. But we're going to head back down to the losers finals. This is a crucial matchup, right? And I guess this technically is the losers semifinals because they'll be taking on whoever loses the map we were just watching. But regardless, Aiden, this man and Prospering have had an insane run, Reflections, and this might be the first time I've ever casted an elimination race where a duo could potentially go from first round losers bracket all the way to the grand finale. Now, job's not done yet. They still got a long way to go for that. They've got to win this matchup and the next, but certainly impressive thus far.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. I can't believe we're already on losers finals.
I know.
Like, this is it's I was expecting an 8 to 10 hour broadcast, and I mean, this thing has moved so smoothly. What else could you expect though with the doc broadcast, baby? What else could you, and go Boom, you know, being as amazing as they are on the TO side and production side, this has been absolutely incredible. So Maddie and Upshaw, we know what they did, all right? We don't have to say it again. We know who they are. We know who they beat. But Aiden and Prospering are a different beast and a different animal. I mean, they clearly showed that. Prospering more than anything, and I love seeing that. I really do. Let's see how this ends up unfolding, man. You know, going top off. Why not? The Collider, it's got a lot to offer.
Right. Now, there's a ton of loot in this area. I believe it's 17 supply chests, and you've got coolers everywhere, right? Like, and these chug splashes have been just critical pieces to your inventory that you have to have, especially into the middle and in the later parts of the map, so that you can insta heal not only your health but also your shields, especially under panic. So something to just keep an eye out for. And you can see Aiden certainly favoring towards his inventory of chug splashes. I believe he's got, what, 9 showing currently on your screen right now. He's going to continue to loot up.
Right, Aiden, what you up to? What do you see? What's before you? Maybe an opponent? Yeah, definitely. Well, this guy is freaking out. He was just full on sprint, fight or flight, and he decided to go with the flight instead of the fight. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Aiden was ready, doubles back. Aiden takes quite a bit of damage, but the shaky shots are not there for his opponent, yes, but not for Aiden. He continues to slay out. That's now 2.
Right, and these are all must-win fights, right? Because it's a best of 1. So if you both go down in one of these fights, we saw it from Ninja into the Tatman earlier. I mean, you know, a lot of people expected Ninja to go far. Maybe not as much, you know, Tim, but, you know, they had these early encounters. They fell early and just kind of gave away maps, and it's not necessarily their fault. They just took this kind of high-risk, high-reward playstyle. It just didn't pay off for them, you know? And I don't know if it was a Ninja carry or otherwise, but regardless, they got eliminated early into this event, and I don't believe they walked away with any money.
Bit of a chest up top. No worries. You got a jetpack to remain safely down, and we're going to full send it. Prospering up ahead. And I believe some shots are ringing out. So, okay, they're going for the mythic item, which, hey, honestly, you have to do that. We saw how impactful it was just a little bit earlier for Prospering. I mean, that first shot accuracy is incredible. What, 190 damage, I think it is? Or 140, 190 damage per second. It really is that worth it to get. And that's why the Collider tends to be so popular, not only because it's a rotational ability, but the mythical item that is in this location. So they'll get looted up. To be honest with you, though, Goj, this has been a pretty uneventful game so far.
Right, and that's what I was about to mention, right? They're fully equipped. They're ready to rock and roll for the most part. Like, Aiden would maybe like to replace, you know, his uncommon or his common weapon, actually, with maybe something a bit more substantial. But at the same time, I haven't seen very many eliminations come through that elimination feed hardly at all. And Aiden and Prospering are sitting on 7 elims already, which is, quote-unquote, a sleepy start for them. But their opponent's only sitting on maybe 1 at this point, and maybe this could be the totaling up of 7. I was about to say, I don't think I've even seen 7 other players on the map yet, and here they have a couple extra fights. It looks like Upshaw and Aiden fighting for some of these elims, and it is Aiden walking away with both of those. So this is the reason Maddie and Upshaw are sitting on 1 or 0 eliminations. It's because Aiden and Prospering rotated over, grabbed the elims, and now they're dipping out of dodge back to Collider. Like, talk about a true robbery. Wow, well done.
Oh, 100%. And you got to do that. You got to be vicious, you know? Your tournament life is on the line, but more importantly, that money's on the line. And by the way, just a side note, did you notice all those crowns? You know, just sprawled out on the ground. That was the hopes and dreams of some random person getting into this lobby thinking, we're going back to back, baby. We're going back to back like the doc. They're not going back to back. That's why the crown's on the ground, okay?
Right, exactly. That's a great point, Reflections. When you start running into a pub's lobbies, you're loading up. Maybe you got back from school or back from work. You're like, I'll just have a good day in some zero build Fortnite. Well, you're not going to have a good day if you run into Prospering and Aiden or Maddie and Upshaw. They're going to take care of business because they're playing for thousands of dollars. I mean, this map alone is worth multiple thousands of dollars, right? If you move forward, you're going to continue to increase the total amount of money you're bringing home. Again, looking back on that prize pool, that 5th place position that Doc and D-Wolf fell into, they're still taking home $5,000. Now, as we get into 4th and 3rd, Aiden's going to make sure he's trying to bring home that $8,000 or $13,000, but both Aiden and Prospering are down. And now it's a race against the clock. Reflections, we talked about this before. Now you've got to slow down. You take a deep breath if you're Upshaw and you're Maddie, and you say, okay, we still need a sizable amount of elims, right? We can't kind of sit back on our haunches, but we can play a bit more strategic. It doesn't have to be quite as run and gun as we once thought, because our opponents are full wiped.
That's right. Take it slow. Take it how you want to take it. You know you have the momentum now. You have the opportunity to knock down a powerhouse team of Aiden and Prospering. It's not going to be easy to do, but now you have the tools before you to make it happen. And Upshaw and Maddie have a very real chance to make it further than I ever expected. Maddie, representing complexity, a talented player who knows elimination races. I kind of highlighted her at the beginning of the broadcast, but the fact that she's here with Upshaw and making it this far and has a chance to dethrone Aiden and Prospering is truly amazing. Nice shots up ahead. We love our recon scanner. It gives you that added intel and allows you to be able to shoot even if you can't see your opponents up ahead. You just shoot that triangle or shoot me that diamond that ends up popping up. That's going to be a full elimination. And the comeback is here.
Right, this is the moment they needed. They're going to continue to find eliminations, string them together, but take the fights you know you can win. There's no reason to force a tough encounter. Even if it's a 50-50 encounter in your head, you want to back up, find some cover. Exactly what I was talking about was that fight. Maybe a bit prophetic there. They have cover. They have the range. You've got to back up to some cover and maybe then re-peek if you would like in poke damage down range. But rather, instead of sitting here and fighting the same team for 3-4 minutes from 300 meters away, rotate out and find a new squad. Like, you don't have to win that fight right now because your opponents are no longer adding any scores. And if you're wondering why we're watching Aiden's perspective, as a reminder, some of these streamers, to try to avoid some of those pesky stream snipers that can ruin a tournament, have elected to throw a fairly sizable delay on. And Maddie is one of those squads going to take every precaution that they can to make sure they still have a chance to do well in this event. So they're on a sizable delay for good reason. And so instead, we'll watch Aiden's perspective and see exactly how that real-time gameplay is going down.
Yeah, you can't hate on wanting to avoid those pesky stream snipers, man. The lowest of the low, the dirties of the dirties. But that's okay. We'll watch it from Aiden, like you said, and I'm seeing a cannonball fly through in the form of a human being, and Upshaw is happy for that. It's going to be a good 90-plus shield tag. Still some health to take away, but he's going to take his time, and I think I just saw a railgun laser also almost beam him. So he's got to be very careful where he's currently at, and that bush isn't going to be enough. Choosing to dip away, but there's only just open field in front of him. He has to be careful, especially Maddie. Maddie in this moment could take a stray sniper shot, maybe even some stray shots in general, and she's taking them, but I think she gets a battle bus for a little bit of rest.
Exactly. They're doing a great job of taking a few shots down range, but making sure they don't give away their position in its entirety. If you overpeak, if you throw your shoulder, your entire body outside of cover, and you don't take these right-hand peeks, you could open yourself up to getting down from distance, especially when your opponents have those pesky rail guns, right? You got to stay away, make sure you don't get headshot sniped with them. Both players continuing to find elimination after elimination, albeit slowly, might I add, right? They're finding an elimination once every 2-3 minutes. And right now, that's all they need to do. But we've got to keep our eyes peeled in the top right-hand corner of your screen on how many players are left. If they're down by 4, they can basically go all the way to the final fight and still have a chance. But we're already down, Reflections, to only 20 other players in the lobby. They're outside of the zone. If they don't start rotating a little bit more quickly, they might have to put themselves in maybe a lower percentage fight that they wouldn't like to take, especially if they don't win this one. But this could be close to evening up the fight here as they find at least one, if not 2 more.
Love hitting shots like that. When you see white, you know you're hitting flesh, and you have a real chance to potentially hit another one and take that enemy down. So Upshaw isn't going to waste that moment. He's going to push forward. Maddie, she needs some help. You know, she needs some help. I don't blame her. Get into the fight. Be ready to go as soon as you get up there and, you know, be at your peak and be at your best. Eat some mushrooms. Why not? You know, get that health all the way up to 100. 100, baby. There's nothing wrong with that. You can afford to take your time. We discussed that, right, Coach? And that's exactly what Maddie and Upshaw are doing. They are not allowing, you know, the pressure of playing Aiden and prospering to bother them. And again, why should you? They are out of the way. They died a little bit earlier on. They were eliminated. So I love the fact that Upshaw and Maddie are taking their time. Only one more straggler they need to pick up to tie it. 2 more to win it. This is a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen. Our winner, excuse me, will move forward to losers finals. Top 3 will be their worst placement, but they can also go for gold and go for first. And I know that's what they're aiming for, but 3rd place, that's still a large chunk of money, and that's what's up for grabs here. Let's see if they can get it.
Right, this is a perfect position to be in. I was talking about the speed this lobby was going down, but they found the eliminations they needed to make it close. Now they really need to stay patient. They need to have that all too important trigger discipline when it comes to engaging team fights, right? You would like to pick up a free and clear pick from distance where you stay patient, you work together, and you say 3, 2, 1, then you take your shots together to find one elimination from 200-300 meters away with that striker burst rifle, right? There's no need to take a full team of 4 on right now when you only need 1 to tie and 2 to win. And see, those are the moments maybe they got spotted. I would never shoot at that team. They have the high ground. They're further inside the zone. I mean, even if you get a knock here, there's no way to full that fight, right? Now you're giving away your position and you're opening yourself up to third parties if you're not careful. So they might push the equation. If these players are bad, they can certainly win here. But I know Aiden is cheering on these random pubs players.
Fortune favors the bold, but also if you get a bit too bold, it turns into recklessness. We'll see which one this is going to teeter towards. But they're not. But you know what I do like though is they're not like fully closing the gap. They still are staying at a distance, so they can afford to pop those shots off. Dodge a couple of pesky snipes and maybe rel snipes as well. Like that did get a bit scary, especially when I witnessed Upshaw take a bit of damage. Luckily, the tree took the brute of the damage from that railgun shot. That could have been a lot worse if it would have connected fully to flesh, but this is an opportunity. Now, Upshaw, does he want to progress this? Yes, he does, and so does Maddie. This is the moment to tie it up. They see the moment before them, and they're looking to pounce.
Well, they found one without any sort of an issues. That should be a tie ball game, and this is all she wrote, folks. This is an opportunity to put Aiden and Prospering out of this event and move forward into the losers finals and assuring at the very least 3rd place, which is $13,000. They only need 1. It's all tied up, and you've got to stay patient. But in the words of Ninja before the stream, he said, thirst every single time. And when you only need to thirst 1 player, you can maybe afford to rush into a fight, grab a knock, and then just sacrifice your life for 1 full thirst. We'll see if they're able to do it. And as they enter into the next fight, looks like a bit of a bot on the other side. They're shooting back this time.
Come on!
All the
Get
sudden,
it! Finish!
Finish!
No!
Goes down.
No!
They have a knock as well. Oh, Maddie has thirst. She's gonna go for the 2.
There it
is! And the second to add to it. Well done by Maddie and Upshaw. I believe they just took home loser semis and will be walking their way into, at the very least, 3rd place. Wow. Very well done. Great patience. They do come out on top.
Let's go, Maddie. Maddie needed that finish. Upshaw was trying so hard and got so far, but in the end, Maddie was the one who got the cleanup. Well done. I think that's how the lyrics go anyways. You love to see it. A well-fought and a huge battle between all 4 of the members competing in the loser semifinals, but I do believe it's Maddie and Upshaw who move forward to losers finals to play against the loser of this great matchup, which is Deadlock 12-12.
And this is map number 2, so Tifu's team is up in overall map count 1-0. Is tied up in this map, so a very close matchup thus far. Zemi and Tifu have been tearing it up, like we've mentioned over and over again. They've been dropping double-digit eliminations apiece every single map that they've played, unless their opponents go down very early. So we'll see if they can continue that success, and all signs are pointing to yes. But Ranger, TG, they're not going down without a fight, playing edge of zone, looking for any enemies that they can.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the battle bus here.
Storm is always awkward when you're in it. especially when it's collapsing down. How much is it ticking for? Still one very early. That's okay. You could take that. Meanwhile, up close and personal is going to be Tfue onto one. That's a full finish, just about anyways. One more shot will put him down, and there it is. And that's going to be one more that he can tally up. We're taking the tank. Tfue doesn't necessarily need a tank, but he'll take it if it's going to be given to him. But no, he's a man. He's going to take the fight with his own hands. You love to see that. Are we taking the cannon man and going off in the distance? Maybe. But maybe there's some others around too. But I don't know. Tfue really doesn't know either. So he's just going to go ahead and full send it. I like it. Let's get the ball rolling again.
I'm not gonna lie, Reflections, this might be the closest map we've seen Tfue and Zimmy have thus far. I mean, it's been nearly blowouts every single matchup all the way through the winner's bracket. And all of a sudden, Tfue gets absolutely horked on. He goes down, and all of a sudden, there was a multiple players came out of nowhere. The mobility slings them in front of Tfue, and he couldn't quite take care of all of them.
Nice shot,
Zimmy's gonna
Zimmy.
come in and find one. SMG shotgun to clean it up. The second coming up in the vehicle. And great shot out of the car. Zimmy is not messing around, showcasing why he's one of the best as well, finding his 8th elimination, looking for his 9th. Look at this man putting on a show for us.
Oh, he's got to be careful. He ran out of bullets. When you run out of bullets and you have to pull out your shotty when there's a whole football field in front of you and the enemy, you know you're in trouble. But you're right. Zimmy was putting on a absolute clinic before he ended up falling. And this gives a great opening now for Typical Gamer and Ranger to tie up this best of 3 at 1-1.
I am blown away. Look, sometimes things happen, right? When you play the high-risk, high-reward strategy that Tfue and Zimmy do, sometimes things are not going to go your way. It can't always be a 100% win rate, and so this seemingly will go to a map 3 as long as TG and Ranger can take care of business, and all signs are pointing to yes, because they found at least 1, if not 2 eliminations in that sequence. It should be a 1 to 2 point elimination game, and this is a clutch or kick moment here for Ranger and TG. Looking good thus far, though.
I can push up on this side.
Now they can take their time, fill it out, see what's before them. A bit of a distance to travel before they get to the safe zone, but they're staying out here, and you have to assume, well, it's because someone is lurking around, and we definitely see those visual footsteps, and Typical Gamers doing everything in his power to maybe reposition, get a better angle on the opponents that's going to be up ahead. Sneaky Beaver now, taking his time. There it is. Shots in the back, big down. And the finish should be coming through relatively soon, and I believe that is going to even add more to the lead that Typical Gamer and Ranger have, and we should be going to a game 3. What a performance, Typical Gamer Ranger. You love to see it.
Right, when your opponent's full wipe like that, you have to take advantage of those moments. You have to secure the win, even if you were down, and they're able to do just that, only down by 2 or 3, easily able to find a few more knocks and a couple more eliminations. That could have been their 16th they just found that was in our score tally, so they do win map number 2. We will be seeing a map number 3 in the winners finals, which is exactly what we wanted, right? As we get down to the wire in this event, you would love to see each of these games go the distance, and it will for our winners final. 16 to 15 is our final score. However, as a reminder, host advantage is important, right? And so we'll start tallying the total kills between map 1 and map 2 to determine who will host map 3. And if you remember, Tfue and Zimmy did the exact same thing. They played out map 1 all the way to the finish until they went down in order to make sure this buffer that is currently on display right now means they will host map 3. So it was a smart play, and now TG and Ranger are trying to do the exact same thing. I don't know that they'll be able to overcome that deficit, because if you remember, I believe Tfue and Zimmy had somewhere around like 27 at the end of map number 1, whereas TG and Ranger had maybe around 13 or 14. So it's going to be a massive deficit to overcome with only some odd, maybe 13 other players left in the lobby.
But you got to try. You've got to play till the very end, trying to assert your dominance in some type of way. But it might be impossible, but again, just play it out. See what ends up happening. I like the style points, Ranger. I do, baby, but you're also opening yourself up to a nice headshot from afar via one of the plethora of snipers that we have. So we'll see how this plays out. It's a bold move, Cotton, but how will it end?
Right, as a reminder for everybody at home, if you're tuning into the tournament late or you've been watching for a little while over with Doc's watch party, this is the only match going on right now, right? Because this will go to map number 3. The loser of this matchup will go down to the losers finals to face off against Maddie and Upshaw. who have done a fantastic job thus far this entirety of this tournament. And something else worth noting too with that matchup reflections, it was actually Tfue and Zimmy that pushed Maddie and Upshaw down to the losers bracket. So they certainly would like to get some revenge.
And that will be a best of 3 also. So no more best of 1s in losers. We're done with that. I'm pretty sure a sniper just hit Typical Gamer. The man just ate it and said that was good. Man, what a play that was. And we're zooming. We're cruising. And we're trying to get up top desperately, but unfortunately, man doesn't got the hops, but it's all right. He'll find a way eventually. Look at this. Maybe Christmas came early. 3 players in front, 1 down already. They're dancing around, no game plan. A second one has also fallen. So Typical Gamer gets one, so does Ranger. And the other one, forced to take the low ground. You're not that sneaky, brother. Ranger's on the hunt, so is Typical Gamer. And there's going to be the elimination.
These are as free as water. Well done to find a few more eliminations. They have ticked their way up to 22. I'm not jealous of the admins behind the scene. They're going to have to do quite a bit of math here. I think this is going to be a very close one. Ranger and TG have done a great job of keeping up the pace despite their opponents already out of the lobby, despite already winning this map. They know how important map host advantage can be, and they're not going to give anything away. And to be honest, playing against Tfue and Zimmy, you cannot afford to have any sort of disadvantage, even if it is small, going into this last map, because it could be the difference between you winning, what, $13,000 or being assured at least $25,000.
That's not chump change. That is not, even when you're making multi-million-dollar deals minimum. $13,000 is still a lot of money, all right, for the average person and for myself included. I'm the average person. I don't know why I try to put myself out. I'm not. There's nothing special about me, okay? Hey, nice. I struggle. Anyway, I don't want to go down the list and expose myself even more. Big shot onto Typical Gamer. He's all right, though. He'll be able to, or at least take down a mini and to actually get back up to 100. That's what you get when you eliminate a squad and you stand over their loot. You got everything to choose from.
Again, it's going to be close for map host. It is 2v1 to finish off this lobby. You can only imagine they're going to win that. Oh, just kidding, out of nowhere. Drum shotgun up above, a shockwave to get him out of dodge, but it's not enough. Now we'll 1v1 to finish off this lobby. TG is trying to get thirsty too. Oh my goodness. This Pulse player came out of nowhere with a vengeance and tries to take down our map 2 winners, but Ranger's in position to get the revive. The recon scanner out, so he knows exactly where his opponent is and should
about to be there quickly.
Get the revive off. And then have to engage. Shotguns in hand, SMG.
Nice.
Do win map 2, the Victory Royale, and a fairly sizable elimination lead. And again, I don't have the best memory, so I don't know exactly what the final tally was for map number 1, Reflections, but I think that map 3 host is going to be a close one either direction.
It's going to be close. Typical Gamer, he and his partner, they knew, wait, we need to at least try and get this as close as possible, Goj. And they did exactly that. So like you mentioned before, I'm not as, well, you didn't say you weren't smart. I'm not smart. I'm not going to do the math, but that's luckily what we got the TOs for. They're going to do the math and figure out who is going to have that host leading into game 3. Until then, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the conclusion to winners finals will be up. And welcome back, everybody, to the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the magnificent Goj, who everybody's been saying is more attractive to me. Don't know where that's coming from, but Goj, you're good looking. No, I'm serious. Chat's really been saying that. It's hurting my ego a bit, but that's okay. Sometimes you got to be brought down. We're in winners finals, going to a game 3. We don't know who's taking over that host, but what a game 2 that was from Typical Gamer and his partner.
No, they did a great job. I will say, chat was saying I look like Chad later or Z later Duck out of Baby. Look, I'll take it, right?
I can see it. Yay.
I respect Z, dripping in heat, everybody behind the scenes, and got to play today. It's been a fun tournament all the way across the board. But we're here, right? We're in winners finals. It's map 3. They're trying to get underway and get this map started. And you're right, we don't know the host, but I really think it is anybody's ball game. Either direction, it certainly could go. However, the problem becomes, right, for right now, for TG and Ranger, their win condition has been Tfue and Zimmy making mistakes. It has been that full wipe that allowed them to farm the rest of the lobby. They can certainly slay out. They dropped the 27-28 elimination game. It's a great map, but if Tfue and Zimmy are clicking on all cylinders, whether it's a V8 or a V12, right, they're going to drop a 30-plus point game, and it's going to be very difficult to catch them, and you would hate that your only win condition is them making a mistake. And so what do you change up going into this map, if anything? Do you play more aggressive? Do you do a split drop? We haven't seen too many of those today.
You haven't. Again, take note, we're going into game 3 0-0, so it's not like a cumulative point total, so you can continue to play your game. But that is such a great point you bring up, Goj, is the fact, I mean, you know, and I think the win condition for a lot of the teams that have played against Tfue and Zimmy is, are they going to make a mistake? Are they going to get, you know, sniped by a rogue sniper somewhere off in the distance, or someone hiding in the corner and all of a sudden they get gunned down, one shot to the pump? So that is a reality. But granted, that's a reality that might come to fruition once again and happen in game 2, and it gave it out for Typical Gamer and his partner, you know? But I believe, at least from my perspective, Typical Gamer is spending too much time at his initial POI. And what POI is that? Obviously, I'm talking about Collider. I think he stays there way too long, comes out with maybe 2 eliminations, maybe a couple of more. But it's a great POI to transition to, but not the best, I think, to drop to, at least off the rip. And the reason why I say that is because Tfue, Zimmy are clearly picking up a large amount of eliminations wherever they're going off of the start, and they're finding great success. But in this case, I guess you really don't have to think about it too much. They're all at the Collider, so that works.
Right, and this is it. This is map number 3 in the winners finals. The losers will go down to face off against Maddie and Upshell, who are patiently awaiting, and already Tfue in a close encounter. IO guard from behind and an enemy from distance, and continuing to showcase how well he can do from distance. That burst rifle in hand finds one knock and potentially an elimination. He already has 1 to his name, and immediately, by the way, we have to note, Tfue goes for the jetpack every single time. It has been a crucial staple to this tournament all the way through in order to win close and long-range gunfights.
I guess still their kill.
Well, close range one right before us, obviously, and that's just going to be a massacre. 3 players conjoining in on that one player. It doesn't feel good. We've all been there, I'm sure of it, but it's never a good feeling when you're at the butt of it. Tfue, he's going to go ahead and rotate out. You mentioned about that split drop. We don't see a split drop, but we do see a split up. Tfue is taking a large risk. Do I believe in his gun skill? Do I believe in his ability? Why shouldn't I? You're seeing it represented right before you. But he has to be careful because, again, the win condition is Tfue and Zimmy making a mistake more so than it is for a Typical Gamer and Ranger finding an opening.
Right, and we've talked about the recon scanners the entirety of this event. We talked about how they kind of favor the maybe slower playstyle, the strategic playstyle, but currently they also favor the aggressive playstyle because it kind of denotes to you how to push the structure in front of you, right? There's no building, so you can't necessarily react to your opponent and throw up a ton of cover unless you have the cow catcher. So instead, you have the information going into the fight. You have the competitive advantage. You could push the equation and play the aggressor role.
Well, we're going for a little bit of a drive from Tilted. Who knows where it's going to end up taking us. Actually, just right here, it was just a short little drive because there's another player behind. Recon scanner to figure out where he is. He's just below. Easy job for Typical Gamer to pick up yet another one. one of the things I mentioned, and you kind of questioned me, win condition wise, and I thought Collider, it's a great place to start to get kitted up, maybe pick up a couple elims, but you got to get out of there as soon as possible. Tilted Towers is the poster child for going in afterwards and picking up a couple of different squads. Typical Gamer Ranger, they have been staying in Collider way too long. This time they leave it. We're going back, yes, but because they have broken out, they have had much better success than they had in the previous games.
Right, what I'll be watching this map as well, Reflections, is whether or not, if all 4 of these players stay alive into the mid to late game of this map, if some of these duos, if they have a small elimination lead, will start fighting with their opponents. We've seen this happen a number of times in elimination races where somebody like a Tfue or a Zimmy, if they're up by 4, 5, 6 eliminations and there's only 20 players left, Tfue will actually go fight with his duo opponents rather than his teammate in order to try to steal away some of those eliminations, because they almost count for double, right? If your opponents are finding elims and you're finding elims, it's essentially a wash. But if you can jump in and even steal away 1 or 2, it's a point for you and a point away from them.
I love that Tfue is breaking out from Zimmy, and again, it's highly risky, but you notice, and you just pointed out, you know, you take away those eliminations from your opponents, that's great, but with Tfue breaking away, and Zimmy now even by himself, as we, you know, take a little bit of a leap forward, you can notice how confident Tfue and Zimmy are playing separated. They're close enough to where they can possibly get to each other quickly to be able to assist, but for the most part, the reason why Tfue and Zimmy have such high elimination games, at least up until this point, is because of their confidence and their ability to play as individuals and still slay out squads. And I want to put an emphasis on that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you have 4 players on the same squad, but it breaks down to a 2v2, and then if you go by yourself, it breaks down into 1v4s consistently. That is never an easy thing to go about.
Right, exactly, and showcasing why those jetpacks are so important. You can stabilize your position in the air, you can continue to move forward, but it's an easy way to find an elim out in the open and still shake the aim of your opponent slightly. So we can see 7 eliminations just off of Ranger by himself, and it looks like our overall elimination tallies as Zimmy finds a couple in his own right. These are free and clear. Talk about the third party of third parties. Not a single enemy will shoot back, and I believe he could find all 4, make it potentially 5 eliminations here if these opponents didn't steal them away from him, because Zimmy uncharacteristically only has 1 to his name, and this is, I believe, why they elected to split. Zimmy needs to find more eliminations. He needs to have an opportunity here to continue to increase this gap or close the deficit, actually, on their opponents, and it is finally now 11-11 as he finds 2 of those elims. That was a potential 5 elims that he could have found, though, and he only was able to net 2 along the way, and super unfortunate. We'll be looking back on that one should they lose this.
Guy on top of the hill.
Gotta watch out for those railguns. Luckily, you can time it properly. You can avoid them almost every single time, unless you're playing against the upper echelon players. With this being a public lobby, you never know what you're going to get. Rooftop access, though, on the opposite side, I believe that was for Ranger. Meanwhile, back on board with Zimmy, who continues to slay out. You said it best. He needed to kind of venture out and pick up more elims to close that gap with typical Gamer and Ranger, and he has effectively done that. Zimmy has been absolutely lights out this entire tournament, and he continues to heat up deeper as the tournament gets, and even Tfue himself playing around with his food, getting yet another finish, some more minis he's able to rack up, and he's on the hunt for some more squads.
You give Tfue and Zimmy an inch, they take it a mile. The difference between this duo and others is that they're the only duo thus far that we've seen on main broadcast fully split and be successful for it. It was 11-11. It was even 11-9 in the favor of typical Gamer and Ranger for a little while, but this duo has completely separated and slayed opposite sides of the map, and that's how you win these 2v2s. That's how you win an elimination race, especially as you find double digits by yourself.
Board once again with Tfue, still searching out there, 22-11. Wow, that gap got really large quickly, and it makes sense. When Tfue and Zimmy being by themselves, they're running into more squads, double the amount of squads than typical Gamer and Ranger, who have to now make a do-or-die decision. Should they themselves break up? Are they confident enough to break up and then ultimately play the same split game that Tfue and Zimmy are doing? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But at this point in time, you're running out of options. You're just down to 20 total eliminations on the map, and you start to fall behind even greater than you were before at 22 and 11. Things are getting scary. Typical gamer, Ranger, you gotta step it up. It's not 233 to 11. Ignore that. It's 23 to 11, and typical gamer is picking up even more.
Very well done by typical gamer to finally find an encounter, finally start pushing the equation, win the 1v multiple situation. They are playing together. It looks like Tfue, this is what I was talking about before it, and it looks like either Tfue or Zimmy, I think that is Tfue, is playing with the duo and trying to steal away their kills. It was Zimmy, actually, that was trying to steal away their eliminations, but this is a crucial moment. They're up by 8, 9, almost double digits. If you can hop in, steal a few, hop out, everything is going to be better for it in your favor. Now, finally, TG Ranger splitting up completely to finish off the rest of this lobby. They must. There are only 14 players left, and you need 8 more than your opponent. So if your opponents pick up 2, that means you need 10. We only have, 2 other players to deal with.
Well, being over at the islands, it's relatively open. This could be a decent thing. Plus, you have the air vents that can obviously catapult you, as we're seeing. And typical gamer is going to use that just to scan the horizons. And the reason why I said the islands, especially where we're at, it's got a lot of open ground. You can see quite far and also see if there's any potential opponents. Plus the rifts, hey, you'll take it. And typical gamer is going to be soaring through the air, seeing if he can just spot anybody. And you gotta know, typical gamer and Ranger at this point are feeling desperate, Goj.
Oh, absolutely. And a quick shout out to Dr. Disrespect. I know he ended for the day and sent the whole Champions Club over. The arena is warm.
Love having him.
Welcome you in to finish off this event. As a reminder, this is map 3, winners finals. Everything on the line, and Tfue and Zimmy are not letting off the gas. A total of 23 eliminations, if not more than that now together. Only now 9 other players left in the lobby, and they're going to continue to keep this pace to make sure that TG and Ranger cannot come back from it.
We gotta at least beat him by 20.
It's going to be a tough comeback. The typical gamer and Ranger, they are bound and determined. And luckily, Tfue and Zimmy have hit a bit of a dry spell, and they've also stuck together at this point. So something to kind of take into account. That split up isn't as impactful, at least at this stage in the game, and they feel the circle is, or at least the zone is small enough to the point where staying together might make a bit more sense, especially now that you do expect to face off against a talented squad, or maybe a squad that is going to be a bit better than what you've ran into in the past. Speaking of the devil, look at what's up ahead, Goj. We got a car.
Yeah, hunt it down as fast as possible. That's the name of the game. And, I wanted to kind of slow down here for a second, too, Reflections, to talk about the strategy. Well, I would say slow down, except this car might be driving right at Tfue. But the strategy that Tfue and Zimmy have been able to execute in this map is such a crucial point as he continues to find elimination after elimination. Tfue and Zimmy did not wait until the end game to find the elims. The end game in pubs are hide and seek games, right? You've got to find a ton of eliminations in the mid game, and that requires mobility, and Tfue and Zimmy made sure that was the case by splitting. So very well done by this duo. I believe that's all she wrote. I believe we'll see TG and Ranger down to the losers bracket to face off in a best of 3 series for the losers finals versus Maddie and Upshaw, because 29-16, they've dropped yet again as he finds his maybe 30th elimination, their 3rd, 4th, maybe make it 5th 30 bomb of this event series.
Incredible performance from Tfue and Zimmy, and like you said, they're 3rd, 4th, 5th, losing track at this point. Tfue and Zimmy are consistently and constantly dropping 30 bombs, 30 eliminations, even more in this case, as another player is going to go. They already know they've won, but they want a little bit more, a victory royale. They want to make a statement, but for typical gamer and Ranger, hopefully they finish strong. They know all is lost, but they've got to stay warm. Maddie, Upshaw have been such formidable opponents, and that's who they have next in the losers finals, obviously in that best of 3. But what an ending it was, at least here, and we have one more player to find. The hide and seek is now officially begun. And Goj, where do you think the last player is hiding?
Somewhere probably near middle of zone, inside of a bush or in a tree, just hanging out thinking, I think I can win this. But what they don't know is that Tfue, Zimmy, typical gamer, and Ranger are hunting down every limb like their life depends on it. Well, their life doesn't, but potentially $40,000 does. So this is not necessarily a crucial moment in the tournament, but I would hate to be the last player alive.
I would too, man. You got all the confidence. Your team's watching you.
All right.
Right,
good
you're in
shit,
your
man.
you're in your Discord call. You're like,
played on
man,
their fucking host
we can win
twice,
this.
dude.
We can
So
do
we're at
this.
the disadvantage.
You can't. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Now this would be a good area to hide if I was a solo player. Send those recon scanners out. See if you can
Yup.
find them. It's a moot point, and you say, "Oh, was there a shot that was?" Oh, there he is. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, buddy. It should be over with relatively. Tifu, go for him.
I think he riffed it out. Yeah, he
Oh, he
riffed
ripped it out. Got it.
Sent it over to the right side, so Tifu will try to find these long-range shots. Jetpack in hand, the risk it for the biscuit, able to break shields, and boom! Might have
got
TG could have stolen that. I don't know. No, Tifu did find that elim from distance, and huge congratulations, Tifu, Zimmy, walking away with, at the very least, second place in $25,000, but they do have a chance and a shot at that 40K, and probably the best shot at that 40K.
I think
Very
so.
well done, and hard fought for typical gamer and ranger. They played well.
Very hard fought, and now they secure themselves at least against a one loss in winners, because there will be a bracket reset. We'll talk about that more. But what a day it has been, Champions Club. Thank you for joining us from Dr. Disrespect's main channel. Hey, who do you think is going to win? Coming up next, we are going to have losers finals. Typical Gamer and Ranger will face off against Maddie and Upshaw. The winner moves forward to play against Tifu and Zimmy, out of the fire into the frying pan. That's the best way that I can put it. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, losers finals will be coming your way.
I'm very weak.
Oh, it's a double kill. They got off the right. They knocked him. They got on the right. One shot.
Got a full bomb on me. Fucking tried to run.
No, it might be AIs actually. No, I didn't say AIs. It is. Give one to one of these guys.
I got all four.
And welcome back, everybody, for the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Goj. 2 more series left and a big one right before us. Losers Finals. Losers all day, Goj. Has been a best of 1. This time around for Finals, it's going to be a best of 3. I think that's fair. Loser gets 3rd place, a decent amount of money, but also doesn't get their chance at glory to once again play against Tfue and Zimmy, both rosters who have actually known them quite a bit. They've been defeated by both of them.
Right, no, it's a great point. As we look towards this losers finals, I love what Doc did and Boom did with the losers finals being a best of 3, because in all reality, right, this is a matchup for around $12,000 difference. Like, this
Incredible.
one best of 3 is worth $12,000, because if you lose this best of 3, you still walk away with $13,000 to your name. If you win this best of 3 and you still lose grand finals, you walk away with $25,000, and of course the winner walks away with $40,000. So this is a monstrous matchup, a lot of nerves on the line, I am sure, because a lot of money is here to be had still. And albeit, as we look down our leaderboard and we look at our bracket and some of the teams that have been eliminated, Reflections, they've still walked away with a sizable chunk of change. $8,000 for 4th place, $5,000 for Doc and D-Wolf at 5th and 6th as well, and then 7th and 8th still walked away with $2,000 apiece. So everybody getting a little bit of the chunk of the change, but that lion's share, that most amount of money is to be had in these top 3 positions.
Now, Champions Club can buy quite a bit with the money that you just listed, right? I know I could buy quite a bit of things out there, but maybe I would just throw it in savings too. That's a smart decision, but why not live lavishly or, you know, live loud? Let's talk about it. Typical Gamer Ranger, they've been incredible. They even put up a wonderful fight against Tfue and Zimmy, who unfortunately beat themselves in Game 2, but then in Game 3, we really saw what they were made of. That split performance from Tfue and Zimmy was absolutely stunning. 30+ eliminations going their way. And Typical Gamer Ranger, granted, you know, almost dropping a 20 bomb, but it wasn't enough. But they're also not playing Tfue and Zimmy at the moment. They're playing against Maddie and Upshaw, a duo that I must say, I'm so impressed and proud the fact that they make it this far amidst so many different incredible rosters. But I have noticed their numbers, and their numbers haven't been that great. So I gotta think they gotta step it up, just like Typical Gamer and Ranger should have done against Tfue and Zimmy earlier.
Right, it's going to come down to who can find the most eliminations, obviously, but it really is going to come down to who can find and push the equation and not play that passive role, right? If you play too passive and your opponents start gapping you in the total elimination tally, it's going to force you to start making some risky certain decisions in certain situations you put yourself into where you're having to win the 1v4s rather than getting a pick from distance. You would like to keep it close and then split if you need to, so things we'll be watching out for. But the 2 main storylines that I've been watching today, of course, has been typical Gamer and Ranger because of, well, there was that reset against Bonsai Bros. Bonsai Bros on paper, we thought had taken them out. There was a score discussion. We had a reset in that map, and then some untimely and unfortunate circumstances came to the Bonsai Bros, and TG came out on top in that matchup. So they're almost fighting up here on borrowed time. Regardless of being down in the losers bracket, I know they're feeling good about their current placings. They would just love to see their way back into the grand finale, because it will be a revenge tour for whoever makes their way out of losers finals. You said it perfectly, Reflections. Both of these teams have been knocked out by Tfue and Zimmy. Both of these teams would like a crack back at them.
Yeah, revenge tour for both rosters. That's the best way to put it. But still, the first time both of these rosters have to compete against each other, at least for this tournament's namesake. And it's going to be a fun one, for sure. Typical Gamer, Ranger, they've love dropped clearly. They've been dropping all day at the Collider. It seems to be working. They finally broke out of their shell and went Collider, got a couple of elims, and then broke away. I love that. Eventually making their way towards Tilted, back to Collider, and then, well, they ended up being all over the map after that point, and obviously the zone dictated that. For Maddie and Upshaw, I don't know or remember where they typically land, and if I do remember correctly, we've kind of been hopping into their games mid-game. So this is going to be the first time we really get to see a full game from Maddie and Upshaw and see what has been making them so successful.
As a reminder, I believe Maddie and Upshaw do have a fairly sizable delay, so we are going to see exactly where they drop out of the plane, or the bus rather, and then once they do drop, we'll jump forward in time, and that's exactly what's happened. You can see TG and Ranger on your screen right now. We jump forward, they've looted up at least slightly, and gonna hit some of these splash trucks and get right back into the mix. Again, loot is going to be everything. They have landed on Collider, but they've landed on the outside of Collider. And Reflections, I'd love for you to go back over that idea and that mentality of, rather than landing right into the middle of things, right into the hot drops, what if we land outside of one of these major POIs and work our way in?
Yeah, landing in outskirts was a viable strategy that was made back in Friday Fortnite. Every time I used to cast over Friday Fortnite, I was always amazed at how quickly the meta would shift and change and develop each and every single week. And eventually, Tfue and Cloaksy, who were the most successful team throughout Season 1 of Friday Fortnite, ended up landing and starting to land on the outskirts of, I believe, not Pleasant Park. Forgive me, I forget what POI they used to land at. Before they would actually go over towards Risky Rills, when it was at the total edge of the map. I'm talking Chapter 1, Season like 4, Season 5. But landing on the outskirts became popular because it narrows some of that RNG. Sometimes when you hot drop, the issue you run into is, A, you run into a plethora of other, starving players who are looking to have a strong start, but you also don't get your loot necessarily. But by landing on the outskirts of a popular POI, you get kitted up, you reduce your RNG, and then you can come right back into the fight. And it seems to be working for Typical Gamer, but unfortunately he's going to drop. Ranger has to be the hero. Luckily he's right there, but you got some enemies who's up close and personal, and Ranger's down. Upshaw is the last one alive.
Unbelievable start, and sometimes we see these maps go the distance. Sometimes you see the victory royale, all 4 players up hunting down every elimination that they can, but this time around, the onus of responsibility, everything is riding on Upshaw's shoulder. He's the only one alive, and as a reminder, it is a best of 3, so albeit a frustrating start there for Typical Gamer and Ranger, it's not all she wrote. They have an opportunity to come back, and before I even say that too, I believe it is 3-0. Our scores are correct. Not a single elimination to the side of Upshaw or Maddie yet, and so you still have to have Upshaw race against the clock to find 3 elims, potentially get the reboot on Maddie in order to tie up the ballgame, and then potentially one more to win it. And now with the scanner on top of him, he's been spotted. As long as he can find a decent weapon, well, that'll do. Should be able to be okay.
Yeah, it'd be perfectly fine. That legendary Stinger is just going to mow down his opponents like that. Still, though, Gosh, he got a bit up close and personal, and luckily he doesn't get one shot by the shotty, but that could have been pretty devastating depending on what his opponent would have had in the inventory. And that's the risk you take. Sometimes it's better to create that distance and play it a bit safe. In this case, he's going to have no choice.
Right, exactly. You've got to find the eliminations, but you're not in a huge rush. You still have 50 some odd players left in the lobby, and you only need 2 to tie, 3 to win. Finds at least a full team of 2 or 3 down below. One's jumped on top of him. Upshaw's in trouble. Down to 50% health. Make it 62. Now 6. 6 health to his name, and that's it. Taking shots.
No
he
way!
Goes down. That is a full wipe. Both sides. Reflections. You couldn't script it in a much more different. I mean, you love to see nail biters where they make it all the way to the end. I haven't seen a nail biter in a while where it's a full wipe within the first 60 seconds. That is insane.
I guess if the only time we saw anything remotely close was round 1 when it was Ninja and Tim the Tatman playing against Legion in reverse, and their game number 1 or game number 2 just came down to Legion hiding in a bush. But granted, the scores were very low and it forced Legion to try and clutch up, which ultimately he didn't, but they did win that series. Credit where credit is due. But that is a nail biter for sure. And for eliminations total for both of the rosters, really low scoring, but for Typical Gamer as well as obviously Ranger, they just got to get out of jail free card. That's the best way to put it.
No, that's exactly the way I would put it, right? When you full wipe that early, even with 3 eliminations, you're like, oh, we just gave away this map. We're going to have to come back on a deficit. Being down 1-0 in a best of 3 series is frustrating. Certainly can come back from that. It's a lot better than that potential. I mean, it really is, I guess, a reverse sweep at a best of 3, right? You go down 1, you have to win 2 in a row. You can't give up a single map. That's what it is. And so you hate to have to reverse sweep your opponents. And this time they go down. Maddie is down, so you're like, okay, there's a chance, right? At the very least, Upshaw's gonna have to play slow. Upshaw pushes the equation, which I love. Like, we love violent speed and momentum here in the arena, but maybe just a bit too much, right? Gave away their life, unfortunately. Series of unfortunate events, fighting multiple enemies at once with low resources. Upshaw isn't quite able to make it through, and so they do go down, I believe, 3-1, and we'll continue to watch out for that and see exactly what the score total was, but all signs are pointing to a 1-0 lead, Typical Gamer and Ranger.
Yeah, 1-0 lead. I mean, that is amazing that you win with 3 eliminations, but that's the reality of elimination races. Anything can happen, and you might run into quite literally anyone. Not to say what, you know, who just ran into who. Chat might know, but I'm not sure if, yeah. So either way, though, you never know when you're going to find those diamonds in the rough who are absolutely incredible, Ghosh. You know, you can run into somebody who's spectacular, you can run into bots, and we've seen a mixture of both. But that's the beauty and the exciting thing about elimination races when they're done in the public sector. It's always fun and entertaining. So going into game 2 for Maddie and Upshaw, I'm just hoping that they're not too down on themselves for taking that loss, despite it being close, 1-3. They've got to step it up. This is their time to regain season, baby. Let's see if they can do it.
Right, certainly regain season. That was a great way to put it, and I couldn't quite get it out. But when you look at that duo, I'm assuming when you look behind the scenes at their comms, you're thinking, okay, this is a winnable map. We know we can beat them. Sure, they make mistakes. We make some mistakes, but we come back swinging just like it's 0-0 and play our game. I don't think you do anything too crazy. So we're going to jump straight into the game at the very beginning of the map, see where everybody's dropping, and we'll see. Is this going to be a quick 2 up, 2 down, or is this going to go all the way to the distance on that map 3?
Well, let's find out. I hope we go to a map 3. I mean, honestly, that is what I expect from competitors such as Maddie and Upshaw, who have made it this far and have been absolutely stellar. Typical gamer Ranger, once again, where are they going? Of course, they're going Collider. This has been their home since the very beginning. Don't fix what's not broken. You have a 1-0 lead, and you have a very real chance to make it into Grand Finals for that revenge tour we talked about to play against Tfue and Zimmy for the crown, for first place. But they're also going to land a bit on the outside. That discussion once again coming into play. Sometimes it's better to get kitted up, get fully shielded, and then go on the attack.
Exactly, and like you said, you always have to try to figure out how strong some of your opponents are. It's a pubs lobby. Some of them are going to be high skilled, some of them are going to be low skilled. Looks like an early encounter here. Typical gamer and Ranger able to clean up one without any sort of issues. 1 up, 1 down, no problems at all, and we're going to continue to loot up. This is the exact same rotation we saw them have in map 1. Let's see if they have a bit more success this time around.
All right, TG getting kitted up, getting looted. It's not looking too stellar, but it's enough to work with at least. From Upshaw's perspective, he has been marked, so we know somebody is with him as well as his partner Maddie over at the Command Cavern, and he's playing it very safe, taking it slow. He does have the Rift to go for added, maybe he wants to go ahead and dip, and I love that. I do. You want to have that added mobility. Things can get quite chaotic. You don't want to have an early exit like you did in game number 1.
Exactly. You're going to continue to loot up to make sure you find the weapons that you're most comfortable with. Of course, that Striker Burst Rifle is the #1 preference in terms of the AR category for every player today. I mean, I haven't seen one player not electing to use it when they can, whether it's uncommon, whether it's rare, epic, or otherwise. It is a great option to have in your inventory. And then the jetpacks have also been crucial all day today, Reflections, right? It's been jetpack, it's been Striker Burst, it's been those amazing shockwave grenades as well. Have been kind of the 3 staples to every inventory, and then it comes down to personal preference and playstyle.
And the jetpacks also open up a new range of attack. And one thing that I've noticed is players being on trees quite a bit. That wouldn't be a possibility. Obviously, you would take fall damage. Granted, you could probably build and avoid that. You can't build no build, right? So the jetpack is a necessary evil to have. And it also opens up new lines of attack. And look at how Upshaw is masterfully using his to get onto the flank of his opponent and mow him down. And that's going to be a finish. But one more still remains. Where's he at? Oh, he's behind! Look behind you! No, he's Yo, I caught him in my peripheral and he did it. That's tough.
Luckily, does have some water to drop down onto for a bit of reprieve as long as the post player isn't too thirsty. Oh, he's very thirsty. Comes down to the water and trying to finish off Upshaw. Maddie says, no, not today. That's my duo. You cannot have him. And Upshaw's going to go underneath to make sure it doesn't get picked off from above. Well done. Heads up play from both of these players to play the trades and play together in order to get the revive as long as they don't get thirsted from the right side. And bad news bears. Upshaw's down and out when we thought they were clear. Maddie in trouble, trying to grab the Rift to go. I don't know if she's going to get it off in time. Just barely gets out of there with 46 health. That was sketchy.
Wow.
How does that not pick up your
It was. It still kind of is. 46 health. She's going back in. She's committed to getting Upshaw back into the fight. Luckily, she's able to shield up just a bit. Maybe her disconnecting and hiding where she's currently at maybe she won't be seen, and she can effectively get Upshaw back into the fight. It's going to take some time, but there is a definite chance. Ranger has also fallen. Typical gamer, nowhere in sight when it comes to Ranger's perspective, and especially on the mini-map. We could very well have a 1v1, and we will have a 1v1. Once again, a low elimination game that could very well end in a surprising fashion.
I do believe Maddie was able to grab the tag for Upshaw. Should be able to grab that reboot if she takes her time and plays patient. We'll see if maybe TG is able to do the same. Not sure exactly where Ranger went down, though. I've been able to see it from the map and from the communications that are coming in back and forth. Could be an opportunity to still grab him, but a lot of the comms are pointing to maybe Ranger not being attainable. I'm not sure.
He's kind of just jetpacking around.
I'll be. Fortunately, we won't know.
You go for this one.
Unless maybe the map is... Oh, it's just... I couldn't catch it in time. My old eyes could not catch up in time. So that's all right. We'll see how it's going to end up unfolding in for Upshaw. Looking to be back into the game. Maddie has made a great play to disengage. She was down to 44 health. I mean, that was such... I mean, really almost an impossible situation that she was put in. That final member of the squad that they were desperately fighting ended up getting the best of Upshaw. But Maddie has made a great play, and teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Typical gamer. Right into the action, mowing down one player, but there's still more that's going to be around here. You got to be ready.
Yeah, TG doesn't have the luxury of teamwork and can still make the dream work by himself, but would love to get back Ranger. Again, we still haven't seen Ranger on the map at all, and now that Upshaw is back, that small power position they had of being in the lead is all completely cut down. They do have a 2 elimination advantage, at least for a moment, but Maddie's now gone down. Looks like Upshaw was able to clean up that elim without too many issues and should be able to grab the revive. Great trades back and forth. Continues to showcase why player advantage is so crucial. So with Ranger unattainable and it all being up to typical gamers, he's gonna have to do this all by himself at this point, competing against a duo.
Oh,
it'll be difficult.
There's Ranger's card.
Oh, finally.
800 meters away. 140 seconds. It's possible. He's got a car, and he's clearly beelining it straight towards Ranger's car. This is a good moment. You just got to hope that he doesn't run into anything, but also doesn't run into any opponents, most importantly, because then he has to make a distinct decision. Continue for Ranger or disengage that objective and then ultimately engage the opponents that might have been shooting at him. But I think he's fully committed. Ranger's card's still up ahead. Question is that squad that eliminated Ranger still there? Surely not. There's been enough time, right?
I don't think so. I mean, it's been a while that TG's kind of left Ranger out for a while to dry, and again, using the vehicle to get there in time. This is right in the middle of Collider. We see plenty of shots and plenty of footsteps. There's going to be a lot of IO guards here, but there's also most likely going to be multiple players in the air. He was able to grab it, and this updraft is so crucial to his success. The vehicle also traveling with him up into the air, but they're not going to let him go down without a fight. They're going to continue to take shots at him, and he's going to duck,
you got to do this.
Dive, dodge,
it's a real thing.
All of the things in air to make sure he doesn't get picked off, and is actually going to head over towards Upshaw to make sure that somebody else could at the very least take a bit of bullets for him.
Maddie by herself, but confident as ever. She picked up an elimination just a little bit earlier when we hopped onto her perspective. Typical gamer in the storm, in the zone. Cannon just off to the right. Surely he uses it, but nope, we're going back to the ground. Reboot fan, there it is. It has been a heroic effort for Typical Gamer to get Ranger back into the fight. We'll find out if it's worth it.
Right, exactly. And, you know, something worth mentioning, these types of maps are those higher skilled lobbies where everybody's kind of in a blender. I call them like wars of attrition, right? It's death after death, it's reboot after reboot, and everyone's trying to keep their dreams alive in order to, of course, move forward in this event into the grand finale to face off against Tifu and Zimmy and try to get that much-needed revenge, but still a long way to go, not only in this map, but also in the tournament. This is a best-of-3 series. It's a must-win for Maddie and Upshaw, and Reflections, we're already down to, I believe, well, as Maddie just runs into an enemy that has no idea what's going on, should be able to win this without too many issues. There's only 20 other players, make it 19 other players left in the lobby, and Maddie's still under trouble.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Yeah, not a lot, but Tilted Tower is going to see quite a bit of action. Maddie forcing to disengage. Luckily, though, that lead is still in their favor, and a large portion of that is because Ranger fell so early. Typical Gamer had to traverse the entire map with the objective of getting him back into the fight. That could have very well opened up an opportunity for Maddie and Upshaw to win Game 2 and send it to a Game 3. Nice shots, Maddie. That's going to be another elim. She's now up to 6. She has definitely carried her weight. Upshaw, once again, struggling just a bit. It seems as if he cannot catch a break.
Yeah, I wouldn't call 5 elims necessarily struggling, but struggling in the sense that he's soaking in so many different bullets. But great shots from distance. Recon scanner going to help him out a little bit. Usually shoot through that rock, maybe with a railgun if he has it. Doesn't look like he does. Striker burst, primary of choice. And Maddie going to come in with the pinch on the right side. He's grabbed a number of downs. She's going to come in, thirst all of them for him. These are the moments you look back on and say, oh, when did they start pulling ahead? Oh, a full team wipe around the rock. That's when. A total of 11 between the two of them, if not more than that. Now, I believe Upshaw's jumped up to 8 elims and Maddie up to 6. So I think they're up to 14 with those 3.
And this is all possible. Taking a step back, this is possible because Maddie disengaged once Upshaw fell, and she survived with, less than 50 health, like 43, 44 health. Maddie has made this possible, and you got to give credit where credit is due. An incredible performance on her part. 12-5. We push up now. Maddie on the hunt for maybe some potential victims. Obviously, that's what they're on the search for, and Typical Gamer just about to break through the storm. Finally, it seems as if they've been in a storm for so long, but will they be able to get the final remaining cleanups? And honestly, they're going to need all that they can possibly get. And this is an opportunity. A little bit of a drive-by action. You got a Rick who's just up ahead. A reboot has taken place, and it's going to be chaos. Bullets flying everywhere. Typical Gamer getting at least a down. But where is Ranger? Ranger is also down. Upshaw and Maddie have done it.
Wow, 1-1 in our losers bracket finals. Upshaw, Maddie with the heroics of the Rift to go from underneath that balcony. Very well done to get out of dodge, get her teammate back, and then continue to slay out. They've done it. They've forced a map 3, and it has all come down to this. Reflections, again, we love map 3s when it comes down to finals. We love map 3s, especially when you're playing for $12,000 difference in terms of how much you're getting paid out between third or second, if not making your way all the way to first place with the bracket reset.
And I love the smile on Maddie's face. She knows she just pulled off something incredible, and you could tell the pride that she has, and she's super happy that this is going to be going to a Game 3. And honestly, I am as well, because Game 1 was quite disappointing, but Game 2, absolutely the polar opposite with plenty of action. But again, going back to that heroic play Maddie made. Maddie being that player who obviously, pulled out of the fight and ended up taking a bit of cover behind any building that she possibly could at 40 plus health. She ended up disengaging, getting her health back, getting the reboot card on Upshaw, and then ultimately getting her teammate back in the fight that resulted in a victory. I mean, Goj, that is just such a heroic effort and honestly a wonderful play. I gotta say, I'm proud of Maddie.
No, I am as well. I mean, it's got to be nerve-wracking when you know this is a must-win situation and you're down to less than 50 health. You have the Rift to go right in front of you. You can't quite grab it. She finally grasps it, gets out, and then, like you said, is able to secure not only a reboot, but also plenty of eliminations to win Map 2. And Map 3, I'm sure, is going to be a lot of the same. We saw an untimely death from both teams in Map 1, and then a lot more action in Map 2. We could see Map 3 go the distance all the way down to the Victory Royale, but only time will tell. And we know Tfue, Zimmy, they're waiting off in the wings. They're waiting for their competition. If you're Tfue and Zimmy, is there a team you're like, I hope we fight them? I hope we play against them. I hope they win this because I think we have a better chance of beating them with our playstyle? Or is it kind of just like, we'll take on whoever we want?
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, they don't care. And honestly, I wish I could build up the storyline like, yeah, they would like to play this team versus that team. I think Tfue and Zimmy just genuinely don't care. They'll play whoever comes their way. They've already beat both of these rosters. They're like, all right, you want to go for round 2? That's fine. And Tfue's already been a champion very recently, and he's looking to be a champion once again. Tfue and Zimmy have been dropping 30 bombs all night. They've had one stumble, one hiccup, and I think they've only dropped one game. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure they've only lost one game. Now, granted, that was from Typical Gamer's perspective, and also obviously Ranger. They were the ones who ended up beating them in that game, which was truly impressive. But answer your question again, they don't care, brother. They'll play whoever comes their way.
No, I couldn't agree more. I would assume that's what they're saying. They're just waiting off in the wings. They're like, well, we won this tournament, you know, yesterday or 2 days ago. We won the tournament before that, and maybe the tournament before that. Yeah, let's just win this one as well, right? Let's just win a casual $40,000 if we take home this whole tournament. So huge shout out to all the teams still left, because they're still taking home quite a chunk of change, but you're not done yet. Keep pushing. A lot of money still on the line.
A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line as well. This is an incredible tournament. It's ran so smoothly, and we come down to our final game in this best of 3 for losers finals. Loser taking a respectable prize pool home plus 3rd place. Winner moving forward to grand finals to play for a ton of money, and already earning a ton of money as you've set the storyline goes. Just earning 2nd place. We're 30 seconds before we load into the game goes. What do we think we can expect for game 3?
I think the key to success for both teams, you know, the classic phrase is like shoot stuff, don't die in FPS shooters, right? Like that's classic. In this, that really is the motto to live by. You have to stay alive, and that has been the problem for both of these squads, is they've gone down early, right? They've fallen early in map 1, and even in map 2, there was some odd 20 players left, and we're falling in a fight that maybe we can't win. So how do we stay alive in those fights, even if it means slowing our pace a little bit? Does it mean we fight from cover first instead of pushing out into the open? Does it mean we play slightly less aggressive and make sure we can play some trades? Do we send one forward, the other one playing a bit more Overwatch like Doc and D-Wolf were doing? I mean, a lot of conversations back and forth, but at this stage of the game with so much on the line, they're probably saying, hey, let's play our game. Let's just react to whatever is given to us.
Intensity. It's going to be intense for sure, and we're going back to where we started for Upshaw and Maddie. My only concern is Maddie's a bit far behind, so by the time she gets there, I'm really hoping there's not going to be anybody waiting for her with loot already. And same situation for Typical Gamer and Ranger, just on the outside of the Collider. They'll work their way in, jetpacks, a little bit of loot. They're going to be feeling relatively confident. And again, same game plan. They're playing their game. They're not changing anything up. I'm a big fan of that. This is not the time to change what's not broken. You know, don't fix what's not broken. This is not the time to change anything up, because you made it this far for a reason. Keep playing your game.
Right, exactly. And if you can recognize the strength of the lobby earlier, maybe that's when you start splitting up more often. That's when you start playing more aggressive. But it's not the very beginning of the map. You see both of these teams have elected to go to their main drive spot. See the command cavern. This is Upshaw and Maddie's place of business, place of home, whatever you want to say. This is where they've been dropping every single map that we've seen them on our screens, and they've been doing a great job of that thus far, hoping to find maybe even a bit more success this time around, because the last two have been a bit shady, a bit shoddy, and looks like Upshaw should get the better of one opponent off of the top of the blimp above command cavern, and that's 1 up, 1 down. That's actually 2 eliminations for Upshaw.
Yep.
I just gotta look for some.
All right, 2 eliminations, but Maddie, sliver of health. She's got to be very careful. Upshaw as well. This place can be super chaotic. Command Cavern has the potential for a lot of loot, but the competitors that have been here clearly have been up to par with challenging, shoddy in the corner, but no worries. Upshaw will go ahead and disengage. That puts him at 3. Jetpack back up. He's got to be careful, though. See if he can get this. He's tempting fate. I think there's also a C4 on the ground, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So he's got to be really careful.
Certainly needs to be careful. Those recon scanners have been, I knew they would be valuable. I mean, I've used them in the game as well, and they're super valuable informational wise, right? But it has been almost necessary in order to win these 1v multiple situations, because you know how to then isolate your ones. And well, Jetpack McGee finds the elimination down at the very least on Upshaw. He gets beat in his own game reflections. That was impressive by that random post player.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you never know who you're going to be playing against. The caliber of players are incredible sometimes in pub lobbies, especially when your level is as high as it currently is. There's no smurfing here. This is all great and amazing competitive gameplay. Maddie, once again, the pressure's on her. right? She has to be the one to perform. She has to be the one to get the card, disengage, get Upshaw back in to the fight. Now, it's not because Upshaw's been playing bad. It's because he's just had a lot of enemies around him. Matter of fact, he's the only one with eliminations on the team so far. We transition to typical gamer and ranger. They're taking some shots. The IOs are just above them, but they also have to prioritize which one are the real enemies, and clearly they're able to do that with stunning style. Watch out for those stray bullets, man. Hey, they can really take you down, and you got to be careful. Typical gamer ranger, they are cruising.
Very well done. Finds one, gets the thirst, and able to find his 5th elimination. That's TG's 5th. The question is, how many does Ranger have? And get those scores updated as fast as we can, because I still think this is a very close matchup. But this is the power play. This is the moment, or the enemies are in the penalty box. They're trying to grab the reboot, and so now you can get a move on. Find a number of eliminations to increase that deficit, make them come in from behind, and that's exactly what they're doing. TG makes sure that he's safe. Rotate it out, finds a bit of cover, and says, okay, everything's fine. Let's get right back into the mix. Drum shotgun in hand, proving useful in the close range encounters, and of course, striker burst, primary. Great position thus far for TG. This is a pretty good start, I would say, for TG and company. I mean, TG and Ranger, they started strong, but they didn't start too strong, right? We know what happens when they start too strong, and it looks like Maddie's going to take her time here with Upshaw after he's been rebooted. Find some extra loot.
Yeah, a little loot llama. We haven't seen any loot llamas so far, so well done. That's going to be definitely much needed, but no AR bullets, though. Yeah, go ahead and drop some. There you go. Now she's up to 60. Fair enough. Upshaw being a bit greedy in that moment, but Maddie finds a way to convince him to give her some medium bullets. And then down low, got a player who's already... Actually, I don't think that was picked up from a typical gamer's perspective. I want to say that was a rogue shot, so now he's got to focus his attention up ahead. Rocky Reels, first time we're seeing this POI this entire tournament.
Yeah, that's actually kind of insane to say out loud, right? It's just been collider after collider after collider and a little bit of tilted, right? And so now that we're seeing some other rotations around with the variability of circles and otherwise, TG getting the better of his opponents from up above. Verticality is everything. The vertical advantage is massive when it comes to POIs like this, was a lot of open space, but now that they have player advantage, they're gonna push the equation. These should be easy eliminations, and that's exactly what they are. TG up to 7 in his own right, the team with at least 8 if not more.
Yep, and now they can break away. Plenty of cars to choose from once you get the loot that you're satisfied with. Go ahead and dip out and start finding more. You got to be aggressive. And not even just for this game per se, but you got to keep that heat up moving into grand finals, playing against your opponents of Tfue and Zimmy. So I want to see more aggression from typical gamer, which we are in fact going to get. Scanning the horizons, one player on the road just above, and easy. One shot's going to take him down. We transfer to Upshaw, who's already into an engagement over at Tilted. That's 2 players that should fall. One more shot, you got it. Maddie will get it anyways, and that's going to be a duo that's gone. Maybe some more remain, at least for Upshaw and Maddie. They're hoping there's going to be some more, and there will, in fact, be at least a couple of stragglers left in Tilted.
Yeah, I do respect how well Maddie has been doing at getting Upshaw back and kind of mitigating the downtime that they have, right? She's grabbed that tag, she got him back immediately, and then they're right back into the fight, right? They're not just sitting around looting. They're going to loot off of the dead bodies that they find after the eliminations come through. Maddie has found her 3rd. Upshaw, I believe, on 4, so that'd be 7 total for this duo. They're keeping it close all the way through this lobby. We only have about 29 some odd players, maybe 28 players left, as this circle still fairly large. It's going to start becoming who can be more mobile, grab your vehicles, hit the collider, whatever you need to do to rotate, because you've got to find some enemy teams quickly.
Absolutely the case. Time is of the essence. There still is a bit of leeway given the fact that there's, what, like 27 more players still on the map that you can pick up, but that's going to dwindle away very quickly. And for Upshaw, luckily finding some more up ahead and going in for the finish. Recon scanner out just for added insurance. There's no problem with added information. Easy cleanup. He is a master with the jetpack. The way that he maneuvers is incredible. And I got to say, I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan every single time I watch him use the jetpack or just fight in general. Upshaw is absolutely incredible. That closes the gap 8 to 12 for Separate 'em.
If you're just tuning in, as a reminder, this is a best of 3 losers finals. The winner of this map, because the series is tied 1-1, will go on to face against Tfue and Zemi, who have been in the winners bracket all day today. They won winners finals, and they're just waiting on their opponents. And if you're like, hey, where's Doc? I just got off of work. Well, Doc and D-Wolf had a great showing as well today. They tied for 5th, securing $5,000. Couldn't quite make a run all the way to the finish line, but still a great showing nonetheless. And we're over here hosting on the second live stream. I believe Doc has had some business to take care of, so thanks for hanging out with us today, JB's Club. You guys have been nothing but a pleasure to hang out with all along the way.
Doc said, it's Friday, I got a Lambo to drive, and he's gone, right? He's dipping out. He's out there, wind in his hair, just living the best life, of course, as Doc typically does. But we are happy to have the Champions Club, and this has been an incredible event, and it's really because a lot of you out there, pat yourself on the back, you're incredible, and even if someone sees you patting yourself on the back, it won't be weird because you did a good job, all right? You did it! All right, 4v4, or excuse me, 2v2. Still got all 4 on the map, and the gap has grown, right? And 16-9, and now we're down to 15 players. Goj. This is now a do or die for Maddie and Upshaw. They bring it to 4, or excuse me, they bring it to 5. Math is hard. But 5 is still a lot when you only have 15 players to choose from.
Right, exactly. And so it's not quite hide-and-seek mode yet, but it is about rotating as fast as possible. So battle bus, boat, or otherwise, get in a vehicle, hit the collider, and rotate around to find enemies. And that recon scanner becomes even more important and crucial to utilize in order to find the elims. And I thought that was going to be a fun little elimination for Upshaw, but no, it was an IO guard. But on the other side, TG says there's 1, make it 2, why not? Shotgun in hand, and bada bing, bada boom, striker pump turning up this time around, as I believe they just found a 3-piece chicken McNugget, and I believe that'll take them up to 18 or 19 total elims.
Chicken nuggets, don't start talking like that. I'm hungry. Okay, look at me. I am hungry, and I'm ready to eat. Hopefully, I'll be able to do that very shortly. Nice shots. The aggression from Typical Gamer and Ranger has literally heated up. They're even taking control of the battle bus. And they weren't even in control. They weren't even the ones driving. Look at the lasers. Ranger, Typical, calm down. These guys have kids or they are kids. I don't know which one.
Back and forth. They're playing trades perfectly. Their communication has been near flawless this entire map. They said, we're not going down in the losers bracket. We want our revenge on Tfue and Zimi, and we know we can do it. An incredible sequence has widened the gap to, I believe, double digits, or at least close to it. And well, Reflections, I'm no mathematician, but I want to say this might be all she wrote. Only 7 players left alive in the lobby. Now, there are a few places that you can reboot, so we can't count our chickens until... Wait, nope, that's not it. Something about eggs. We'll figure it out later. Regardless,
I love eggs.
TG at the top. Look, has the vertical position, but a tank inbound just cracking everything around him. Gonna have to be careful. I do believe they've got this one, though.
I think they do, brother. I think this is it, as far as I can tell. Maddie, still bleeding out, unfortunately. She needs to get picked back up. Down, but not out. And the Typical Gamer and Ranger. The way that they have closed this ending portion of Game 3 is literally nutty, buddy. I am so impressed with the aggression and how they turned it up literally 15 notches. That is the energy they need to move into grand finals to play against Tfue and Zimi. Only, what, one more player remains on the map, and, I mean...
That's it. Yeah, that is it. I saw somebody in chat say that was the definition of violent speed and momentum, and I couldn't agree more.
100%.
They turned up when they needed to. It was toxic vice from the very beginning. You have to channel that violent speed and momentum into your gameplay, and it took a little bit of rousing. They had a sleepy start in the losers finals. We thought Maddie and Upshaw were going to be able to do it, but no. At the end, Typical Gamer, Ranger moving forward, and look, they celebrated for good reason, right? Not only are they making way to grand finale, but even if they lose the grand finale, they just secured at least $25,000 as a duo. So huge congratulations thus far, and a huge congratulations, of course, to Maddie and Upshaw, who did walk away with third place and $13,000.
Maddie representing complexity well. I mean, incredible performance from her. Upshaw, absolutely stunning with his jetpack abilities. The way that he would maneuver was honestly bar none. Like, no one really can compare. Maybe Tfue, he's been incredible, but Upshaw was such a good partner to Maddie. And the fact that they make it this far, did I think they would? I knew they were great. Did I put them in third place? I'm going to be honest, probably not. But they proved me wrong, and they probably proved a lot of others wrong out there as well. Maddie Upshaw, congratulations. Been watching Maddie for quite some time. Ranger will finally find Crazy P96, the final player who was just trying to hide until the final zone collapsed down. They wanted a victor morale. Crazy P, I feel your pain. I wouldn't win either. But we have grand finals solidified, and I couldn't be more excited. Tfue, Zimmy, as well as Typical Gamer going against Ranger Goj. This is going to be incredible.
It's going to...
And welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Goj. Goj, we've got our two talented duos ready to queue up and fight for $40,000 in a championship. At least to call yourself a championship. You're in the Talk to Disrespect tournament. It's incredible. I can't wait. How you feeling?
I am feeling fantastic. From here on out, you have to call me Chad Laner according to chat, by the way, so we'll keep that
Done.
running. But no, it has been such a fun event. Both of these two duos have been dynamic all day today, and to be honest with you, I was talking with Bonsai Bros. They said they were going to win it. They weren't quite able to do that, but the other two teams they highlighted, which I already knew this was going to be the case, was Tfue and Zimmy, and then Typical Gamer and Ranger, right? These were the two teams that they said these are going to be the hardest to beat, and that's certainly been the case today. So we're going to jump straight into the grand finale. It's a best of 3 reflections, but what I would love for you to take us through as we hop into the game is talk to me a little bit about that bracket reset.
Yeah, so it's a best of 3, and to be fair to Tfue and Zimmy, it wouldn't be fair, right? If they played against Typical Gamer and Ranger and they lose one best of 3 and then they lose the tournament. No one's beat Tfue and Zimmy at this point. So a bracket reset is in order. So for Typical Gamer and Ranger, they have to win one best of 3 and then win another best of 3 if they want to be champions today. Meanwhile, Tfue and Zimmy, because they are undefeated, they only have to win one more best of 3 in order to be crowned as champions. That's how it's going to work. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in chat.
Exactly. Couldn't have put it better myself. Looks like both teams trying to drop a little hot here around Collider. Plenty of supply chests. Plenty of those coolers to find your chug splashes. And it looks like a double recon scanner already for Zimmy. He's going to make sure that they have all the information they need to take any of these early encounters.
All right, I like this. Both mirroring each other over on the Collider. That can make the exit a bit interesting, but it's also added security. You better believe, most likely, Tfue and co are not going to drop at the Collider. So it's going to be a bit of a lull in the beginning. Not a lot of eliminations, but when they do break out, that's when things could get absolutely exciting. And, you know, Tfue, all day today, he's been rocking an AR, he's been rocking a shot, and he's been very happy with that. Typical Gamer, picking up one elim off the rip. Maybe another player just up ahead, but Tfue, he's hungry for it.
I love that little bug we had on screen that showed that both of these two teams fittingly are fighting for first and second, or also first and second in total eliminations per game. So they've been slaying out all day today, and we've certainly seen that across the board. Plenty of 30 bombs from Tfue and Zimmy, and plenty of high 20s, if not some low 30s from Typical Gamer and Ranger. The key to success, though, will be, of course, staying alive and finding those eliminations. As you would suspect, you can't go down early. You're going to hemorrhage your chances at having, well, really a chance at $40,000. And as they sneak through the vents, that's one, make it 2. Could be a 3rd now for TG. Very well done already.
Well done indeed. Typical Gamer, Ranger taking that early leader, at least getting those early eliminations. That is what is needed to take the fight to Tfue and Zimmy. But now we're finally breaking away, and Tfue is going with that strat that worked in beating Typical Gamer and Ranger earlier in Winners Finals. He's breaking out away from Zimmy and taking fights by himself. It was a bold play that ended up paying off, and this time it seems to be paying off as well.
Look, there are only a few teams that can really afford to play these split push positions. Tfue is one of them. I believe TG and Ranger could do it as well. Win your 1v multiple situations. Isolate your 1v1s. Use that recon scanner to make sure you do it in a great fashion and don't risk going down early in some of these encounters. It is difficult to 1v4 in Fortnite, but if you have all the resources at your disposal, like the jetpack, like the recon scanner, it's certainly doable, and Tfue showing you exactly how to do it. Make it 1-2, looking for the 3rd, and as Ranger tries to come in and steal away a few of these eliminations, it's going to be Tfue finding at least the 3rd. It looks like Ranger maybe was able to secure 1.
All right, so Tfue, he's most likely going to pivot away from Tilted Towers relatively soon. We might even be seeing that as of right now. It's not like him to stay in one area for too long. Once he thinks it's, you know, kind of dried up elimination-wise, he's going to go ahead and dip. But is he happy with the striker that he has? At least the common striker? Maybe, but you might find something a little bit better later on. Ranger traveling with Typical Gamer. They've got a nice vehicle, and we're going off potentially into the desert area. And I like that. They have separated themselves from Tilted, from Tfue, from all that nonsense. They can find fresh fights that Tfue and Zimmy aren't going to be able to.
Here's the other thing to have a conversation about, right? Is that Tfue and Zimmy have only dropped one map throughout the entirety of this bracket. They have won every match, of course. Right. They're in the winner's bracket, and that's why they kind of have that buffer zone of having that bracket reset should things go awry. They've only dropped one map, but the one map they have dropped was against Typical Gamer and Ranger. So they know Typical Gamer and Ranger can win. It is possible. It has happened in the past. But with consistency, like if we were taking bets here, I think I have to place my money on Tfue because of the consistency they've had all day today. Not only have they not lost, but this team on your screen right now, Typical Gamer and Ranger, will have to beat them in 2 best-of-3s in a row, which is going to be very difficult.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, 2 best-of-3s? Oh. But then again, the momentum will absolutely shift. If you can force that bracket reset, all of a sudden, you know, the team that was in winners starts to sweat a bit more. So it's going to be a necessary evil. Typical Gamer and Ranger, I'm sure, are absolutely up to the task. Maybe potentially a player in this area. For sure saw one at least. Chonker's Speedway coming back into the mix. 2 up ahead. This could be 2 squads fighting, and I believe he picks up successfully the third party. But watch out, who's this guy?
Well done thus far. That's 1-2. Make it 3 eliminations potentially in this area. And, you know, something else worth noting, too, if there's anybody that can pull off the bracket reset in the win, it's probably going to be Ranger and Typical Gamer, right? They're very talented duo. I was doing some VOD reviewing of some of the other no-build tournaments that have been happening, and Ranger's been in the conversation of the top 3 in just about every single one of those events. And Typical Gamer, of course, has that long history of Fortnite, so the duo together, they've been here before. They can do it again. But the problem is, right, the people that were winning all of those events was usually Tfue or Semi, so gotta maybe swing it back in their direction. But great shots thus far. Able to find another on Psycho Howard 135, and looking for the last player. You can hear their comms going back and forth. Should be a 1-2-3 for their direction. That's Ranger's 6th.
That player was a little flustered, you could tell. He looked like he was aiming up to throw the med kit, but there was nobody to throw it to. You were the one who needed the med kit, nobody else. And, well, that's a good collapse and a good job. Tfue, once again, by himself. Zimmy off in the distance, but Tfue on the hunt. Sleepy sound. Will there be any potential victims in this area? Well, we'll definitely find out as he picks up at least another Lambo or Whiplash vehicle in general to go ahead and continue to move out. And yeah, things seem to be a bit dry. This is a great time for Typical Gamer and Ranger to continue to accumulate eliminations. They already have the point lead. They've got to be feeling solid, but they know at any point in time, Tfue and Zimmy can come back.
No, it's funny too, because I was going to compare and contrast their strategies, right? Typical Gamer and Ranger playing neck and neck, hand in hand, right next to each other, and then Tfue and Zimmy have completely split in this lobby. And if you just kind of hear the inkling of comms back and forth, Tfue was saying, like, what is going on? Because he's been split since nearly the beginning, and finally has found a team to wipe and try to even up the playing field. Has knocked one, looking for shots around the corner, just unbelievable shots through cover to weaken their opponent. And this is the nature of the jetpacks. Verticality means nothing, and finds their 5th. Well done.
I was saying, what's that first one? He threaded the needle. I couldn't see from my perspective, but Tfue very clearly did. A player just off in the distance between cover and a bush, but Tfue is built different. That's just the best way to put it. Picks up 2. But those weren't full finishes. He had to get the finishes himself. So he knows, maybe as an inkling, that maybe, just maybe, there's a couple more from that squad still looming around. Meanwhile, Typical Gamer Ranger, player up ahead. TG laying those shots down on J-Dubs. He will fall. More still remain.
Well done, though. Ranger and TG are keeping up the pace even when they are playing together. Their strategy is still working. They picked the better rotation. MK7 in hand this time around, able to break shields, but there are 2 more on top of the hill, and you've got to be careful. They have the vertical position. They have the advantage in this fight, and smartly, they've backed up into cover, trying to find some more meds because they're down on both shields and health.
And there's a team behind us, too. We gotta go.
A spot to be down, but the show must go on, and so confidently is Typical Gamer. Finds a player trying to desperately and heroically get his teammate out into the safe portion of the map, but there is no safe portion of the map when you got Typical Gamer, Ranger, Tfue, and Zimmy all looking to hunt you down. Speaking of Tfue, he's back at the Collider, at least just on the outside, looking into Tilted Towers, playing that gatekeeper role where the Storm is currently at. He knew one player was over to his right. He takes him out. Now he's focused on the other. Deadly accurate. That is the best way to describe Tfue. He connects on shots that no mortal human would ever be able to do.
And looking back on the last encounter, talk about the valuability of that recon scanner. You never push that fight uphill as Tfue, well, just pushes the fight onto a battle bus unless you have all the information at hand. Tfue's going to do a lot of the same. Recon scanner out, knows exactly where his opponents are, can play the cover, play the hill, play the battle bus. It looks like his opponent's hopped into the battle bus, and he's going to say, no, this is mine, and to continue to look for his opponents. Jetpack will get him the advantage, and it's only a matter of time.
Oh, well, not. He still has one more to deal with? No way! He has taken down nearly everybody. I mean, he has challenged an entire squad, an entire battle bus, and he's still alive. And I'm pretty sure he took a direct impact with one of those missiles straight to the chest, and he only took like 30 damage. He is an absolute walking unit. Player down and out below, of course, the scout catcher, and he'll pick him up finally. I think there's still one more, but it just goes to show you how incredible this man on your screen really is. It's just insane.
Right, exactly. And I think it really does come down to repetitions, right? Ever since the zero build format has come out, Tfue has been grinding Fortnite again, and it's been such a fun stream to watch. If you ever check out his individual stream, he's obviously mechanically gifted. He solo squads all the times, and it's showing how valuable that can actually be, not only just in lobbies in general to do, you know, a good job of wiping teams, but also valuable in terms of monetary value, right? Like, he's playing for a potential chance at $40,000 for first place, and so all of those repetitions are coming into play. And so TG, Ranger working together, down by, oh, just kidding, scores coming in, up by 1 currently as they rotate to the next circle.
Crazy, isn't it? Tfue pops off in the way he does, and typical gamer Ranger still lead by 1. That just comes to show you how good the teamwork of TG and Ranger have been compared to the split difference of Tfue and Zimmy. You have your chance to find a plethora of players when you break up, but Tfue, like you said, even commenting in his own comm saying, where's everybody at? That was a while ago. Clearly, he has found many squads since then, but it still is only enough to trail behind by 1. We're down to the final 2 players, and these final 2 players could mean the difference between a W or an L for Tfue and Zimmy.
This is a massive moment. Pure, true, valuable hide and seek. You would love to go up in this series 1-0, force your opponents to reverse sweep with 2 back-to-back wins, have an opportunity to put this away. Of course, if you're Tfue and Zimmy, if you find both, typical gamer and Ranger are saying we would love to force Tfue to reverse sweep us so that then we can, if they can't, push that bracket reset and have the momentum on our side. And we know how much momentum can really be helpful in these Battle Royale tournaments, right? Half of the game is mental in its own right? Like, if you have the energy, you have the momentum on your side, you can ego chow and win all of your fights, like, you will come out on top most oftentimes when you're this talented. Looks like one has fallen. It might not have been from either of these teams, and Zimmy has found the last remaining player in their sights, I believe. Could be something from behind. I think that might be a tie ball game. Tfue with the MK7 from distance finds the elimination with Zimmy and should have tied it up 21-21. And I want to wait for the final confirmation because we're going to have admin do all the math, but reflections. That was a crucial moment and could mean we will see a replay.
Yeah, a replay. I was just about to ask what happens if you tie in game 1. Well, you got to replay game 1, and what a game that was. We'll get official word. Of course, we kind of been wrong tonight, you know, and calling early, so we're going to take a step back and not say it until it's official, but what an ending that was. You got to give credit to Tfue. Tfue was the man, more so than Zimmy, who made that possible, who tied it all up. Him breaking out and kind of fluctuating and staying between the Collider and Tilted Towers netted him so many eliminations and so many different squads. If it wasn't for Tfue's efforts, typical gamer as well as a Ranger 100% would have won that game, but Tfue, by himself basically, made that game even neck and neck, and we could very well finish with a tie.
Right, no, it's a great point. And at the end, too, it must have either been 2 solos from a different team that ended up eliminating each other, or one of them died to zone, because we thought there were 2 players left and it was a 1-point game, right? So it was like, who's going to find one to maybe tie it up, and it will still always be a race for that last remaining elimination. But with only 1 player left, it was even more valuable. But that means the best that Tfue and Zimmy could do was tie it up, and they might have just done that. And I am getting word from production Reflections. It is going to be a tiebreaker reset. So even in map 1, when we replay, these are the new rules at hand. It is a first to 10 race, okay? It's not just whoever has the most at the end of the day. It's whoever gets to 10 eliminations first. Now, if they both go out early, it is still who comes out on top with the most eliminations, but it is a race to 10. So how do you think that'll influence the way they drop into map number, I guess, replay of 1?
You have to take into account what Doc said, literally in the rules. All right, a tip from Dr. Disrespect himself. If it goes to a tiebreaker, violence, speed, momentum. That is literally in black and white on the official rules. You can check it out for yourself. That's how you go about this. You pick up as many elims off the rip as you possibly can. But the reality is I think they're both going to be going Collider once again and breaking out as they typically do. Unless they're feeling bold, Goj, and they just say, well, let's just drop down for a hot drop and just finish it early. That could also be a possibility.
Sure. Yeah, no, that is a big possibility, right? You've pushed it to a tiebreaker. You're working on a little bit of borrowed time. You thought you were probably going to lose that, and then you sneak out that last elimination and tie it up. So now, race to 10. Risk it for the biscuit. Full hot drop right in the middle of Collider. Find as many eliminations as you can and go up and force your opponents to do something stupid. Could be a strategy. But again, 10 eliminations will take some time. It's not necessarily going to come in the first gunfight that you walk into, right? So I don't know. We'll see in just a moment. I'm excited to see how this plays out. This is the first tiebreaker we've seen actually on main stage.
It is. It is, and it's going to be a pleasure to watch. I mean, granted, this is only for the decision of game 1 in this best of 3. I mean, that is just beyond me. And we had so many incredible moments. We genuinely did. Even the start from Ranger and Typical Gamer, it was incredible. They were mowing everybody down, and at this point, they had already traversed half the map. But then obviously Tfue, as well as Zemi, started coming back, and a large portion was Tfue's ability to play by himself, to rotate into tilted, to handle squad after squad. But really a great effort from Typical Gamer and Ranger without question.
Right, it was two contrasting strategies. Both worked well in equal manners, right? It was a tie, and so either way you flip the coin, whether it's a duo and you play together or you play separate, it comes down to your rotation. It comes down to the IQ and the well-educated guess of where you think most of the players are going to be. Typical Gamer, Ranger had a little bit better luck in that overall tie, but I believe our game is about to be underway. Reflections, and again, it's a tiebreaker. It's a race to 10. First time we've seen this thus far.
First time, and it's going to be a great time. And what a time to have a tiebreaker be implemented in here in grand finals. Like, this is the perfect moment. You want to talk about upping the ante to take a 1-0 lead against your opponents. I mean, this is up in the ante to a full degree. And I'm curious how it affects the mentality because, you know, typically you don't know what the score is going to be, obviously, when you're just playing in elimination races. But here you know there is a definitive ending, and that ending is 10. And you can monitor that. You see, I mean, you're all in the same squad. You know dang well what your opponents are at. So that could up the ante even more, saying, man, they're at 5, we're at 2. We really got to step it up. Let's be more aggressive with the rotation. But will we hot drop? Will we see that at least? Maybe. I hope we do.
Well, game is underway. The comms are flowing back and forth, and we were talking about hot drops, but I see chunkers over there for Ranger and TG, and actually it looks like they've maybe split pushed slightly. It looks like TG's gone to Condo.
Condo, huh? That's interesting. In a split drop in OT. You don't, I mean, honestly, I respect it, brother. You've got to put it all on the line. You mentioned food earlier. My stomach is growling, but I'll say it. You know, you got to risk it for the biscuit. You really do. And if it's a Popeye's biscuit, you better have some water with it. Big engagement, and what a knock. Yo, that is a huge knock. Tfue gets to knock on a player who literally enters into the cannon and was ready to yeet himself halfway across the map.
Can't understate how valuable these eliminations are. It's a race to 10. Every elimination counts for 10% of this map, right? And so Tfue has found 2 knocks, looking for 2 eliminations. It looks like Zimi has found 1 elimination already. A hot drop into Collider has paid off. The question is, where are Ranger and Typical Gamer? Are there enemies around their split drops? I didn't mind the split drop idea, but if you're not going to split drop into a fairly hot drop because you don't want to have to take that risk with low amount of resources, you might might not find too many elims. Finally, Ranger into an encounter has found one thus far, looking for the second in Rocky Reels. They're going to continue to try to rotate as fast as possible.
I'm full sending it on these guys here.
All right, rotation, like you said, fast as possible. Rocky Reels, though, still seems to be contested, at least from the perspective of Ranger. He's definitely scouting about. Visual footsteps letting him know. Taking a ton of damage from the shotty, but hey, he's going to be okay. At least gets one knock and gets the complete finish. That's going to put him at 2. Another opponent has entered the mix. The reload for his opponent, though, will put him into the grave. And that's going to be another finish. My lord, Ranger is pulling up and going big.
Admit this man to Hogwarts. This man is a wizard. How did he win that 1v2 Reflections? It looked like his opponent maybe had the Ranger shotgun and was having to reload between shots. And so because of that, breaking the camera, swinging around the corner, your opponent missing, he was able to gun them down. So impressed with that 1v2.
Incredibly impressed. That takes a special kind of person to enter a situation like that and still get out and be successful. But the reality is the score is 6-3. Tfue, Zimmy, they still lead. They hot dropped over at Tilted, and well, now we're going out, but that's only because he needs to separate himself and take the high ground, which is a smart decision. You would assume in Tilted, oh, he's going to be in a building. No, he's above you on the hilltop, and he's gunning you down.
Got to thirst these eliminations as fast as possible. That's now 4 for Tfue. I believe that's a total of 7 for their team. Only need 3 more to win this map. It's a race to 10, and Tfue is not letting off the gas. He's getting shot from multiple angles. Should find this next knock. The question is, can he thirst it? No, not yet. Jumps back and forth, finds the thirst with the shotgun. Tank in hand for a bit of cover, and maybe, well, just laser down his opponent as well. Make it 10. Tfue, Zimmy combined come out on top 10-3 in the race of 10, and the hot drop paid off, Reflections.
All right, it definitely did. Well done. Tfue tearing it up. I mean, my lord, whether it was with guns or whether it was with the tank, I mean, he was doing it all, and it is a shame because I felt like it was such a great start as well from the perspective of typical gamer and Ranger. Ranger was pulling off some crazy plays, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, it wasn't enough indeed, and I think the split drop was the right mentality. Maybe just the POIs weren't the best picks. They did find some encounters, and if you do both win your 1v4s, like you're sitting on 8, right? You're already there. You just need 2 more. It seemed like those eliminations came through too slowly, and then some of the fights were just maybe a little bit mistaken, but regardless, great effort both directions. It's going to be difficult to take down Tfue himself in a race to 10. And an overall map, should things go awry, certainly can be beaten, but well done by Tfue and Zimmy to take home map 1 in our grand finale. And guess what that means, Reflection? We're on match point. If they win this next map, they take home $40,000.
Incredible. $40,000. I mean, bro, that is so much money. But the reality is that money could very well be going their way. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, maybe we'll see a conclusion. Right now, Tfue, Zimmy, they lead 1-0. Typical gamer. Ranger, they need your energy. Send it. When we come back, grand finals, we'll continue.
I got him. Knocked another. Crack that guy. Knocked one. Knocked 2. I got it. Drop down.
Welcome back to what could be the conclusion to an excellent grand finals of the $100,000 Hotshot Duo Drop featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Goj. An incredible overtime we just witnessed. Tfue popped off in tilted towers that netted him and his partner game number 1, which puts them on map point as well as championship point. An incredible moment for Tfue as well as Zimmy. Typical gamer as well as Ranger have to step it up.
The pressure is on, and I gotta say, Reflections, I am so excited we got to see that tiebreaker. That tiebreaker is one of my favorite ways to do a tiebreaker in elimination races, because a full map reset obviously slows down the event, and all the momentum you had, even with a 30, 35, maybe a 40 elimination round you just had, goes out the window because it's a full reset. With that race to 10, it's a lot of pressure, a lot of stress, and opens up the opportunity for some new strategies. We saw a little bit of that from Ranger and Typical Gamer. They went for the drop split drop, which they've really never done this entire tournament. Didn't quite pay off though, because Tfue was just able to find more eliminations along the way. Tfue and Zimmy found 10. They're taking map 1, like you said, and it is match point. It's just the best of 3. You only have to win 2. If they win this map, that's all she wrote.
It's all she wrote. A lot of pressure, isn't it? And pressure to also think what would work. And you know, I love the fact that you clarified Typical Gamer Ranger when they did do the split drop for one of the first times we have seen. It's not like they failed, you know. They did lose the overtime, but it's not because they lost because both of them, you know, ended up being eliminated. No, they lost simply because they didn't hit 10 eliminations. Tfue found more and, you know, more quicker. And that's a good distinction, because that still says to me that Typical Gamer and Ranger could absolutely have a viable option of doing a split drop in game 2 if they really wanted to, because it seemed to have worked.
No, absolutely. And Tfue and Zimmy also know that Typical Gamer and Ranger can win. They are the only team that has taken a map off Tfue thus far, trying to get their revenge. They only took 1 map, but it's a map nonetheless. They almost took that second map, and that goes back to show, again, I've been mentioning this multiple times, but it's such a fun story point of 2 different contrasting strategies that both work. It just depends on the lobby and the rotation. So we're going to see those strategies right now. We're going to get into game. This is map number 2 of the grand finale.
Let's get into it. Champions Club, this could be all she or he or Dr. Disrespect wrote. I don't know. Doc, he's a smart man. Maybe he scripted this all to happen, but chat, let us know, who do you think wins in grand finals? Will we see a comeback from Typical Gamer and Ranger, or will Tfue and Zimmy close it out after this very map? It looks as if we're all 4 going to the Collider. Business as usual.
Business as usual indeed. And well, let's see what weapons you can find. Looks like a railgun. Tfue says, nah, I'm not really worried about a railgun. Doesn't shoot fast enough for me, right? It might do a lot of damage. You gotta charge that thing up. That's just too much time for me in 1v4 situations. And wow, Ranger is getting down to business. Gonna use everything at his disposal, which honestly is not that much, right? Just sitting on 2 uncommon, or excuse me, common weapons, actually. Looks like that striker burst weapon, as well as the auto shotgun, and that's all he's got, though. So we'll see. Maybe he can find some more loot. Get right back into the action. Is making great use of it thus far. Has found 3 eliminations already, with Typical Gamer to his left.
All right, let's find out. This is going to be pretty interesting set of circumstances. Breaking out of the Collider is important, and large emphasis has been placed on Tilted, which, is that where we're going to be going for Ranger? No, he's just going to drop down. I thought he got shot a little bit there. Luckily, he did not. Stray bullets would be a terrible way to end the run of a championship run, I should say, for both of these rosters. But even still, player just up ahead. The mark from the recon scanner will mark not only himself, but also his opponent. But either way, he's going to play it a bit slower, take his time, and see what is up ahead.
I like that call, right? Take your time here. No need to push the equation this early. It's still an even playing field. 6-6 total eliminations either direction. Plenty of lobby to still deal with. Kind of cleaned out Collider. Now it's time to rotate, and that's what I love about this new POI. I was playing with it yesterday, and it's just so fun to utilize to rotate, whether small distances like you're seeing Ranger do on your screen right now, or just jumping all the way across the map in order to push the equation and fight more teams. Ranger getting the better of his opponent without hardly taking a speck of damage is going to continue to rotate.
Get some bullets. Maybe get another AR for your usage. Go ahead and push up and join Typical Gamer Meanwhile, though, for Zimmy and Tifu, look at that elimination feed. It does light up a bit. We're going to get to see the result as to why that was. Tifu flying around as he typically does and, well, just mowing down players. Again, another typical trait of Tifu, as well as Zimmy, who has been absolutely flawless this entire event, by the way. They've been incredible, and they sit at 5 eliminations, maybe a bit more once it's going to be updated. But, hey, they got to keep rotating. They got to keep going. This spot, it's done with. They're out.
Right, exactly. And one of the other things you can notice about Tifu's playstyle, which is just classic Fortnite, right? It's been in the beginning of the game all the way till now, is that right peak advantage. Every time he takes an encounter, when he can, he is using the right peak advantage. He peeked around the right side of that storage container, peeked around the right side to the opponent's down range, and we're able to find both of those eliminations. You just get that first shot off quicker and expose less of yourself when you do that. So keep an eye out for that every time he enters into an encounter.
That was a beautiful set of circumstances. I'll break down that fight. So Tifu, Zimmy, they start to rotate out. They find a straggling solo, maybe from their other engagement previously over at Crossroads. So Zimmy is driving in the vehicle. He knocks the opponent up in the air. Tifu then tries to scan where he's going to be. Tifu sees he's in the bush. He fires out a couple of shots, gets a couple of pellets in, and then follows it up immediately because the fight's not done with a recon scanner because he knows the opponent's in the bush. He gives as much information not only to himself, but also onto Zimmy. That was such a high IQ play, but it all happened instantaneously. That's how quickly Tifu and Zimmy are able to think through a fight, even if it only takes a couple of seconds.
That's a great call out, a great recap of that situation. We'll continue to watch out for all their decision-making processes when we can. It's always fun to watch some of the highest level of competition not only compete against each other, but also compete against the clock, because the lobby is dwindling. You have to get a move on if you're going to outslay your opponents. Up in the air, Ranger goes, finds one, make it two with Typical Gamer. Doing a great job of trading, playing next to each other, kind of hand-holding a little bit, but it works, right? You're having to fight multiple teams of 4. It's very difficult to do so by yourself, so you can kind of mitigate some of that risk by playing together as a duo.
Oh, we're going for a bit of a trick, and he lands it, but where are the people at? No one's clapping for him, and I don't blame him because I know what would happen if they did try to clap for him. They would just take them down. At the moment, we're flying high, though. Tifu and Zimmy have found a heli. Don't see them normally in a heli, so this is kind of one of a rare treat, a first time for pretty much this entire event, but they've got to cover some ground. They understand that, and we're going to a very familiar viewpoint. This is where Bonsai Bros were loving to go. This was their initial drop. Greasy Grove has seen quite a bit of action, and it's going to see even more now.
I'm not going to lie here, Reflections. I think this lobby might be on the lower skilled side, which is kind of that denoting factor. Maybe we split up here. I mean, Zimmy and Tifu are uncharacteristically playing together. I mean, the helicopter is great for mobility, so worth playing together in these moments. But when you have a lower skilled lobby like this, I mean, they're hardly taking damage in most of these encounters. It really just comes down to who finds their opponents faster. And so you use things like cars, you use things like the helicopter to get to those fights as quickly as possible. Because not only is it maybe a lower skilled lobby, but there's also only 24 players left in this lobby.
Ooh, I haven't even glanced over there, to be honest. I mean, this has been so blazingly fast, and my eyes have been glued to the center of my screen just watching all of the action unfold. But you're right, with just, what, 22 players to choose from, that 4 elimination gap between Typical Gamer Ranger and Tifu and Zimmy, that could be quite devastating. Luckily for Typical Gamer, he's got some players up ahead, and they're not moving anytime soon. They're taking all the damage, but the car in front of him, it only has 13 HP. Typical Gamer, watch out, brother, the ground's on fire. He has to retreat.
MK7 assault rifle is a great alternative to the Striker burst rifle. It's got a nice red dot scope down range, both utilizing both weapons to their maximum degree. But again, these are hard fights to take. You don't want to necessarily push their fight out into the open and expose yourself to your opponent so they can melt you down. This team is one of those teams. I call these fights quagmire fights, Reflections, because you can sit here in this one fight for 3-4 minutes just plinkling damage back and forth, and this is time where maybe you could go wipe a full another squad and another POI and then continue to rotate, right? They're just going to sit here and plink back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you're just wasting a lot of time. Even if you do win the encounter, right? You're just going to sit here and take this one fight for those 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, it goes back to saying, you know, what separates the top teams from maybe the lower teams or good teams, bad teams, however which way you want to put it. It's how quickly can you finish fights and then move on to the next fight. That's what it's all about. And that fight at least is going to conclude with a down and out, or a down but not out, excuse me. Another down but not out as players are funneling in. Great shots from Ranger up ahead. He's now going to take the battle bus. He's going to go and pursue. Shots are being fired. There's the final player, potential final player, I should say. And he's going full sin. That's 105. Shield tag immediately off, and as he hits the ground, till 6 feet, will be 6 feet in the ground.
6 feet in the ground and 30 feet in the air. My goodness. Great ramming job there by the battle bus. And typical gamer and Ranger keeping it within striking distance. I believe it's 14-12 currently with our score tracker. So a very tight matchup. And not only a tight matchup, again, let's kind of ramp back up the severity of the situation. There's only 11 players left in this lobby, and this is a must-win map for typical gamer and Ranger. They have to win these encounters, so every elimination is going to be vital for their survivability in the length of this tournament. No matter what, they're walking away with at least $25,000, but they need to win this map and the next to force that bracket reset.
Well, Tfue just found a couple more himself. As soon as typical gamer and Ranger catch up, there's Tfue and Zimmy once again retaking the lead, or at least I think so, 16-14, and we're down to just 6 more players, Goj. This is going to be intense, and to be honest, the zone is still huge for only 6 more additional players on it.
No, exactly, and that's what I was about to mention. This is now into the hide-and-seek late game, and now as our scores are being updated, look at the total. 6 players to be found, a 4-point lead. We are all but clapping for our champions, but it is not over yet. There's still a decent-sized circle to deal with, and a lot of seeking for these little hiders, the camping carols or otherwise, hiding in their buildings, hiding in their bushes. You must find them before your opponents, and you can't sit back on your haunches here if you're Tfue and Zimmy. You want to put this map away. Find 1, find 2. I think that's it.
I think 2 would be enough. I definitely think so. Especially if there's going to be some turmoil, some conflicts with the others. And granted, right, 6, there's only 4 to a squad, so there's going to be 2 solos potentially. There's going to be multiple solos. There's going to be a potential squad against a solo. The point that I'm getting at is there still can be fighting elsewhere on the map. But one thing that you better believe, as soon as a shot has been heard, there is going to be a mad dash and a sprint to the location.
There it is.
No shot. He just drives up and finds a solo? That was almost too easy.
Certainly too easy, and it wasn't back in time. I thought it was, but it is a total of, well, 1, maybe make it 2 here for typical gamer if he's able to find it, and he is. Again, a lower skilled lobby like this, you got to get a move on around this map as fast as possible, and all of the sudden it's a 2-point game, and there are 2 players left. Talk about repeating history. We've been in this situation before, but the question is, who's going to come out on top this time? Will we see another tiebreaker? And as that lead gets increased to potentially 4 reflections, we are closing in on our winner.
I think we are, and we might already have one. However, with 2 more players on the map, if there is a reboot van, there is still a chance, right? So there's always a possibility if they can just farm reboots. And speaking of farming, it's going to have to be typical gamer and Ranger who's going to have to do that. So for Tfue, Zimmy desperately trying to find at least 1 player. 1 player should do it, you would have to assume. And one thing that I do know about Tfue's competitiveness, or typical gamers' competitiveness, even if they feel like they've won, they're not going to stop until they have definitively won it. This is a big elimination, maybe a big pickup from the perspective of Zimmy. He needs to get it. It hasn't been got by anybody else, and he will do it. That's another one. Only 1 more player remains, and I do believe Tfue and Zimmy have done it.
Reflections. Talk about consistency. The story of the day for this duo has been consistency over and over and over again. Their back has never been against the wall this entire tournament. It It was a one map loss against this team earlier. They almost lost another map to them. They clutch up in the last second to find the tiebreaker. They win the tiebreaker. They get into the next map and they realize, wait, not only is this a low skilled lobby, this is also a lobby that is dying quickly, but they just potentially won $40,000 because of that consistency. And with all of the other no build wins that this duo has had, I can only expect to say out loud, and most people would say the same, Tfue in particular, Zimmy as well, two of the best no build Fortnite players in the game currently.
That's where I wish Tfue was at his old house so he could jump out the window like he would typically do in celebration when he would get a victory. And but you know what? It's fine. I think we got a bit of a smile from him a little bit earlier. And some IOs, I guess, is going to have to suffice, as the last player is still hiding somewhere, desperately shooting bushes. It'd be kind of nice if you randomly got a hit marker, and Tfue doesn't even want to be bothered by these pesky IOs. It's like, not even worth my time.
No, I couldn't agree more. They just want to celebrate, but they would like to celebrate with the victory royale as well. He's just going to clear every bush he can and swing around the map. And I know if we're listening in on the other perspective as well, Ranger, Typical Gamer, still congratulating themselves, I'm sure, right? I mean, they're walking away with $25,000 regardless, and just a great day of Fortnite. And I've had such a pleasure casting all of it with you, and getting a chance to see Doc and D-Wolf slay out in the capacity that they were able to. It's just been such a fun event.
I don't even know if they can win.
Fun event. I mean, Maddie, Upshot as well, or Upshaw, excuse me, doing what they did best, you know, just slaying out and making it as far as they did. It was such a great thing to see, and you got to give credit where credit is. This, yeah, we finally found the and you know what? That's the way that I would want to go out, Goj. On my own terms, chilling out by the river, and who knows how long that player has been sitting there.
Oh my goodness, this is classic Fortnite. I love the way we're finishing this lobby. Tfue live pings the enemy and says, yeah, they're right here. Come clean them up. You guys can have it. We've already taken this one. Here's a little chunk splash.
Hey!
Let's heal them up first.
Here's a drink for you, brother.
Very well done, and huge congratulations to all of our winners today, but in particular, of course, Tfue and Zimmy dancing their way into the sunset. All four players
they're giving them the W.
Giving all... Oh, yeah, they might just be giving this random the
Come
W.
on, take it.
I don't think they're going to take it. I mean, they've just been sitting here.
It's not every day you get a win against Zimmy, Typical Gamer, Ranger, and Tfue. I'd take it. I'd take it for sure. I'd pick up one of those shotties and got them all down.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is why we love Fortnite, right? It's always fun at the end of the day, regardless of who wins. And as they dance, sing, and maybe play guitar into the sunset, it's going to push everybody out into the zone to finish off the game. What a way to finish.
What a way to finish indeed. It has been such a great time, not only watching the competitors play, but also spending time with all of you out there, whether it be Dr. Disrespect or the Champions Club themselves. You are all a class act, and it has been such a fun event in its entirety, and also for BOOMTV as well. Like, you guys are incredible. The production has been insane and on point. The TOs have made this tournament run so incredibly smoothly. And Goj, you've always been incredible, as you typically... I always give you praise. You know that, brother. You're awesome, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
No, it certainly has been a pleasure. And again, huge congratulations to all 8 teams that get paid out today, by the way. I'm going to read through them. Summit 1G and Hutch did tie for 7th. They'll be walking away with $2,000. Average Joe and Doug is Raw also in that 7th, 8th category for $2,000. We saw the Bonsai Bros actually fall in that 5th, 6th category, which ties with Dr. Disrespect and D-Wolf, walking away with $5,000 apiece. And then in 4th, Aiden and Jay Prosper, they had a great run through the losers bracket, an impressive performance all the way through. And then in 3rd, you mentioned them before, we were impressed with them all day today, Maddie and Upshaw. And then we know what happened at the top of this bracket. 1st place, Tfue and Zenny. 2nd place, Typical Gamer and Ranger.
It was great. It was a blast from the past to watch so many of these, content creators, streamers, ex-professional players, current professional players compete. And I haven't seen that and had this much fun casting Fortnite in so long. And that's a testament to how well Epic has done with this no-build format. Adding in the slide, adding in, of course, the mantling, all the different POIs, but also the different coverages. It's easier to traverse the map because you have rifts, rift that goes, you've got the cannons, you've got the collider, you've got rifts that are just built on the map in general, you've got cars, you've got boats, you've got helis, you've got everything. Tanks, battle bus, like literally there's so many ways to just traverse the map. A far cry from what it was when chapter 2 came out, where there was literally no mobility aside from just the streams. So I believe we're in a good spot when it comes to Fortnite. The pros are obviously enjoying it, and it was such a blast to watch each and every competitor. Goj, all good things must come to an end, and this is one of them. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Final words is, look, we had a blast in this event. We had so much fun, but a huge shout out goes to the two-time himself, the back-to-back 1993-1994 blockbuster video game champion, standing at 6'8" with a 37-inch vertical leap. This man is a legend, putting on this event for us, allowing us to cast in the arena. I have had a blast with you, Reflections, and thank you to everyone behind the scenes with BOOMTV. I couldn't have asked for a better show.
It was just an amazing show. I never thought I would get a chance to represent Dr. Disrespect himself, but yet we are here, and we had a chance to do it together. Hey, Doc, you're absolutely incredible. Love your content, and keep killing it out there. Champions Club, you guys are part of the best club out there, and I gotta say, you guys are living large, living large. It's been a great day. Tifu Zimmy, congratulations once again for first. Typical Gamer, Ranger, great job getting second, and then Maddie and Upshaw, third place. Good day of Fortnite. I hope you enjoyed it. For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Goj, our production team, BOOMTV, Champions Club, Dr. Disrespect, thank you for being here for this wonderful production and amazing tournament. And we hope to see you again either on the next, Dr. Disrespect broadcast or just another tournament in general.
Okay, see what's going on to go help him. In the open now, in the open. Honestly, dead.
Not really bad, man.